We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Coming in hot today, y'all. Coming in hot today. And let me just say, this is a conversation between me and allegedly Brittany. It ain't got shit to do with Granny's watching. If she has something to say, she's welcome to bring her ass right on over here. I will pin the motherfucking link and she can bring her ass up here and say whatever she needs to say. This doesn't have anything to do with her, but if she wants to involve herself, she's more than welcome to come speak to me like a grown-ass woman, and so is Brittany. Now, I'm holding Brittany accountable on her own fucking words. She put up a fucking message last night that said, I'm going to be a woman of my word and I'm going to move on from this. I'm going to let her rest in peace. But turned around today, made a fucking stream, tagged Kylie Rodney, and then tagged Adventures with Purpose and all that bullshit. But see, this is the thing. You said yourself last night, okay, it's an accident. You're going to move forward. You're a woman of your word. But today you turn around and pull some fuck shit. Then you want to get mad, run to Granny's watchings and have her get up on fucking panel and talk shit. See, nah, bitch, I'm not going to do that. So, I mean, if you guys want to go at it, we can go at it. I mean, I don't really give a fuck, but I'm definitely going to call you out. And Granny's watching, you ain't got shit to do with shit. So if you want to come over here and talk to me, here, I'll pin the link right fucking now. Because I don't think you're involved in this at all. Didn't see you doing any streams on it. But I mean, I guess if you want to jump into it, come on over. Okay, so my internet was fucked up. Anyhow, yeah, if y'all want to go over to Brittany's stream, you can go over there and let both of them know. They're more than welcome to come over here. I don't know why the fuck Brittany decided to run over to Granny's watchings like she wasn't just talking shit about her in a motherfucking inbox group chat. And yes, I the fuck will go ahead and send that to Granny's watching since you want to run to her like you need a fucking savior, like you're not a fucking grown-ass woman over here grifting off of a fucking little dead girl. Come the fuck on now. You got me fucked up, and no, you're not the only one, but you're the only one sitting here saying you're done talking about it and then turn around the next fucking day and do it. Why the fuck you got mods out here? You got people out here who are fucking pissed off. I get emails about you every fucking day and don't say a motherfucking word. Don't say a motherfucking word to you at all. Exactly. This is your fucking channel. Be honest. You want to fucking grift? Grift. You want to fucking do it this way? Do it this way then. But be 100 about it. Don't sit here and play stupid and act like you're fucking innocent when you're not. Don't sit here with your little sweet-ass country voice. Oh, guys. No, cut the shit. You pin your fucking PayPal link. You post your shit. You grift off this fucking app. You're grifting off of a dead girl that's obviously it's been ruled an accident. But see, some of y'all think you're smarter than the law enforcement. You think you're smarter than the fucking medical, the people who did the autopsy, the medical directors. You think you're just so fucking smart. Y'all think you're so much smarter than the motherfucking people who went to school for this shit, who get paid for this shit, who've been doing this shit for years. Oh, yeah, y'all just don't understand. Okay, yeah. If somebody did this shit to your fucking kids, just like I said last night, if somebody did this shit to my fucking kids, I'd be fucking hot. So you're going to sit here and tell me you're okay with doing it to somebody else's kid. Matter of fact, go ahead. Matter of fact, I'm waiting for one of y'all to come up over here. One of y'all. Granny's watching, you're welcome to come over here. Because I don't know what the fuck you're doing sitting over there running your motherfucking cocksucker. Right, I don't know which one's worse, her or Zav. At least Zav had the fucking balls to come over here and say she was doing it for money. But when you sit here and say, you know what, I'm a woman of my word. It's been ruled an accident, so I'm a woman of my word. I'm going to leave it alone. And then you turn around the next fucking day, you make a fucking live, and you tag Kylie Rodney in it. There's so many other fucking cases. We're all moving on. Everybody else is moving on. You're still stuck on trying to build your fucking channel off of a dead girl. Like, come on, man. Like I said, I'm holding you to your fucking word. I'm holding you accountable to what you fucking said on your live stream, on your fucking shit. So, no. Time to fucking get a backbone here, Britt. Time to get a backbone. Granny's watching is not fighting your fucking battle with me. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna fucking happen. I can tell you that right fucking now. She's not the one over there making fucking streams, tagging Kylie's fucking name, saying she's done, she's not gonna do this, she's not gonna do that. And you ain't gonna sit here and act like you ain't making fucking bank off this little girl's death, because you sure the fuck are. You sure the fuck are. And like I said, it wouldn't be a fucking problem if you was honest about it. If you want to grift and you want to make your money this way like Natasha does, she's honest about the shit. At least she's honest about it. Fuck. At least she's honest about it. You can't be honest about it, though. You want to sit here and play innocent and then talk about, oh, it's for your son's hospital bills. Bitch, bye. Your son's on a fucking medical card just like everyone the fuck else. Come on now. Don't fucking sit here and play people for fucking stupid. I've about had enough of it. Like, I'm really about done. For real. I wasn't even going to say shit to your fucking dumbass. Wasn't even going to say a motherfucking word to you about it. But see, you had to wake up on some bullshit, and I'm really fucking tired of getting emails about you every fucking day. Every fucking day. Click the fucking link and come up here. You've had, what, 10 mods leave? You've had 10 fucking mods leave because you won't fucking stop. You're pretty fucking obsessed, and it's pretty fucking gross. I damn near would call you a fucking scammer, but I mean, I guess I don't really consider this a fucking scam because, I mean, you're not scamming anybody, but you sure the fuck are grifting a nice one, though. Posting your fucking PayPal, talk every fucking time you go live. I mean, what the fuck? Every single time you go live, you got your PayPal, your Cash App, and all your bullshit pinned to the fucking top. Then you want to change your fucking live today. You want to change the name of your fucking live today. Talking about, it's my channel, I can do what I want. Right. Yeah, it's storming really bad here, so my shit keeps cutting out because it's storming really bad. So if it goes off or whatever, that's what's going on, you guys. Anyways, like I said, I have no problem talking to her myself. I'm not going to sit here and cuss her out. I'm not going to sit here and yell at her. I'm not going to treat her like shit. But I do have some questions. I definitely got some questions for real, for real, for real. Chronicles of Shady. Yeah, and like I said, I really Brittany doesn't even know the cases. She has to use other people to do her work. Well, okay, and that's all fine. You can have a team of people doing work. That's cool. Like, that's fine. But fucking keep it real. Don't sit here and talk shit and say you're not doing stuff and sit here and talk all this fucking bullshit about Natasha fucking Cooper when you're doing the same shit she is. The same exact fucking shit. At least she's honest about it. Fuck. At least she's honest about grifting from all these motherfuckers. And if people want to give Brittany her money, then go for it. Give her your money. That's fine. But like I said, if we're going to hold other people accountable, then you're going to be held accountable as well with your own fucking words. And that's the problem. That is the problem. And then you get mad when people call you a mini NC. I didn't even know the fuck about that because I'm not in that group. Like, I don't know much. I don't know much about all that. Like, I don't get into that NC shit because I'm not in that group. I don't know much about it. I don't know much about what happened with her and Granny. I don't know about all that. I don't have any, like I said, I never had issues with Granny. So if she's over there running her fucking cocksucker about me, then I guess we'll have issues then. She sure as hell wanted your protection when she, oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When she was having issues with Granny's watching, she sure ran right the fuck over here talking about, what do you think about Granny's watching, Queen D? And what I tell her ass, I don't think shit. Don't ask me shit. I'm not saying a motherfucking word because guess what? That's how shit gets started. And I'm good. And I got the screenshots to prove it. So don't fucking play with me and don't act like I'm fucking lying to you, bitch, because I'm sure the fuck not. Hey, it's Feisty Friday. That's for sure. That's for motherfucking sure. Then you want to sit here today talking about, well, don't drop my PayPal links today, you guys. Oh, it's just today. Like I said, it's okay. So I understand people come on YouTube to make money. That's right. They do. They do. Like, period. Why the fuck would you? I mean, people do come on here and talk shit for free. But shit, we all did for the longest time. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, YouTube, I understand people come on here to make money. Don't get me wrong. But fucking be honest about it. If you're gonna fucking grift, then fucking say you're gonna grift. Yeah, Jamie, it is. So what? What's up? What's up? So what if I was? That's another problem I got. So what if I was a trans? What if I was? What if I had black kids? What's up? What if I do? So what? So many of y'all got some shit to say. So fucking many of y'all got some shit to say. I'll go there today. I sure the fuck will. I sure the fuck will. James Loons, I sure the fuck will. Ain't nothing but, Jameson. Ain't nothing but some bullshit. Yeah, Brittany's been talking shit on fucking Granny's watching. Come the fuck on now. Y'all can't be. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, Grady, that motherfucker's swinging hard today, and I didn't even wake up ready for this shit. Nope. Sure the fuck I didn't. Like I said, I wasn't going to even go for her ass. Wasn't even going to say a motherfucking word to her. Not another motherfucking word because I seen her shit last night. Said, okay, you know what? She's done. She's moving on. It is what it is. It ain't even, it ain't even worth saying shit. She's doing something that everybody else is doing. I'm going to let it roll. You know, it is what it is. But why the fuck does Zap Girl get the heat and get the fucking, Zap Girl's been getting it hard. Oh, McKenna, Jimmy Crack Con, and I don't care. What are they saying about you, though? I don't know what they're saying about me. She went live and then she fucking hurried up and called Granny's watching over there, I guess, to talk shit. I don't fucking know. I'm not watching them. Like I said, if Granny's watching's got a fucking, she got something to say, bring your ass on over here and say it. I don't have a fucking issue with her. I don't know shit about what's going on with her. I have no idea. But what I think is funny as fuck is when she had problems with fucking Granny's watching, she wanted to come to me and have me fucking help her. She was quick as fuck to want me to fucking come over there and fucking, nah, hell no. No. And now that I'm calling you out, you want to run over to Granny's watch and have her fucking sit there and protect you and talk shit. Now I'm fucking done with that shit, bitch. Sit the fuck down. You are grown. You are a grown fucking woman with damn near a grown ass fucking child. So you can come talk to me your fucking self. You don't need Granny's watching to have your fucking back to talk to me. You're a grown ass fucking woman. Jeanette, it's hard to trust anybody. It's hard to trust anybody on this fucking app. It is hard. It really is. And I'm not going to sit here and say I ain't talk some shit, because I sure the fuck do. I talk shit every fucking day. I have fun with you guys. I have a good time with you guys. But like I said, if you're going to fucking be a goddamn grifter and this is what you want to do, then be honest about it. Don't sit here and fucking lie. Don't sit here and try to play like deer in the headlights because somebody called you out. Don't sit here and fucking act like this is not what you're here for, because it sure the fuck is. Sure the fuck is. Especially when you yourself said yesterday. And you know what, though? And listen, I really didn't even say shit to you, Brittany. I made a couple little comments, you know, about your name being Griftney and that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Laughed about the video or whatever that one of the girls made. Fuck, I don't even know who made it. Anyhow, but I didn't go hard on you like this at all until today, when I waited for the autopsy report to come out to say it was an accident so that you actually had an opportunity to cut the shit before I said anything. So I waited, and then I seen you made a post fucking thing last night, yesterday or whatever, saying you was gonna move on. Okay, cool. But then I woke up today and seen you had a fucking live made tagged with Kylie Rodney. Let's discuss Kylie Rodney. Fuck, we done moved on 3 different times. We done moved on to Debbie Collier, from Debbie Collier to Quentin Simon, and you're still stuck on Kylie. It's hard out here for a grift when you're trying to make the money for the rent. Fuck, be honest about the shit though. Damn. Don't sit here and fucking lie. Sit here and act like you're all fucking innocent, like you do no fucking wrong. Bitch, stop it. We're fucking tired of the goddamn bullshit. Like, for real. Just keep it 100. Shit, I didn't even cuss somebody out when they tried to say they was going to call CPS on you and your fucking kids. The only thing Brittany should be doing today is apologizing to all of these poor grieving teens that she has helped dig into and talk shit about. Amen, girl. Amen. Hallelujah. Well, she's welcome to bring her ass right the fuck on over here. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and scream at her or yell at her, whatever. I'll talk to her like a grown-ass woman, like the fuck I said, like I would expect somebody to talk to me like. But I'm sure she's not going to do that, because then, like I said, you got to be held accountable. And I don't know what the fuck Granny's watching's talking about, because I ain't got no issues with her unless she wants to have issues, and then I guess we'll make some issues. Fuck, I don't know. But I know she ain't going to defriend Brittany when Brittany's running her fucking mouth about her, so that will make her look stupid as fuck. So I know she ain't about doing that. I don't even know what's going on, so I'll have to look myself before. I don't just believe in anybody coming in saying they're talking shit. I'm going to have to hear that shit for myself before I speak on it, because I ain't had no issues with her, so. Yeah, it is. Yeah, the fuck it is, because I've had enough. I'm fucking sick of it. I'm fucking sick and tired of the shit. Hold on, you guys. I gotta talk to my aunt real quick. I just went and gave her a shot. Hold on 1 second. Good. I was gonna say she can come on over, because like I said, I don't have issues with her. So why the fuck she ran straight to her to cause shit or to start shit is beyond me. Like I said, I don't know what the fuck she's hiding behind her for. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that, or why the fuck she ran to her when she's already running her fucking mouth about her anyway. So what the fuck? And then you want to fucking sit here and come to me when you got into it with Grady. And what I tell you? What the fuck did I tell you? Don't come to me. I'm not saying shit. I don't have shit to say about shit. Oh, good. Okay, I think this is Granny right here. Hold on, let me throw the screen thing up real quick. What up?
Hey, I figured I would just come over.
What's happening? I just wanted to make sure it was you first. Yeah, girl, I'm over here going off because, like I said, I don't have any issues with you. Don't have any problems with you. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I do definitely have a problem with Brittany holding her accountable.
Yeah, the chat came over and said, you're over here dragging me. And I'm like, why the fuck me?
No, I know what the fuck I was not. Like I just said, I don't have no issues with you. I don't have no problems with you. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And when they said you was over there talking shit, I'm like, I'll have to hear it for myself because I don't have any problems with her. I have no issues with her. My issue is with Brittany, straight up, and she tried to come to me when you guys had issues. So I figured she came to you when we had issues. And we didn't even have issues till just now, today, just right now.
Yeah, no, me and Brittany actually kind of put everything under the rug a while back. So not just because of you. She came to you though?
Yeah, girl. In a fucking group chat talking about, well, what do you think about Granny's watchings? I said, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't think shit. I don't think shit. I got the screenshots. I'll keep them. I got them.
Wow. Yeah, so I guess I'm catching on to a little bit of, I don't want to be in any of the bullshit.
Right. I was going to say, don't let her put you in the shit. And look, the only reason why I said now, see, I've made a little couple smart ass comments about the girls that call her Grifting because I've always liked Brittany. I ain't never had no issues with her. I've always liked her. But then I caught on to the shit she was doing. And then I've had several emails. Girl, I get emailed every day about her. Every fucking day. Just got one from, well, I won't even say any names, but anyhow, because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. You know what I mean? I don't want to. If they don't want to, I don't want to throw them under the bus. They could tell them herself. You know what I mean? Like they can take care of that themselves. But I've had several mods come to me, several people come to me, and there's some shit going on. Now, look, like I said, I didn't even have any issues with her at first. I never had any problems with her at first. I let her go on and do her thing. I figured, you know what? Yeah, I made a fucking couple jabs at her. I played the one video that girl made. I'm trying to think of her name.
Yeah, I know who it was.
Yeah, so anyhow, I played one of her videos. So, and I've made a couple little smart comments. But I waited for the autopsy report to come out to say it was an accident before I even said shit. Now, we went hard as fuck as Zav over the shit. But we haven't really said anything to Brittany at all. So I see last night she makes this fucking post talking about, I'm a woman of my word. I'm going to let her rest in peace. It was an accident. Da-da-da. Girl, why the fuck I wake up today and she's got her fucking thing tagged Kylie Rodney. Let's discuss. What the fuck is there left to discuss?
Well, she didn't do the autopsy yet, so maybe she wanted to cover that and then like put the final bow on it.
Yeah, I don't know, but she said last night she was done with it. Oh shit, I'm sorry, I got you on camera. You want me to put the screen up, honey? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute. You want me to throw the screen? I'm so sorry. I'm going off. Didn't even think to stop it and put the screen over you.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, I was gonna say I apologize. Normally I try not to let people. I got it torn apart. Normally I try to cover the camera. I'm sorry. I'm on a fucking roll today.
So I guess I have a few questions because I don't watch a lot of YouTube, believe it or not, usually if I'm, on my own stream or anything. So I hear a lot of people going at Brittany, and I know why some of those people are doing it, like, because they have past history with her. So they're seeing things from like a jaded perspective, I guess. But for me, like, what part do you consider grifting? I know, well, obviously the whole, you're monetized and you're talking about these. And
monetize really ain't even shit because you don't really make a lot off YouTube. But when you post your PayPal and your Cash App and then you start talking about your kids and how much you need help and this, that, and the other, and you post it every single day and you clip it to the fucking top, you're grifting. You're definitely grifting. Dropping your PayPal and your Cash App having your mods drop it all throughout the chat the whole entire time. Yeah. And just be honest about it. If that's how you got to make your money, that's cool. That's fine. But don't fucking sit here and lie about it. You know what I'm saying? Don't sit here and act like you don't know what the fuck's going on. That dumbass act I can't with that.
So basically,
be honest about it.
So like dry begging, like the whole, because I mean, I literally, I went through this before.
Well, yeah, and people are going to make money on YouTube. Don't get me wrong. That's the whole reason people come to YouTube. I get it. You know what I'm saying? If you got to make money, you got to make money. It is what it is. You got kids to raise. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? Like, I get it.
Keep it 100. Jameson keeps screaming in the chat. So let me address you,
Yeah,
Jameson.
that's why I don't know a lot of the girls with the, like, I don't know a lot of the NC stuff. So I mean, I'm kind of lost on all that.
A
You know
lot
what I
of
mean?
us all have a history here, and Jameson, you know, we have a very fun history. So what cracks me up is Jameson keeps saying that I was talking about you without talking about you. Now, Jameson, unless you saw what I was saying as something Queen Bee is doing, why would you presume that I was talking about Queen Bee? Right? So that's the way you see it, because that's not who I was speaking on. So it's funny that you automatically hear that and you correlate it to Queen Bee. There's literally dozens. Do you guys know how big YouTube is? It's
Oh
like
yeah, there's hundreds and hundreds of people doing it. She's not the only one, that's for sure. She's not the only one.
And you're not
but
the
like
only
I
one
said,
that's going live and saying, let's not talk about Kylie, and ended up talking about Kylie. So the fact that Jameson automatically assumes that's you, then that's the way you're seeing Queen Bee, Jameson. So get it right.
It gets brought up over here all the time, non-fucking stop. And after the, like I said, after the autopsy dropped and it came out that, and these are professional people, like they're not just, and what kills me is these YouTubers think they're so much fucking smarter than these fucking police and doctors and shit. Like, you're on YouTube. If you had those smarts, you would be having that position. You would be in that job position right now doing the autopsy instead of sitting on YouTube discussing the doctors that did the autopsy. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what Brittany said. She said she had somebody that was looking at the autopsy before she spoke on it.
So here, let me show you this fucking, I'm going to put this screenshot up real quick because it says right here on her thing. This is why, like I said, the only reason why I even said anything to her today was because I seen this thing here. Let me show, I'm going to put it up here so you can see what I'm talking about. Let me find this fucker. So she says on her, so there's a lady who says on her post, okay, so there's a lady that makes a comment on her post, right? And she's like, hey, it's an accident, you know, now that it's been ruled an accident. There it goes. Okay, so the writing's kind of funky, you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But anyhow, it says, I hope we can move on after tonight and let the family grieve finally. I'm sick of watching the chats and other lives saying it's a cover-up and they should still look more into it. That to me shows who's in it for money and views and who's in it, who's not if they continue, right? So she responds and says, I'm a woman of my word. I'm moving forward. There are so many cases. Okay. So I'm all, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? She got the autopsy. You know what I'm saying? She's kind of like, you know, she went through her thing. She's done. It is what it is. She's moving on. Cool. You know, it is what it is. Boom. I wake up today. Kylie Rodney, Quinn Simon, let's discuss the chaos. Back at it again. And then not only that, when she tags Adventures with Purpose and all the bullshit. Like, you continue to keep going when you said you're done. You're a woman of your word and you're moving on.
But don't you agree, because she covered it so heavily, that like I said, maybe just discussing the autopsy and then like saying like, guys, you know,
well, then she needs to say that instead of saying in the comment section, I'm done, you know, responding to her sub who's asking, you know, basically saying, she needs to say, no, you know what, I'm not done. I want to go over the autopsy report. Not, I'm a woman of my word. I'm going to move on. You see what I mean? She could have said, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm not done. I do feel like it, but keep it 100, man.
Or
don't sit here and say you're fucking done.
Right.
She could have if you want to go over the autopsy, okay.
Put a close
say that. Don't sit here and tell your subs that you're done, you're done, you're done. You're a woman where you're your word and you're moving on. And then you're fucking, and then you say shit like that. You see what I mean?
I do, but I also don't get why Brittany's like singled out for it.
No, we singled Zav. I mean, when we went to Zav, I mean, there's a couple people we've already talked to about. I didn't even say shit to Brittany until the shit came out, the autopsy came out, and then I seen her comment about moving on. Then I woke up this morning and bam, she had another fucking stream tagged with Kylie Rodney. Like I said, if she wanted to go over it, go over it. That's fine. It's your channel. Do your thing. But fucking be honest about it. Quit saying you're done, you're done, you're done, because you don't want somebody to say something about you. That's the thing. She's scared to be talked about.
I agree with that. I mean, nobody likes being talking, you know, they don't like.
Well, no, but I mean, like I said, if you keep it 100, what can anybody say? I mean, I definitely keep it 100. What can anybody say? If she says, hey, I'm going to go over the autopsy report, I want to go over that. I don't trust that, whatever the fuck, whatever she said. You know what I mean?
I agree. I'm not here, a voice for hope, to speak on behalf of Brittany. I'm here because of
Brittany can speak for herself.
Yeah.
And
Brittany did offer for you. She did offer for you to come over to her panel, which, I mean, you know how it is. When you know the whole chat's against you, it makes anybody uncomfortable to come up on a panel.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
And I really,
well, that's
and
what
I
I
think
said.
what
I'll
you guys
talk to
are
her. I mean,
saying.
I have no problem talking to her. I'm not going to yell at her. I'm not going to scream at her. I'm not going to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to go at her reckless as fuck. No. Am I hot right now? Yeah, fuck yeah, I am. I'm trying to roll a blunt to calm my ass down right fucking now as we speak.
Well, maybe
Because I don't want to fucking be shitty with her like this. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to get shitty with her like this. But the shit is it's really fun. And then to turn around and say I'm obsessed, bitch. Yeah.
Is that what
Okay.
she said?
Yeah, hell yeah, she said it in her fucking chat. So that's why I went, bitch, I'm going off now. That's it. You fucking pushed the wrong motherfucking button and that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, if I can jump in here because I am super new.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot you. I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to be rude. I apologize.
Nope, don't worry about it. Anyway, so I guess I'm sorry, I might be boring everybody, but I guess my understanding is that this is a matter of kind of, I would call it hashtag etiquette or something like that. Because my understanding of how hashtags are used, it's not only used to market ourselves, but it's also used for when people want to, when they want to research in the future. So I guess my perspective is that people are, it's, they're searching to research, and what they're getting is people arguing back and forth, and then conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Is that an accurate understanding, or am I mistaken?
I personally, I believe you're right. Well, for me, I think people use tags for that audience and not necessarily for research or for whatever reason, but just for that
Right.
audience, to bring
Well,
attention
and
to the
a
audience.
lot of them use tag. Well, see, people use tags for different reasons. You know what I mean? Like, um, some people might tag it to get attention. So, for a certain subject, some people might tag certain people. Like I tagged Ryan Upchurch last night in the autopsy thing, so he could clearly know I'm tagging you. I want you to see this. I want you to know I'm tagging you. I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying? Like last night when I tagged at Ryan Upchurch and with the autopsy, like I said, I'm straightforward and honest about it. You know what I mean? Like I want him to see this because he started a whole lot of shit with a whole lot of people.
Yeah. I mean, because I
So
guess that's when I went over there, I kind of like, I expected something about, Quentin or Kylie. And it's like, I was kind of surprised that she was going on with talking about this situation with Queen Bee, because I feel like I'm someone, or well, no, I am someone. I don't believe, no offense, I don't believe anything any creator says until I go and check it out for myself.
exactly, and that's what you
So
should do. That is
you're,
what you should do.
if you're talking shit about somebody, I'm gonna zip right out of your chat. I'm gonna go check that person out. What's going on? So I go over there. What's going on? We're going back and forth between Granny's watching and Brittany, and it's kind of like, I don't know. She's talking about this conflict, whereas Queen's, her
I
concerns are
think she thinks
clearly
there's
labeled.
more of a conflict than there is, though. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, because like I said, me calling her out or holding her accountable for her own words of what that's not. I mean, I don't feel like that's a fight or an issue. Honestly, yeah, I'm gonna call her out. I am gonna call her out, especially after the conversation that went down today. Other than that, you don't really hear me speaking on Brittany like that. I might make a couple comments about her, but I talk about Zab Girl and the shit she's been doing.
Right.
Well, and
And
if I may, the tags were there because she had intended on making the live about the Kylie and the autopsy, and then this happened and it changed direction. And it's just, it's a matter of being in an emotional state. I'm sure she didn't consider like, oh, before I hop on here, let me go remove these tags and do all of this. So it's not like she used those tags to falsely bring you in there.
Okay, because it's just, I mean, I guess, so what if Queen's doing this for views? I mean, this is up for, either we want to
I
play
hope
into
people
it or
view
we
it
don't,
because you know
Brian.
what? I would like for people to stop talking about her and let her grieve, let her family grieve in peace. I mean, fuck, they've accused, and the thing is with me too, another thing too is she's a fucking teenager. And just like I haven't, just like we went on Zab last night, when I found out, and I still haven't even, we haven't even went even hard about it yet, honestly, because, yeah, in the chat, you guys, I mean, stay respectful. That's for sure. You guys keep it respectful.
Well, Well, some of this stuff
Anyhow, though,
that
she was talking about her period and her diva cup and her menstrual cycles, and you
What?
know why? Why were you talking about her pubic hair? Why?
What?
Why
No.
go? Why? What? You at 16 years old? Do you know? I mean, if you guys have a 16-year-old child, grandchild, niece, whatever, they are super tender at that age about their
Right.
personal areas and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, who
Yeah,
was talking about
exactly.
her pubic hair?
Zab girl was talking about her menstrual cycle, the diva cup, the pubic hair. I guess she was going to do a whole fucking poll about the fucking cup, like her menstrual cup.
Well, that's
Oh, I don't want to hear about that. I mean,
Yeah,
and I won't. I would think most people wouldn't.
I just
mean,
think
why
shit's
can't
getting
she just
taken way too far.
why can't
Way
she
too
just
far.
talk about menstrual cups in general? Why has it got to be Kylie's? I mean, I don't know. But anyway, I was very upset when I went. I saw some folks. I'm sorry if there's chomping in the background. My puppy's chewing on something. I'm just having him do that to keep him
No,
distracted.
you're fine, girl. It's all good. It's all good. Usually, like I said, usually I'm laid back. Usually I don't even, yeah, we talk shit, we have fun over here, but yeah, it's becoming an issue, so it needs to be addressed. You know what I'm saying? And after today, it won't be addressed again. Normally, I try not to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, like last night, some of the stuff that I saw, I was like, "Oh, okay." And I popped into some streams that I don't usually go into, and I was very upset. I was actually rage posting in a Discord last night because I was so upset by some of the things that I was seeing. We're talking about, well, I can't see how she could get back there. Get in the back seat. Okay, Adventures with Purpose has addressed this several times. I mean, maybe this other YouTube creator isn't familiar with Adventures with Purpose, or I don't know. But, I've watched many of their videos and they say it over and over and over that it's very common for people, and when they're drowning in a vehicle to crawl into the back seat, that's a very common thing, So it wasn't surprising to me. And this person was referencing like, "Oh, well, she was 5'11". I can't see her getting into the back of the car." Well, you know what? It, it's amazing what people will do when they want to survive. I mean, it's just they move
Right,
a lot
right. And
faster,
not only that, here
protect themselves.
I need to address this. Limited Reach said, if you can't handle an autopsy, don't watch true crime. This is not true crime, though. This is a 16-year-old girl who had a fucking accident in her vehicle and died because of it.
Yeah,
Her menstrual
exactly.
cycle and her period and her diva cup have nothing to fucking do with that. Nothing.
Well, and I don't understand, why do people want her? Why do they want her to suffer so much and make it a murder? That's what I don't understand. Why do people want her to suffer? Why? I just don't understand it. So,
I don't know. I guess I thought when she went over Gray Hughes's video and, you know what I'm saying, had been over there talking about it and watched it and played it and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I assumed that she was like, okay, I finally got it. It clicked. It was an accident.
yeah.
And like I said, had she said, hey, I'm going to go over the autopsy report, I'm interested in going over it, let's speak on it, whatever.
Yeah, that to
Be
me,
honest about what you're
that would
doing,
be
though,
the
and your
end of it.
intention. You can't sit here and say, I'm done, I'm a woman of my word, I'm moving on, and then the very next fucking day, make a post, and then when I say something like, hey, you just said you were done yesterday, like, what's going on? Oh, don't drop my PayPal. People are upset. No, bitch. No, the fuck I'm not. But now I'm going to be.
Yeah, I guess I thought that it would have stopped at the autopsy. Not just because I blindly follow everything that the government says, but I think that to me it makes the most sense. And I'm an Occam's razor kind of person. So I kind of doubted all of the conspiracy theories and stuff like that from the outset. I mean, I
Well, yeah,
watched some of it
you got
because
to
it was,
look. You got to do your own research. That's one of the things on YouTube. Like, you have to do your own research. You can't just
yeah,
believe what's at hand and what people say. You really just can't. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you have got to do your own research and form your own opinion.
right. And I guess, yeah. And honestly, I do kind of also follow my own thinking and what makes sense to me. So, but I guess I was just kind of, when I went in there and I tried to explain what my perspective on the the call out is that, and I tried to give an example, that, my victims, they're all solved crimes, but they're not necessarily, the true crime community at large isn't too interested in them. And I try to say, the difference, I wouldn't talk about Nikki Kuhnhausen, well, I wouldn't tag something that Nikki Kuhnhausen when I'm talking about Gloria Zafra, because everybody wants to hear about Nikki Kuhnhausen. It's a way newer crime and they want to hear more about it. And there's legislation in the United States that happened because of it. And then it was like several comments down. Then she closed it off to subscribers only. And I'm like, well, what the heck is that supposed to mean? Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it's like I tried to give her an example. I tried to be very facts about it. And it's like she just, I don't know.
Well, and it
I don't
seems
know
to
if
me
she's
like
embarrassed or what.
I'm
Huh?
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
But yeah, I mean, I guess to me, I guess, pretty much I'm going, I need, obviously I need to go back through the list of people that I subscribe to and look at what creators are talking about this morning. And pretty much everybody, it's a real wheat, separating wheat from the chaff kind of a thing. Subscriber or creators are obviously, they're kind of separating themselves and they're telling me very clearly who they are and what they're about. So, that's kind of, I guess, people can also kind of use this experience that way, that it's a wheat from the chaff kind of a thing. They're kind of separating themselves, because I view it as being over,
Well, yeah, and see, the problem is, it's like Zap Girl, for instance. Okay, we'll use her for an example, because she's been we have called her out relentlessly. I mean, about her emojis, from her emojis to her chat to the way she covers these. You know what I'm saying? Like, she has taken it really hard. Zap Girl has taken it really hard from us. You know what I mean? Like, we have definitely called her out on a lot. Brittany, on the other hand, not so much. Not really nothing at all. You know what I mean? Because she's a smaller creator. She's just learning, getting into true crime. You know what I'm saying? So I was kind of letting her do her own thing. Yeah, I made a couple comments or whatever. You know what I mean? But whatever. You know what I'm saying? As far as that goes. But like I said, so there's creators that have said, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to continue covering Kylie. It is what it is. That's what my subs want. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. That's what it is. That's what you want to do. That's what it is. I choose not to watch it. I don't want no parts of it. And you know what I mean? I will unsubscribe. Thank you for being honest. Don't sit here and tell me that you're done. It's an accident. You're done. You're done. You're going to let the family rest in peace, and then turn around and still continue to talk about it every fucking day and tag her and put her in tags when you're not even talking about her. Or, like, let's discuss Quentin and then tag Adventures with Purpose and Kylie Rodney and Truckee Way. And, like,
yeah, it's just, I mean, actions speak louder than words. She said that she was done, and what she's done is she's put the hashtag for an accidental death. She's hashtagged an accidental death onto, onto a true crime discussion. I mean, what's the action there? What does the action tell you? It's kind of, that's my perspective of it. Is, that's her action. So,
I'm not sure where Hell on Wheels. I don't know where you got GW was using anyone, or where that came from. I don't think she's using anybody. So
your chat is there's personal feelings in the chat. It's clear, and this is so unnecessary. It's like for the chat, because they supported Brittany up until like a week ago, there was a falling out. So up until then, you guys were all okay with what she's doing, and now you're all bent on hell about what she's doing. But just when you were her mods, you had no problem with it, right? Like, I'm not understanding the personal hostility, and there's no reason to tie me in. I'm cordial with Brittany. We're not best fucking friends. We're not having coffee together. Like, what is the problem? People think if you go on a panel with a creator, suddenly you're BFFs and you're holding hands, skipping along.
No, I assume she ran straight to you like she did to me when you guys were having issues. So I assumed when you was right there up on her panel, I said, oh, okay, so obviously she ran straight to you. You know what I mean?
No,
I'm not doing that. I don't have
didn't
issues
know.
with you. If I had issues with you, I'll take that up with you. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not, my issue is with what Brittany had to say. And then this morning to be like, oh, she's obsessed. No, bitch, you're obsessed. And I'm going to have to call it out now. I wasn't even going
thought
to
it
go
was
hard as
about
fuck on you like that. I really wasn't. Because like I said, I feel like she's kind of newer to, she did drama before. Her channel was like 1,500 subs. She's doing great. She's got her subs up, which, right, you come to YouTube, you want subs, you want views. That's the whole fucking reason you come to YouTube, right?
right. That's exactly what
Right.
I'm saying.
That's the whole reason. But like I said, be honest about it. If you're going to use Kylie's death and you're going to use her fucking case or whatever to gain your views and your subs and stuff, be honest about it.
But
Don't
here's
sit and
also the
lie.
thing, right, Queen? As a creator, you know this. You could have 10,000 subscribers.
Oh, I
And it
said it the
doesn't
other day.
matter. It's the active participants you have. So people
Right.
in the chat saying, I'm using Brittany for views. I have a very strong community. And when Kylie's case is over, most of the people that are there for it are no longer going to be there. So if you really
Exactly.
think that I'm using any case or any creator for that's goofy. I have a loyal community. I don't need to use people. I don't need to cover. Do we all want our channels to grow? Absolutely. But that doesn't like there is no benefit in me using Brittany. It's actually more beneficial for Brittany to be friends with me. So let's just cut that narrative out in the chat because that's silly. And I didn't know that anything was personally about you today. I actually thought it was about the person that played the video, that made the video that you said you played, because they've been going nuts over this whole thing and tagging and tagging and tagging. And I think you can understand just
now.
From
See, we went hard on Zab. We went hard on AWP for the shit that they've done. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have definitely called out a lot of people over here. The tragedy. We've played Deets on the Streets. We've played the tragedy pimp videos. We've called shit out. You know what I mean? And like I said, I've left her out of the mix for the most part.
Right.
We played the one video that fuck, why can't I think of her name? I always want to call her Tracy, but it's not Tracy. Her name's something else. DeLorean. I played her video on one she made. And so we played that, the tragedy pimps, Deets on the Street, Heels in the Air. You know what I'm saying? We definitely, and I don't support like Bullhorn Betty, Dolly. We've called them out as well. I mean,
no, and I get it. What I was going to say, though, is as far as Brittany goes, this is all newer to her. She came straight out of a drama community. I mean, I didn't even fucking like her. You know what I mean?
Right.
Obviously, you know that. So this is all newer to her. And from the community she came within, there are people who every day are going live about her or, you know, judging. And they're not throwing in Sav Girl. They're not talking about Dolly and Bullhorn Betty. It's strictly just Brittany. So when you came up and I guess, you know, said whatever you said, she automatically got extremely defensive because it's like there are so many people that are simply just going at her for it, and it is relentless. And
yeah, I went straight to her. I made a post and I tagged her in it. So you know what I'm saying? It was tagged with her name in it. I used her screenshots from her page that she said, you know what I mean, her own words, and I said I made a community post. And then when she didn't respond and all her friends came over to respond for her, I said, okay, well, you know what? Then here, I'll be direct about it. I went to her chat and I wrote in her chat, you said in your own words that you were done. So why are you continuing to use this case to grift off? Like what's going on? Nope. They deleted my comment immediately. And then she wanted to comment back some shit like, oh, you're obsessed. No, I'm not. But I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you what's going on. These are words out of your mouth. So I'm gonna hold you accountable to those words.
Right. And I
so
agree
and
that
it's like I said,
no,
sorry, honey, go ahead.
you should have morals. There's no doubt about it. But I personally, again, I don't watch them all. They're long streams, you know.
Yeah, they're too long. I can't keep up.
Right. But as far as I know from other people saying as much, she's never really disrespected the family or anything other than, I guess there could be the argument that they asked that people stop. But it's not like she's doing what Sav Girl's doing, which is talking about the girls' period and attacking other teens and pulling up their photos and all. That's a lot more cruel. But,
right.
But I guess my ultimate question is, even if you have a live like this every day, can we really bully somebody into stopping?
I don't think you should have to bully anybody into stopping. Right. I mean, like I said, it's their channel. This is how I feel. It's your channel. You can do as you want. If you don't want to be called out, then be honest about it. Be honest about what you're doing.
Well, yeah, I went.
And if you can't be honest about it, and you do, you know, someone does hold you accountable for it, you can't be angry. And like I said, I'm not okay. So here's another thing. People get this. This is another misconception here that people want to. Okay, just because I call somebody out doesn't mean I don't like them. Like, I can still like you and hold you accountable to what you said.
Oh, no doubt. I tried doing that with somebody we're all familiar with, and it ended up being, you know, attacked for it. I didn't come to
a lot of people do that.
Drama device, Heather. I didn't come to speak for Brittany. I came to speak for myself. I have genuine fucking questions here. Why didn't you come out and admit who you were, you fucking fraudulent ass bitch? Anyway, yeah, I loved your apology that you went back on the next day because we figured out who you were. So anyway, I guess for me, like, I understand what you're saying because we were on a panel
Yeah,
together, and I said as much to a gentleman who came up. I personally would appreciate if people were more honest and just said, like, yeah, this has been very beneficial to my panel and you know, to my channel, and that's why I'm doing it. Ultimately, most people on here, especially if you're monetized, you're here to make money. You're here to grow your channel. There are ways you should do it. There are ways you shouldn't. I personally didn't see her doing it in any way that was harmful, but I get where others can see it as such. I just look at it similar to the Watts case. There's still people that fucking go off that every day. Insanely. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing though, is the Watts case is actually a case, whereas, you know, with Kylie Rodney, really, it's not even a case for law enforcement. So why is it a case for us? It's not a case. No crime was committed, and we're true crime. So why is it why keep talking about it? Because this family is really hurting.
well,
And
not only that though, the mom came out and clearly said, you know, like, okay, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate your help, but it's done and over now. Can we have some peace? Can we agree? You know what I mean? Like, kindness is minding your own business, and sometimes that's what it is.
yeah, and we want
And don't get me wrong, I've spoke on it. There's things that I've spoke on, but I felt compelled to speak on, and I said that exactly. Or when I'm calling someone out, Kylie Rodney's name is going to be brought up. I am going to tag Zav Girl and Kylie Rodney, Ryan Upchurch. That's who I'm speaking directly to you. I want you to know I'm speaking to you. I'm tagging you in this. I'm making sure you're well aware of what I'm discussing and who I'm talking to.
Yeah, and I think
You
that
see what I mean?
I think that's an important part of research is that people do know and that you know that there was a conflict and that they do need to be careful about who they are, you know, kind of take it with a grain of salt or, you know, be aware that there might be some information that's not factual because I don't see
Well,
people as
not only
black
that,
and
though, I
white.
feel like there's a respectful way to talk about it. Okay, so if you want to talk about her autopsy and you want to go over it, Plunder, she did a great job. She did a fucking amazing, right? She went over it. She didn't put any opinions. She didn't put any speculation. She didn't. She just simply read the fucking autopsy and let people make their own determination from that.
Right. Yeah. So
Now, there are channels who want to go over it. That's your choice. That's your channel. That's your right to do what you want to do on your channel.
yeah,
Well, and it's funny because there are people that are saying about morals and integrity, but one person literally built their channel off another person's medical condition, right? So it's like, do you really have the right to now sit in a chat box and talk about morals and integrity and honesty when your content is based off if somebody has cervical cancer or not? The hypocrisy is real. You don't like the person, you don't like them, but you don't seek things to be wrong just because you don't like them. Because let's be honest, a lot of you later then go into a chat room and you discuss the case. So you're no different. You're just angry at Brittany.
that's true. I think
Well,
that
and doing a
could
live,
be a very
you know,
accurate statement.
and doing a live, okay, judging the mom. That's another issue that I have. Judging the friends, pulling up, doxing these young ass girls, doxing these young ass kids. We have kids. You know what I'm saying? We all know what it would be like. We all know we would be extremely fucking pissed if something like this happened to us or our kids. You know what I mean?
I would flip. I would flip if I
Oh,
was
I
still
would too, for
if I was
sure.
still in the professional sector. You know, I used to do accounts payable and I used to do third party insurance, and I would freak if somebody attached my name to something like this.
Yeah,
Um,
and the internet's
I
forever.
would
Once it's
freak.
out there, it's
I
out
would
there.
be suing. I would be suing. I would. I would be suing. And I think that their parents have every right to sue creators who are intentionally attaching their kids, you know, and doxing them. I think that the parents should sue. I do, even if it's in small claims court. I think they should sue because I think that obviously some people don't get it, you know, that you don't run children into the ground and impact their professional career. The You don't do that. It's I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe she's never had a professional job where, you know, you go into an office and you know that human resources is searching your name. They are searching your name across social media. They will find stuff that you don't even know is out there. This is I don't know how to impress it upon people how important this is. I just don't. I don't.
I agree, but don't you also, in a way, believe that there are different? So another thing that I've realized, because listen, I'm not naive to what you are all saying. I get it. I felt the same way. I know what you're saying, but there are different.
Well, and didn't you go through this with NC? Didn't you guys? I mean, because I don't know your full history about all that. Like, I don't know, but didn't y'all go through this? Didn't you call her out for grifting and shit and lying about it, not being
Yeah.
honest? If you're gonna fucking grift, then fucking be honest, man.
Well, and
You want
she
to grift and you want to be a
celebrated
grifter,
the day
fucking be
that
honest about it.
and the day that Gabby Petito was found, she celebrated and said, I've reached 20,000 subscribers. Hope you haters are watching. So, I mean, that's gross shit, without a doubt.
Yeah, it is. It
But
is.
I do also think that there are like subdivisions. So, like what you're saying, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name below me.
I'm Unseen.
Unseen True Crime. Paloma just got up here, baby. She just came up.
Okay, nice to meet you, Unseen. And so what I hear you're saying is, like, as an aspect of like true crime, there should be, you should stick to the facts and just that. But a lot of these channels are like, there's like subdivisions, right? So there's like true crime, then there's like true crime and conspiracy, then there's crime, then so it's just a matter of like, well, maybe that's just the wrong category for you to be in, because what I think the coverage is tiresome myself. That's why I don't watch it all. But what I see is more of like a conspiracy, more so than like a professional true crime. To me, the professional true crimers are the ones like Bailey and those who do like just stick to the facts. They don't give their own perspective, opinions. We see that with Sav Girl, right? She leans both ways. She doesn't give a direct answer, which isn't professional. She's a conspiracist. She got wrapped up with the whole new crowd, all that good stuff, whatever. But like for Brittany, I don't think she would categorize as a true crime creator, more so than like a conspiracy type. So is that maybe like the social pressures of what a true crime creator should be? Is that maybe part of the issue?
That's a good question. That is a good question. That's something I clearly need to think about more. But I guess you're right. The lines are getting, well, those particular lines that you're talking about, I don't think that they're blurred. I do think that whether or not someone is an accidental death and a conspiracy or anything like that, I don't think that it really I don't think that it belongs in either bin.
Yeah.
I guess it's, yeah. So.
And for Megan's question, how am I supporting that? Like how, like literally how she said, how you felt when your daughter's TikTok was looked into and how wrong it was. And I completely agreed. It was actually doxed on YouTube for everybody to see. Why is it okay that these teens were?
Yeah, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. Just like with Zab Girl doing it to these teenage kids. I think it's a fucking bunch of bullshit. And that's another reason why I got super upset with her.
And I'm literally not supporting that. So for the question at the end that says, how are you supporting that? How am I supporting that? I would like to know, because I don't support that. I've never supported
I wanted to say something though, like, why should it matter what she's categorized as? Isn't this what we're doing here on the panel today about like right and wrong and not being honest about her channel being a business?
Well,
like, because so there's creators out here, right, that run their channel and do whatever, true crime or crime or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? But they're honest. They're like, you know what? This is a business. I got fucking viewers that want to see it, and I'm gonna do it. Okay. And then there's like the greater goods. Like I can fucking name a couple of them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we're just doing this for awareness. We just want answers. Oh my goodness, we just want to keep their name out there, and it's a bunch of bullshit, is what it is.
Well, has she ever said it's not a business? Like, has she ever literally?
I don't know, but like but my question was like, does it matter? Does it really matter what she's categorized as far as like subgenre and whatever? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, to me it does, because there's the social pressures of being up top notch as a true crime creator should be, but then you do have little looser expectations when you're talking about conspiracies, right? Because conspiracies are always going to go down a conspiracy route. So, in my opinion, I would say yes, it does matter a bit.
Well, I'm going to jump down.
I get what you're saying. Oh, sorry. I get what you're saying now that you said that, though.
You know what I
But
mean? And listen, I'm not disagreeing with what any of you are saying. If there are like little like not because I watch other creators do it and I've called them out for it. If in the middle of like a heavy true crime case where you have a couple hundred in your chat, you nonchalantly mention how like, oh, I didn't have enough gas to get to the market, right? That's a dry bag. That is very obvious. It's not hard to see. It's not hard to recognize. And it is done in a way where, but would that really be considered grifting? I don't know.
Well, and see, listen, like, oh God, I just forgot what I was gonna say. Go on.
Yeah, and I don't see.
I don't know. I think it comes down to a point when the mom has said, "Please stop, please stop." Like, we got this from here. Let us breathe in peace. Please stop. And people kept going and kept going and kept going. I'm like, you know what? It's really fucked up. But this is YouTube, and they're entertaining their subscribers. This is what they want. This they obviously.
Well, she didn't even say to stop covering the fucking case, Queen. What she said was fucking handle yourself with fucking respect, basically, like, and not so many words. Like,
stop
she said, like,
my friends, my daughter's
right.
friends, and kids and stuff.
If you're gonna do case study, fucking be respectful. Stop fucking casting guilt over these fucking young people. And that's what I was gonna say, Granny. I'm sorry, because I'm in my car, so I got way distracted. Anyway, I'm not driving, by the way. So anyway, what I was gonna say was like, okay, so if she's like, in the conspiracy theory subgenre, and she, is held to less expectations because conspiracy theories can go wild. That's kind of a problem too, though, because that can become a real slippery motherfucking slope. And people in the chat or people fucking anywhere can say I'm on my fucking like moral high ground, but when I look in those fucking chats with those fucking dumb fuck ass backwards conspiracy theories, what I see is a bunch of fucking judgmental Judies talking about this mother and how she should fucking grieve, and talking about fucking these kids and how they're fucking horrible in the Truckee way. Y'all sound like you fucking need to be rubber roomed. Like, I'm not even kidding. You guys sound insane. Rubber room insane. Like crazy.
Yeah,
and it's fucking ridiculous.
Really crazy. I think
that was something I just threw in at the end. Sorry.
That's okay.
Just had to throw that out there.
I think a lot of brains operate differently, which can be a beautiful thing. And sometimes in these cases, you can see it and be like, all right, that's like absolutely ridiculous. Like somebody saying the reason Quentin's family drained the pool was to hide evidence. Well, they're not the ones that drained the pool. The police did. So things like that is like,
right.
Come on, and as far as like me, so just because like I'm cordial with Brittany doesn't mean I support everything she says and does, Megan. If I'm not on the panel when that's being discussed, then it's not fair to say that I support that. And Rena, I would get views. You don't think I would get views if I called that out? I get views if I go shopping. I mean, I hate when you guys act like everything comes down to views. Not everything I say and do and speak against comes down. You don't think I would have saved myself a lot of heartache not calling out voices for the horrible things she said? You don't think that caused me a lot of issues and difficulties and real life invasion again? So not everything that we have to do has to be for views or for anything else. It could just be because that's how we feel. I haven't seen Brittany talk about the teenagers. I haven't seen Brittany dig into the kids. Again, I don't see everything, which is why I came here to directly ask Queen, can you explain to me in which way and format you feel like she's grifting? Because I don't trust the likes of Lindsay, who's over there saying she's grifting, because look at everything Lindsay says. So I'm going to take it from somebody whose word I actually care about and take in consideration if you can elaborate me on which and way you think she's grifting this case. Is that simple?
Lindsay as in the mom, or Lindsay as in somebody in the community?
Oh, somebody in the community. I'm sorry. Not even in
I
this
was like, oh fuck, what?
Yeah. No, not the mother. I would never disrespect the mother.
But can I
okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump down because it looks like I'm really somebody's soup. It offends them. They are, I don't know, they hate me and they want me off.
Well, you don't have to jump down because someone in the chat doesn't like it.
Yeah, sorry for you. If they don't like it, they don't like it.
Well, I don't think that I really have a whole lot to say, and I think that maybe they want to come up and have their say, but they've got, I think, like what, 8 to 10 hours on their hate channel. So I don't want them dragging it into your chat because we need to stay on topic. So
yeah, that happens
I'm going to go ahead and jump down so I'm not distracting them. And you guys have a good day. And thank you so much for your time and explaining a little bit to me more about hashtag etiquette and, speaking to these subjects and tagging people appropriately. And thank you for giving me something to think about, Granny's watching. You guys have a good day. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye,
Thank you for
Unseen.
Thank
listening.
you very much for being respectful and adulting with us. Thank you. It's hard sometimes to adult when you're pissy. You know, I'm serious because I was fucking hot earlier. I'm like, motherfucker.
It is, and because we do act off emotions, because it is infuriating.
Oh, yeah.
It is, especially when you feel like it's coming to the disrespect. I felt the same way when I saw people playing the alleged footage of Kylie's last moments, and I'm like, I have yet to see a creator stop and acknowledge that not only one is this a baby's final moments, but two, that the family has to see this over and over and over again. Literally, they want if it's the real footage, right? And everybody's like stopping and analyzing, and there's laughing in between. It was just so disrespectful. So like, I'm not. It's not like I'm like closed off, and it's not like I'm not best friends with Brittany. Like I'm not like in a relationship where I can't see wrong from wrong. I'm just genuinely here to get an understanding of what is wrong.
Well,
I think
yeah,
a lot of times people speak from personal perspectives, and it does become like you have a jaded perspective now because like a lot of people in the chat, you don't like me, right? So
well, see,
automatically
look,
you're defensive
here's
towards
the
me.
thing. If you wanted to, and tell me I'm wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong, but if you wanted to grow your channel right now, Granny, you could go live right now with Kylie Rodney's autopsy or anything about her. And let your chat run fucking wild with conspiracy theories. Set your shit to subs only mode, and from the very fucking beginning, which people do that because they get spam. Somebody just tried to spam my fucking chat. I do it because I get spam, but you could fucking set it to put your fucking PayPal and your Cash App and your shit and your wish list and all your bullshit. Pin that right to the fucking top and let people run fucking wild.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's a quick, easy way
Your
to grow a
subs are
channel.
gonna skyrocket immediately. Your members will double. Of course. So people, they see that and they're like, oh, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? This is what my subs want. I'm going to entertain that.
Yeah. Like I said, I was on a
But it's
panel.
like, how you know, at what point do you think, damn, the internet's forever, my kids are gonna see this someday, and then, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I completely agree with you. And I'm with you in the aspect, and I said it with a gentleman, that if some of these creators would come out and just be honest, like, you know, yeah, this is literally my
right.
business. This is a money maker. I'm making good money, good views right now, and I'm going to keep it going. I
Yep.
personally have more respect too. I don't
Just
think
be 100 about it. Don't say I'm done.
100%.
I'm a woman of my word. I'm a woman of my word, because I take that shit serious. You know what I'm saying? Oh, your word's all you really got.
right.
So,
And like I've explained to many people too, and it does come down to a realization that a lot of people are there strictly to speak about Kylie, right? And creators know this. So once you stop covering Kylie, you're going to lose a good percentage of those views. And some people just don't want to lose those views. But then you also have people like in this situation with Brittany, where they are banking on her losing those views. Their whole channel is built at going at her. One person particularly keeps mentioning, like you said, about her having her PayPal and everything pinned, but they covered a case and had that stuff pinned the entire time. So it's really the hypocrisy of who's calling out what. And that's where it becomes down to, like, this is just personal for a lot of these people. And if you can take yourself out of the personal aspects and really think about it, what is so wrong?
well, that's like I said with Zap Girl. I like Zap Girl. I like Zap Girl as a person. I like her. Do I like what she's doing? Absolutely not. Have I spoke up about it? Absolutely, I have. You know what I mean? But just
And we
because
should
I'm
be able
speaking
to.
out or saying something or trying to hold you accountable for your words, then, you know what I'm saying, or for what you said, you're sticking to your word. She even said it on your panel. If it's an accident, I'm done covering it. I'm going to be respectful to the family.
Right. No,
I
I
want
do.
Okay,
to
you know what
ask
I'm
you a
saying?
question. Did you just say like Brittany has like a lot of hater channels?
Yeah.
Why? Because I've always like kind of like
Right, I thought she was,
felt like
actually, I
she
didn't
was
know
low
that
key
either,
and shit.
so.
Like I hate, you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to hate on Laura, but like Laura snaps back and she's blunt. I kind of get. Like, I don't understand those type of channels and why they do them, because like if you're having a channel like just to have one person as content, it's fucking weird as fuck to me.
Hold on,
But
though. She said she came out of the drama community, though. They all came from the
I
they are
came from the
what
fucking drama community, bitch. Like
So
well,
nobody's
is
no,
it?
but
fucking,
I'm
you know
saying
what I
they
mean?
came
Like,
from the NC, the Natasha Cooper community. So all the girls got in, like they kind of had a community like we did over here, where we all kind of got into it at once. Everybody was doxxed. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? I think that they had the same kind of a similar situation, and that's why
It's like double sorted if I answer, because I'm only from the outside looking in. A lot of these people were friends with Brittany, and when she decided she wasn't going to support a mutual creator that they also support, it kind of like split off into ends, and now you have this end that has
okay,
this, and like I said, there's one person in your chat right now that's talking about morals, but your channel was built off saying I faked cancer, right? So like, where were your morals as you're literally digging into, because I use the words full blown, then my precancerous cells turn to full-blown cancer. This person then makes a 4-hour video about how I lied about cancer because I wasn't on my deathbed. So it's like, do you really have no, like, who are you to pass judgment now on to Brittany when where were your morals? So that's like where I'm saying some of it is just personal. And when you look at their own behaviors, the same thing can be thrown at them. So basically you have a bunch of dirty hands throwing dirt at each other when we're all guilty in one way or the other of the same thing.
well, yeah, and you
I
know
don't
what?
know. It's
I
like
mean,
I don't know if I've gotten
that's
lucky or
between
what.
you guys. Like all that bullshit, that's all between you guys. I'm talking specifically about cases, and more so specifically about the Kylie Rodney case. Like I don't know about all that other shit with you guys. I don't know about it. I don't want to know about it. We already went through that, and it was so fucking exhausting.
It's
It was fucking
exhausting. It's
horrible.
messy as
It
hell.
caused PTSD.
Well,
Like,
yeah, I don't want to know about like the ins and outs of the drama, but I was just asking
yeah,
because like how, okay, just channels in general as creators, like I've been running my mouth for fucking 6 years and I haven't got a death threat. And I think I don't know, I think shit's weird out here where like so many people are getting death threats. I'm like, why ain't nobody want to kill me yet? Like, I think it's weird. I think some people lie about it and shit. I think that, and then it kind of ties into like, presenting content for views, which of course we want people to watch, right? And like for different reasons, like whether it be personal or on a case. And I don't know, I just think shit's fucking weird sometimes. I don't understand it, like how you get hate. Like, I mean, I always thought Britney
I
was
don't
kind of
understand
like
it
mellow,
either. I don't understand how
but
you can hate somebody to the point of wishing death on them through the internet. Doesn't make sense to me either. But that's, some of these people are that hate filled, which is what I'm saying. And you all know, once you dislike somebody, just the slightest thing they do, you can make into a big thing, right? They could sneeze the wrong way and you would turn into this big thing.
oh
So
yeah,
that's why I came to directly ask somebody that I do respect enough and know that their perspective is not jaded or one-sided, to ask what is it that I personally am not seeing.
well, not only
okay,
that though, she sits and lets her chat dog out Kylie's mom, which was extremely upsetting, and I don't think she realizes. Um, I don't think she realizes what the I don't know what I guess the how it looks really to allow that kind of shit to go down in your chat when you say you claim to be this Christian woman, and if that's the case, why are you judging this mom in her worst part of her life right now? She's going through one of the worst, most traumatic, most horrific things you could go through, losing your child and then having to deal with it and deal with people on the internet critiquing every single little tiny thing about your child and how they died.
Yeah, can I step in here for just a minute?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think your name's Granny's watching, right?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Valoma. I'm stuck. My real name is Stephanie, and I don't think I've ever seen your channel, but I'm definitely gonna go and take a look at it. I jumped up on Queen's panel a few weeks ago. Actually, it was the week of August 12th through the 17th. Excuse me. And I'll remember those dates forever, because that's the anniversary dates of my son's death. And the reason that I stepped up on the panel was because the way that this whole the whole Kylie Rodney case had turned into a circus really got to me. That's the second time that's ever happened. I've been a part of the true crime community since 2017. Started with the Delphi case. I came to YouTube to watch true crime like many people do, part of a grief community. I came here because it was a good way to occupy my brain in the beginning stages of my grief. So I said some things on Queen Bee's panel that night, not with the intention of being ugly or anything of that sort, but with the intention of trying to get the word out that there are hundreds, if not thousands, other Valomas who have buried a child and who are here in this true crime community because it helps us with our grief to see other people's tragedies and see them overcome. To see other parents that have lost children that they never even know where they're at. They never find their bodies. They never get to have a funeral. They never, the very last thing that you can do for your child when your child is gone, they don't get any of that. They don't know who, they don't even know who hurt their child. And so it was a good way to give me perspective, to get my ass out of bed. Like, how do I have the right to be so hate-filled and so filled with pain when there are so many other people who don't get the details of what happened to their child. And so my whole intention of going on Queen's panel that week was not so much to do with my son's death, because it wasn't a tragic, it was a very tragic accident. It wasn't a conspiracy. It wasn't, thankfully, a murder. It wasn't, he wasn't missing or anything of the sort. It was a tragic accident. So it gave me perspective as far as if there's other parents out there that have to go through weeks, months, years, hours of their child missing before they find their child. Why am I still laying in this bed, staring at the wall, hating life, begging that I don't wake up, tomorrow? And so there's a couple of things that I want to say, not to you directly, but to anybody who thinks that, some of these behaviors are okay. So when we can all sit here and say, person A may do this or may do that, but person B and C do so much worse. Either way, if it's bad, it's bad. As far as the creator drama goes, I personally don't give two shits who likes who and who's in what clique and who's not in what clique. I come here because I want to know how the story ends. I want to see that the family is treated with dignity and respect and kindness. I'm sorry. I'm not really too concerned even with the number of subscribers that they have. Now, let me say, if you have a YouTube channel and you're producing content, you absolutely should make money, 100%. If you have you're putting your time and your effort and your money, and I think any family who felt like they were treated with dignity and respect and that their child was helped by getting the name out there, I think they would say the same thing. Make your money. I support the channels that I find doing good things in the community and good things for other people. I support them, and I'll continue to do that. Subscribers should not have to filter through hours of shit in order to find a good content creator. And in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, when I first came to YouTube and started learning about these true crime cases, it was because YouTube, a lot of the content creators had more information than what local law enforcement was able to put out. Gray Hughes had a lot more information on the Delphi case than what the local, Indiana information had. Chasing Truth, you can bank on her words being truth or fact, and if they're not, she will correct them, and it's not that she made that stuff up. What separates them and several other content creators in true crime is that they are getting the information out there. They're putting the child or the person who's missing's face on the screen. They're putting their name where they were at, and they keep doing it. It's not so much that they're trying to come up with the end of the story. I think everybody is going to anticipate or expect conspiracy theories, but I want to say this. When it comes to 6 years ago, If we go back 6 years and compare that to right now. So today what we have, photos of Kylie that were screenshotted or still shotted from underwater camera footage. And from the parent's perspective, from the mother or the father of Kylie, there's a good possibility that the last moments of her life in that car do not belong to the public. They belong to her parents, and it should be her parents' decision to share those with people or not. When your child dies, and it doesn't matter how old they were, you go out into the world and you collect all the pieces of them that you can find to make them whole. And you hold on to those with your entire life and your soul. So when other people have those pieces of your child and they're dispersing them to the world, they're pieces that you never get back. Those photos should never have been put out there. And the people who continued to share them were not thinking like a parent. Because if you have a child and you can't put yourself in the shoes of the person, the parent of the child that you're covering, then there's a problem with that. The photos of her friends and her family that were put all over the internet, you know, the family will go to the internet. They will go to every social media platform. They will type her name in. I used that information. I did it. I went to every social media platform and I typed my son's name in to finish his baby book, because he's not here to do it. Because he's not going to get married. He's not going to have children. I needed to finish his baby book, and that's what I did. So they are going to find these things. Everybody in the chat that was saying, like, you know, the family has a choice whether to watch this or not. How completely disrespectful and entitled could somebody be? That's their child. That's their family member. That's their child. And what happened was the death of someone else's child became marketing material for a bunch of people who never met her. They never saw her laugh, smile. They don't know her favorite food. They don't know how she screamed if she got stung by a bee. They don't know anything about her other than what they're hearing all over the place. And so her death and her autopsy reports are plastered all over the internet. If somebody did that with my son, I would probably die. I'm not kidding you. That's the last moments of their life. And it's as equally important as the moment that they were born. It's equally important. The things that make my relationship with my son so much more special than anyone else that he loved and cared about, because I'm the only mom that he ever had. If I give all of those things to the rest of the world, how am I the special? How am I his mother? How is my relationship with him special? It's not. If I give everything to everybody else, there are some things that should be completely private to Kylie's family, to Quentin's family, to Abby and Libby's family, to Summer's family, to all of these children. Their family has been lost in all of the chaos and the hecticness. The words that are said, the images that are shown, the theories, the statements, and so on, I know for most of the people listening, it's hard to think this way. And I, from the bottom of my heart, pray that not one of you ever get a phone call and say, go to the hospital. I pray with my soul that not one of you ever have to wake up every fucking day and live without your child. I pray that that never happens to one of you. But if you can, for one moment, just one moment, think, if you have 2 children, 3 children, like me, 1 child, we didn't get a choice. Nobody called and asked Kylie's mom, like nobody called and asked me, is it okay if I take your child? I didn't get the opportunity to beg for his life. I didn't get to plead my life for his. It was not a choice. that was taken from me. And so the statements, all of these, if it's hard, as hard as it might be to think about one of your children being dead, imagine it for a moment that you're the mother or you're the father of this child that you're continuously talking about, her family, her friends, her loved ones. You're talking about them every day, all the time. And it doesn't matter if you have an audience of 1 or you have an audience of 1 million. You're talking negatively about somebody else's child. Those statements can never be taken back. And there's not an apology in the world that can make anybody, that can ever make the parent feel better. The death of someone else's child has become marketing material. It's become weapons for content creators to use against others. It has been the most heinous, disgusting things have been said about this little girl who's 16 years old. Everybody should make money if you have a channel. But today we have subs being doxxed and attacked for having a difference of opinion. I can testify to that. We have 2 idiots standing outside of the home of a little boy that all we know is that law enforcement is presuming him to be deceased. And that's it. There's no other details. And so there's 2 idiots that are standing outside of this person's house, of this family's house, going to town. So I say this, before you make a live stream where you show autopsy reports or you talk about somebody's period, or you show the last moments of someone's life, someone's child's life underwater in a car, I ask you, what is your intention behind it? Before you make a statement accusing a parent, before you say the words, if that were my child, I would fill in the blank. Before you open your mouth, before you go on a live stream, before you make a video, what is your intention behind it? Because if the intention is to get more viewers, get more subscribers, get members, get a super chat, become popular, YouTube famous, have the scoop, then you're a piece of shit because it's somebody else's child. The intention should be what drives you and motivates you. And if you are a true crime content creator, then put the information out there. If you want to solve a case, pick a cold case. Pick a cold case or something, but still have the integrity and the wherewithal to know that somebody loves and cares about that person that you're talking about. If there is no standard set, this continues and it continues and it gets worse. I don't care who likes who. I don't care who's in what clicks. The objective should be to get the information out there, not to solve the case. Subs and members, we are as equally responsible as content creators. When they show you who they are, listen and see. If your gut tells you something's not right, back out. It is important for us to completely support likes, views, subscribe, members, super chat, however you support. If you find somebody that's doing good and they have integrity and morals and they're delicately handling somebody else's child's death, then support them. And if they're not, don't support them. Don't talk about them. Don't go to another chat and type the channel name in. Ignore them completely. That is how we build the good channels. We build them up to a platform and we weed out the bad ones. We are as equally responsible as the content creators that are supporting or not supporting who they should and who they should not be. We are as equally responsible. We cannot sit in a chat and cuss and carry on like raging lunatics if we're still watching the content. There's clip channels that put it out there, but for the most part, if you're going to these channels that are exploiting somebody else's child, you are just as responsible. People love a train wreck. I'm injured from a train wreck. I get it. I get it 100%. And it's gross and it's disgusting, because if it were your child, if it were your brother or your sister's child, if it was your sibling, I promise the things coming out of mouths would not be said. They wouldn't be said. You would probably be ready to go take on an entire army if this were your child and people were talking about your child like this. You don't wake up from this shit, man. When your child is dead, you wake up every day wishing that you didn't. There's no joy. There's no happy. There's no love. It's fucking the most miserable existence in the entire world. And then to find out people that live all across the country that never even met your kid are talking mad shit for their own monetary value, for popularity, for subscribe. I mean, it's common sense, but to the new people that are coming in, they're trying to find their way. And when you speak, they're expecting you to put out the truth, because it's really hard to fathom that grown adults, like grown ass people that are adults, behave like this when it comes to somebody's child's death. And all I want to say, I appreciate everybody who's putting the information out there. I appreciate people that are keeping the kids' names, and their faces out there. I appreciate it greatly, and they're not my children. When they show you who they are, see it and don't forget it. And there's no need to go somewhere and bash them or talk shitty. If you got a friend, like, I don't really care for that person. But at the end of the day, we support and we build up the channels that are doing good, and we ignore the ones that are not. And if they're here for money, they'll either get it and they'll change the way that they carry themselves, they'll change how they handle these cases, or they will be gone. But it's getting out of control. This is getting so out of control. It's giving everybody a bad name. Everybody who has a blanketed umbrella, under the umbrella of true crime. It's clip channels. Watch the clip channels, but it's giving everybody a bad name. It's getting everybody a bad name. So I hope I didn't disrespect or piss off anybody, because that's not my intention. I'm at the point of deleting the app. I'm just kind of like, each time, I hope that it gets better. And I hope that, accountability is key. I really hope that people can start thinking about, if this were my child. And I'm going to say it again. I think you should make money. If you are a content creator, you should be supported and you should make money. It's not about the money for me. It's about marketing the death of someone else's child in order to get that money. You can't take it back. You can't apologize for it. There's nothing anybody can say to Kylie's mom or dad that's going to make them respect anybody in this community at this point. Nothing. I wish it was that easy, but there's not. The things that they hold dearest and the closest are being exploited and thrown out to the world. And I want you to hear this. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of me, Vilomas. You can Google the word Viloma, Vilomah. We were just able to have the petition and to go into court and from the government to make it a word. It's from the Sanskrit language. It means against the natural order. And it also means a parent who has lost a child. Vilomas are in your chats. They are not chatting, but they are listening, and they are there. And they're hearing every word that you say. We know the difference. We know. And we talk about it and we email each other. I want you to know that. I want you all to know the Vilomas are always in the chats, because this feels like home to us. I hope everybody has a good day.
Thank you for sharing that. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
It does put a new perspective on things, and I'm sorry that you've had to experience that. And I agree, there is a fine line between bringing attention or awareness and exploitation. And yeah, I just, for me, I guess, is how do we stop that fine line? Like you said, like, don't watch it, you know, all that other stuff. But at the same time, it's just so hard.
Well, I have one answer for you that, in my opinion, is a start. I don't have the answer for everything, but in my 6 years of watching true crime, the only answer that I can have, because I don't condone violence, I don't condone, you know, I don't want any part of that. But if I had to take the minute to think about it, I would say, don't support them. Don't ask your viewers to go watch them. Don't encourage them. You know, don't fight with them and don't get ugly with them. I mean, when they see their audience dwindling and that none of the other content creators who are respected are not encouraging their viewers to go to that other channel, that's where we go. We have to support and encourage those that are doing good, and complete ignorance, not ignorance, I'm sorry, completely ignore those that are doing bad. And they're here for the money. They're not here for the case. They're not here to see it through. They're not here because they feel a connection to the case. They're not here because, you know, they truly care. They're here because it's a growth monetarily, and it's a growth audience wise. So if we take that away, if they're here for money and they're here for numbers and popularity, and we take the money away and we take the popularity away, they're here for nothing. They have no reason to stay. So then they go.
I mean, I agree. How you doing there? Yeah, I agree with you, by the way. But the issue is that honestly, I mean, if you watch reality TV and you watch all these things, I don't think that they're going to disappear overnight. I don't think it's going to change overnight. I think it's probably just going to stay, and it's going to stay in the background. I think the one thing you can do is just basically shame them and make it look like, you know, the trash that it is, and that anyone that, you know, even says they watch these channels are embarrassed to even mention it. I think that's probably the best option to do. But I don't think they're going to be gone overnight. You know, that's my opinion. I think they're going to stay because there's always people that want to watch a train wreck, and they don't care. You know, I mean, like I remember I said in the live yesterday, I was like, you know, people that were making fun of Kylie's mom, I'm sure like they wouldn't do that in front of her face. Or, you know, maybe if you had Zavbro come over to Kylie's mom and actually talk to her, would she do the same type of coverage she did before?
No, definitely not.
No.
You know, the thing of it is, they've never stood in those shoes. You know, they've never. If you have not stood in the shoes, there's a really good quote. It's a Roosevelt quote, but Brene Brown has kind of made it popular again. And it goes, it's called The Man in the Arena. And it goes something like, if you have not stood in the arena with your face marred and dirty, if you have not failed before you succeeded, then your opinion is I don't want your advice. Something like that. If you haven't stood in the shoes, or if you're not willing to crawl in the trenches and get your face dirty, or feel the pain and suffering, then I don't want your opinion. And it's kind of the same thing. If those same people that were judging Kylie's mom, the day of my son's calling hours, supposed to be 6 hours, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, ended up being from like 9 o'clock in the morning, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning until midnight, shortly before midnight, because so many people. And I had the goal, and I succeeded in standing at his casket and hugging the neck and shaking the hand of every single person that flew in or drove in to say their goodbyes to him.
Yeah.
If they were there, I was going to acknowledge them, and I did not want to leave that casket. I know what it's like to walk into a room full of caskets and have to look at every one of them and make the decision to put your baby in it, and then it goes in the ground. Kylie's mom and dad have had to make those decisions. Now, I know she wasn't buried, but it's the same time. I had to pick a stone and the letters and the words and shit that went on it. And let me tell you, It is the most traumatic experience in the world. So if those same people walked into the funeral home at any point in time, they would have potentially saw me laughing because I was being told, I was given a gift. I was being told stories that I have never heard before. It was the most amazing gift in the world. In the depths of my absolute pain and destruction, I was given a gift of newness, new stories. People told me things I never knew. Those same people would be judging me and saying things like, how can you be laughing right? Well, let me tell you, because you know where you're at, but it doesn't feel like that's where you're at. And you're holding on to hope because until that casket closes, it does not hit you. But these people don't have the right to stand in judgment when they've never walked in the shoes.
Most people don't walk that, when they don't have a family member that dies, they don't know that feeling. Like you think the person's going to walk through the door and you think that it's just a haze or a bad dream. And then eventually the realization slowly hits you, slowly but surely. I remember when I was, I'll tell you a story. I remember when I had to put my stepfather's ashes into the ocean. We had to sneak into a beach because it's kind of illegal in New York City to do that. But it was his last dying wish. So basically, we go to this beach that he liked. I'm not going to name the name of the beach, and we basically went there. My mom went out into the water, to put the water, and she almost like the waves suddenly just picked up and started dragging her when she's down. And we were kind of like laughing at that time because we were like, oh, this is the the last act of him to like try to mess with us, because he always was like, don't cry at my funeral, just don't do that. So maybe it was kind of his last will to make everyone laugh at the last moment, of the waves trying to pull her in, as while he's trying to get the ashes out. And if you just walked in, you would have just said, oh, these people are just being callous and cold, but not realizing that the actual thing that was happening at that time. But yeah, I mean, that's my
kind of like sorry, I'm gonna interrupt. Kind of like when Candace Starr, who has close to like, I don't know, 70,000 subs, said to sorry, Duke, let my dog back in. Anyhow, she said to her subs, why is she laughing? Why is she laughing like that? When Kylie's mom was reading off the, kindness is minding your own business. And she's like, people have said they want to be kinder to one another. And she's like, why? Because they wasn't kind to Kylie to begin with. Yeah. Just and then just like smart ass comments like that. Why are you laughing? Why was she laughing? Well, some people have anxiety, and sometimes they have to laugh. They have to sometimes they have to.
Well, there's no signature way to grieve.
Right. So I feel like that's another thing that really bothers me too with it, and there's just, to go back to why was it so upsetting, why was it so upset? Okay, so and this is the thing, it is her channel. I'm not trying to strong arm her or anyone else into not talking about it or talking, she's a grown adult, just like I said. But with that being said, people are going to talk about that or hold you accountable to your words.
Yeah,
and that's just what it is.
It's permanently recorded on the internet. You just basically, you're pushing this idea that, why is this person laughing? Why, maybe there's something suspicious or sus, and then people will run with it because people will run with anything.
Well, not only that, but she said on Granny's Watching's panel, if it comes out it was an accident, I'm not going to continue to keep talking about it. Yeah. Again, if you're honest about it and you want to be honest about it and you want to continue to talk about it, don't sit here and say, if it's an accident, I'm done talking about it. Don't, just yesterday, right out, tell you she had, that was her comment section. Those were her words. Well, you know what I'm saying?
The thing is, she put a condition on it. She made it conditional. If the police come out and say that it was an accident, I'm going to quit talking about it. How about
Well, not only that though, listen, every time, 9 times out of 10, when Kylie Rodney's tagged in videos, it's because we are calling like a WP out for the video with the tow truck driver. I had tagged her when we were talking to Ryan Upchurch about all the bullshit he was pulling.
yeah.
Well, and if I
I'm
may,
saying.
So
one of the difficulties with YouTube is for a lot of people is seen as an app, right? Even us as creators, we're not humanized. We become, just another person, if you will. It's not like not even a person. I don't know how to explain. Like we're like a screen on the you know what I mean? We're a circle on the screen. Like people forget that we're human. We make mistakes. We have feelings. If you cry, you're accused of sad fishing. If you're angry, you're, like there's always all these conditions, and people forget at the end of the day we're human. And I've seen that with true crime cases too. People become desensitized. I saw the image of Kylie where that was clearly blurred out was unblurred. That's absolutely sickening. You had people putting things on little baby Summerwell's names that were just speculation, disgusting things that why would you even want to think of those things happening to a baby? So people become so desensitized and they don't realize that their words are powerful. Rather it's towards a case, towards a creator on here, words are powerful. And then I think, and I'm sorry if this offends you in any way, Queen, but I think when you come out and you're screaming, it's very intimidating to listen to what you're saying, as opposed to when I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but you shared your beautiful story and your perspective as somebody who's lost a child. You did it in a way where we weren't intimidated. We weren't, because Bernie, it was intimidated from what I witnessed. And it's just easier if we're calmer to kind of explain our perspective instead of like screaming, this is how it should be done.
But can I
offer another perspective? It may help to change things.
How you doing? This is P. Tim. So you know who you're talking to with all the avatars. Maybe like when you have to have a little bit of your courage of your convictions. If you know you're doing the right thing, then you're not going to be intimidated, are you?
Yeah, I suppose that could be true.
That's my thought process. I mean, I was yelled at by Ryan for 5 hours. You know what I mean? Like, and I didn't back down. I was yelled at by a bunch of people who were completely wrong, and I didn't back down. You got to have courage of your convictions. If you don't have courage of your convictions and you're backing down, you're doing something wrong, in my opinion.
Well, not always, because
I think we've all been taken to task on here for one thing or another. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but not everybody
honestly, I really do.
Not everybody is as confrontational. Not everybody is as strong-willed, and it could be an act. I don't know. But from what I see, this person is not one who's ever handled. I mean, look, she's always had other people doing the work for her. You know what I mean? Like when it came to the drama and stuff, as far as with my experience with her. So she would never quite say anything, but she opened the panel.
Well, I think it goes back to, again, I don't know. I feel like you can definitely call somebody out without hating that person. I don't know. You know what I mean? I guess I didn't realize she has all these other issues with all these other people, which that's a whole different community and all that. I don't know about all that. You know what I mean? I'm not into all that. I don't get into all that. I don't know about all that.
Right. And part of the problem is the subscribers that run back and forth, and they like instigate it, right? Like they came over and they're like, Queen's being so nasty about you, but you weren't. So then there's that miscommunication of those troublemakers that are scattering, and they're like saying this is being said and this isn't, and it's not. So I think that adds into it as well.
Well, yeah, and I definitely came in hot because I was pissed. I was irritated with the bullshit. I just was irritated. Yeah. And like I said, had she, it's her channel. She can do as she wants to do with it. Like I said, it is her channel. That's from the beginning. She can do what she wants to do with it. But when you do that, and you do say in your own words, you're done if it's an accident, you're done if it's an accident, you know what I mean? And then you have, you can't be upset when someone does hold you accountable for it. That's it. That's all. You know what I mean? And immediately she got defensive, which like you said, maybe she was intimidated. I don't know. I mean,
yeah. I'm sure she was. You're rather intimidating.
I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I try to be nice. Well, and another thing too is
you're passionate. You're like me.
She's a softie. Like she has a hard exterior.
I'm really not mean. Like I really don't think I'm mean. I don't think
fucking hard on her sleeve and shit.
That's what I was gonna say, because people think the same thing with me. Because I get passionate, my voice gets stronger, and I am a louder speaker. They automatically take that as intimidation. But the facts are, you're very easy to speak to. if you can get past that initial nervousness of the aggression that seems like it's coming out of you, even if it's not. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and she could, I mean, she could come up here with you. You know what I mean? Like if she felt
Yeah.
comfortable with coming up here with somebody else, that's fine. You know what I mean? I mean, again, it just went from 0 to 100 real quick this morning.
I'm terrified of all of you. I just want to state that for the record. No, I'm
you look at man. You're petrified. But you know, I mean, like Granny. Is it Granny? Is your name?
Yes.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. You look young, so calling
Well,
you Granny
and it's
is a little...
funny because I just said this to Chasen Truth in the chat when she said, "Would you want, you know, your relative watching your channel?" That was the whole purpose of my name was Granny's watching. How would you behave if your grandma was watching? And then I got caught up in the, you know, I mean, YouTube can change you, and I'm finding my way back. But my name's Jessica. You can call me Jessica.
Amen.
Jessica. Okay. And
I just want to say, with all due respect, if intimidation is what makes them stop exploiting somebody else's child's missing status or death, then intimidate them.
Yeah, but I would say, I'm sorry, I was going to ask you a question. I mean, like, you've seen the panels here. Usually we let people talk. I mean, we don't scream over them. I mean, do you agree with that?
I do, absolutely, yeah. I mean,
yes, Jessica.
Yeah.
Could I just get the clarification of the woman? I came in here while you were speaking. The mother. I'm so sorry. I just want to know her name.
Stephanie. Paloma.
The words that you shared. I'm so grateful that this is the first thing that I found upon waking, as you can probably see, and everything you said needs to be understood, heard, and everybody needs to use those words to hold everybody accountable within this community. I'm pretty new to it. I mean, I don't know, I'm a month and a half, but this is exactly the precedent that needs to be started at. Remembering why we're doing these things, for what intentions. Let the intentions be louder than the words we think people want to hear, just so we keep getting the subs and the monetary gain. So thank you for sharing your story and your passion. And I'm with you on however the message needs to be said. Loud or low, I'm with you 100%. Whatever it takes to get this thing to change. Thank you for sharing your story.
I agree. I appreciate your story greatly. I just, and I know this may be taken wrong, but I hate to say this is always, so I don't know what you would categorize yourself as a queen, but I do know like what I look at this side of YouTube as is more of a karma type of community, which always there's always going to be your tragedy pimps, your grifters, and even though your message was so strong and so powerful, there's always going to be somebody who is going to dismiss that and do what they want to do anyway.
Oh, of course.
That's where
well, yeah, that's why I said, I mean, there's people who have said that. There's people who have came right out and said, and I gotta, you know what, and I respect that, because obviously they that's what it is. I'm here for money. I'm going to exploit this case. That's exactly what they do. That's what they say. They're honest about it, and that's what it is.
Let me tell you how
you want to be a piece of shit. Okay, you know, at least be honest about it. And if you're honest about it, then it is what it is. I can't even say, you know, but you know, expect to be talked about or held accountable or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
Let me tell you how that was.
1 second, Paloma. I dropped Paloma's link in the chat. For anybody in the chat that's discussing and sharing their story about grief and loss, please check out Paloma's channel.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it when I see people talking about their children. To me,
please drop Paloma's channel in the chat, and then that way Granny's watching can, you know what I mean, that way, because I mean, I think she just met you today. Didn't you just meet her today?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, yeah. That way you can
wrote it down.
You know.
And I just want to clarify, because I'm not saying that Brittany was intimidated, and I wasn't insulting you by saying you're intimidating, because people say the same exact thing about me. It's not even, but there are people that are more sensitive to our loud, abrasive tone, and I'm not insulting you. I hope you know I wasn't insulting you, because the same thing is said about me. So I'm not.
No, I am very. You know what though, and like I said the other day, I talk loud and I have a deeper voice. You know what I mean? So it comes across loud and, like you said, kind of abrasive. It's like, woo, you know.
And your mic exploded.
A little intimidated. I wanted to say, Gladys, thank you. I don't want you to be thinking I ignored you. She said, Queen Bee, you have a great channel. Thank you for your truth. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much.
Also, you got so mad your phone exploded in the beginning of the stream, I think.
Well, and I think another reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I've worked with so many mothers who have missing children, or, you know, their children have passed on, and it's you know, I feel like I need to protect them, like almost. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like I need to, you know,
We need more
call
protection.
people out when they're doing this bullshit. If you want to do the shit, that's fine. But be honest about it. Don't
That's
sit
the
and go
whole
back and
reason I
forth with it
created
every
this
single
channel.
day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the whole reason I created a channel was the very first time that I ever spoke up was on another channel, but there were just the most disgusting, vile things that were being said about Summer Wells and her, you know, I mean, have an opinion about family or whatever, but the things that were being said about Summer Wells just really, really, really got me. And so I super chatted and said something like, you know, um, for this to be said about a missing little girl that nobody knows, nobody's ever met her or hugged her or seen her laugh or any of those things. If it's okay for those things to be said about her, not knowing her or having any connection to her, then that tells me my son is fair game, and then I'm not welcome here because I can't condone it. I can't be okay with hearing those things said about a 5-year-old missing child because you also don't know my son. And so if those things are acceptable for her, then they're acceptable for my son. So for me, it was like that content creator was not talking negatively. If there were other people. And so long story short, because I went against the grain with another content creator who I had no idea who they were. I don't venture out that much, but very, very big conspiracy theorist. So then they had basically doxed my entire life. They said a lot of it was wrong, but a lot of it was right. But then because I didn't tell them that they were correct, it got so bad that they tied me to, P ring and kidnapping children.
That's
Oh my
disgusting.
fucking God.
It
Are you
gets worse.
serious?
Absolutely. They dug my son's obituary up. They sent that out. And so there's always a group of them. Like it's not
Yeah.
always the content creator. A lot
I
of times
agree.
there's a behind the scenes group. That group contact my son was in an accident, him and his best friend, being stupid, being dumb, both of them being stupid. And it resulted in his injuries that took his life. And so he was a professional athlete. And so this group of people on YouTube that I didn't agree with, and I didn't booty pat and say, yeah, you're right. I said, no, I can't get behind that shit. So emails were sent out to people that were on one of those not accurate background sites or whatever. My son's race team, some of those guys got emails. My ex-husband's family got emails, and it just went on and on and on and on and on. And there's still videos every week that are that are made about me. They're usually titled something like YouTube mom uses son's death to manipulate and blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, I would have never
Still?
spoke up. Absolutely. Because
Oh my God.
I will not say, yes, you're correct, because they're not correct. There's nothing about what they've said is correct. So it was eye-opening for me because, at that point I didn't have a channel. I had no intentions of having a channel. I damn sure have no intention of doing anything with true crime. But because of that day in that chat, there were hundreds of moms and dads that started, listen, for the first time in months to years, that they had spoke or typed out their child's name. There were people that had been friends with these people for years and had no idea that they had lost a child, because we can't speak about our children when they're dead because it makes everybody uncomfortable. Everybody leaves the room. Our sad is too big. Our loss is too great, and we're living, breathing, walking billboards for every parent's worst nightmare. So we learn to remain quiet, to not speak about our children, to not talk about our children ever, not mention their name. And then even online, you don't want to You don't want more rejection. Everybody in your life has already walked away from you. Everybody that you knew, that you were close to, walks away from you because you're sad and you're
You
hurt
and they don't know how to
so
act
big.
around you.
Well,
Exactly.
you know what,
Yeah,
Valoma,
I
like,
know what you mean.
yeah, Valoma, like literally, like I've been guilty of that, and it
I have
was
too.
like not. It's not like on purpose. Like I
Mhm.
had a really close friend lose a daughter, and of course, like I was very supportive with her. But friends that like weren't super close to me, like it's this weird, and especially since I had kids, because when she lost her daughter, I didn't have kids yet, and it's like this weird, like
Mhm.
survivor guilt. Like I would almost
Absolutely. It's
I almost
survivor's
felt like
guilt.
bad about talking about, because for one thing, there's nothing you can say, okay, and
Right.
then also like I felt this like guilt like for having my kids still, and like so I just kind of like put this distance, and this is like with somebody on YouTube, and I didn't realize I was doing it, and I felt so bad, like, and then
But
looking
you
back, like,
recognize it now, though.
right, but
And
it was
that's what
like,
counts, though, babe. Like, that's what matters.
I
well,
would.
she was lashing out that people were at people that were supportive of her too, and like I that's like
Yeah.
and I can't imagine, because I don't, nobody wants to be part of that fucking club.
No.
I'm not gonna say shit about the way she's lashing out.
But
You know what I mean? Like,
you know what? I think like most people that make true crime videos and all that shit, they should think this when they're making their videos or their live stream. Is the parents gonna be watching this, and would I say this to their face?
Because they will.
right,
Absolutely.
They
Same.
100% will.
Absolutely.
I just want to thank the panel. I'm going to go to work. Queen, Paloma, BTM, all of you here. I'm sorry if I didn't say your name. This has been one of the realest experiences that I personally, in this moment, needed for my journey, whatever. Thank you for this. Please keep it going on. I love you all. Goodbye.
have a good
Hi.
day, Patriot.
Well,
Later, man. Have a
Have a
good
good
Bye,
day.
one.
sweetie.
Bye.
I want to
Well,
read
part of
this to you, and then I'm gonna drop off because I don't want to
I
keep
love
interrupting
me
her
some Paloma.
too
She's
long.
awesome.
if
I
I
love
will
you
Yeah.
real
too,
quick,
Poppy.
part of what you were saying is your experience for going against the masses, right? You were attacked for not agreeing
Yeah.
full-heartedly. So, and that we see that all the time. If you
Mhm.
don't like, even right now, because I'm not up here bashing Brittany, that means I'm best friends with her and I'm this and I'm that. No, it doesn't. We don't always have to agree. And just because we disagree doesn't mean we should become a target of hate or anything other than.
Well, and if you're
Absolutely, I
friends
agree
with
with
her,
you.
who cares either? Like,
Right.
we shouldn't judge you for being her friend. Like, that's not fair. It's. I feel like you're being pretty vocal about like where you stand on the subject. It's not like you're ass patting and like, oh, Brittany's so innocent. Like, you're not doing any of that.
No.
Yeah,
So
we're not a cult. Like, you know, you can have
right.
friends we don't might not agree with. You know, that's the world. I mean, like that's, you know, Perplex comes up here. She's friends with people we don't agree with. We don't like pull her in here and say, "Why do you hang out with these people?" It's like
Well, I
she's
was
her own
drawn
person.
here. I'm sorry, G10, I have a delay. I'm sorry about that.
You can go.
I was drawn here to Queen Bee. I always lurk, and I find that other Valomas do the same things. We lurk for quite a while before we ever type in the chat. But I became comfortable here because Queen Bee, though her mannerisms, her bluntness, how she shares her opinion, she doesn't, she's not careless with her words. Her opinion is usually a thought process before it becomes, her opinion. But she has no qualms about sharing her opinion. And I felt like she had no qualms about, telling somebody, if they stepped over a bound. And she just I'm not talking about like the content that's being put out. Queen Bee is more of like a discussion channel. But Queen Bee reminded me a lot of Chasing Truth, and I trust Chasing Truth. Chasing Truth does all kinds of cases. And when she gives her opinion, it's not a wild conspiracy theory. It is her opinion, and she will say, "This is my opinion." And so Queen Bee is a lot like that. Queen Bee's channel, discussion channel, she has an open platform, or I'm sorry, an open panel. People can come up, they can have their opinion, they can speak. And I've been witness to people that came on panel and crossed the line. And the first time Queen Bee said, no, we don't do that shit here, I was like, okay, this is my kind of people. Because a lot, Chasing Truth is the same way. When people were saying vulgar, nasty things about Summer Wells, she had no qualms about, that's it. We don't do that shit here. We'll talk about the facts, what law enforcement has said. And I think that's why I was drawn here. And both of them are could be interpreted as being very intimidating. So,
Well,
for
and I
me,
have a question because I know as far as far as mentioned earlier when I asked particularly what Brittany was doing, a lot of it went to what the chat was saying, right? That what was being allowed in the chat. Do you agree that, or do you think it is? So, like, I have members of my channel, and obviously they're members of many channels, but if a particular somebody sees that member say something, it automatically is tied back to my name. Do you think that's necessarily a fair assessment to do just because they're a member of that channel that reflects on that creator?
Can I answer that? I can answer.
Oh, I was gonna say no because I think it causes a whole lot of fucking bullshit. Just like
Right.
this morning when they said when somebody came in here like, oh, she ran straight to Granny's watching and she's on her panel talking shit about you. I said, well, I don't know why the fuck she'd be talking shit about me. I don't have any issues with Granny's watching. I almost said chasing Granny. I don't have issues with Granny's watching. I said the only fucking issues I have, the only person I have issues with at this point in time is Brittany and Brittany herself. That's it. That's all. I said I don't have any fucking problems with her. So if she has something she wants to talk about, she can come right on over here and say what she needs to say.
Right.
Yeah,
Because a lot of subscribers are just troublemakers and they intentionally, I mean, I've had people drop in my chat that they were going to SWAT a creator. Therefore, I was guilty, even though I deleted it. So things like that. And then you do have people. So I guess I'm bringing that, tying that
Yeah,
into,
I can't endorse that. And I don't fuck with that.
Well,
I would not. No, absolutely. I'd block
absolutely
that
not.
person. They would never be allowed back in my chat again. That would be it. That would be. I would not tolerate that bullshit at all.
Blocked
Fuck
on the
no.
spot, but it was a troll account is my point. But because they were seen in my chat, all of a sudden that reflects on me. So to tie that back into Brittany, is she like, and I know because, all right, I don't know if these comments are being deleted or not, or what the, if they're being entertained, highlighted or whatnot, but should that necessarily
I
reflect
would
back
so
on
like
the
to
creator?
answer this.
yeah, but I would say.
So like to answer this. I really would like to.
You can
get
go.
answer.
I was about to say something. You can go.
I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't even hear you, B10. I'm sorry.
That's fine. No, you can go.
I'm so glad that you asked that question. I spent the last 2 years kind of observing and almost studying with all of my boredom. And I'll say this, it is a huge difference between channels. When I say that, here's what I mean. There are some channels that people, I mean, you're always going to have one or two that are going to, test the limits or create the channel, what do you call them, stock accounts or whatever. There's always going to be those people that do that. But I find people doing that in certain channels, but in other channels, they don't do it. And so this is my answer to that is if you're driving in your car and you have 3 people in your car and your children are in your car or your grandmother is in your car or somebody that you truly love and care about and want to protect is in your car, would you let somebody else that's sitting in your car say those things? Probably not. So most channels will not only already have their moderators delete those, but they will call it out or they will say like, no, we don't do that shit. Like they let the standard be set immediately because unfortunately your channel is your channel. It's your environment. So where a lot of people see it as words or statements, or chats, your viewers, most of the time, in my opinion, it's an environment. Yeah. I know when I come to Queen Bees, it's going to be fun, a discussion, and who knows where it's going to go, but it's never going to get truly out of hand.
Well, wouldn't you agree that driving in the car would be more like having a panel guest as opposed to the other cars on the road would be more like the chatters? Like I can't control.
Absolutely.
Can I say something? I think like you're right with the panel chat would be the people in the car, but I would say like you create environments, just like if you allow a group of people to fester, it's going to grow if you don't like challenge their ideas, or at least if they're trolling, ban them. If you allow the trolls and these people to be in the chat, eventually more people will be attracted because you're creating an environment for these people to thrive in your chat. So in a way you would be, and also on Twitch, you would get banned for what people say in the chat. Obviously, that's Twitch's rules.
Yeah.
But so it's basically like you're creating an environment. So you're right in your example of the car would be the panel guest, and
Let's
also,
take it further.
We
What kind
set
of
the tone,
music?
Sure.
If you put music on, doesn't that kind of create a little bit of a space?
An environment.
Yeah, you could put upbeat music, you could put sad music, you could put, whatever kind of music you want, but that's kind of your chat. But either way, your chat is heard. When you're chatting in someone's channel, people are reading the chat and the comments are being said on the panel and it's brought into the discussion. My opinion. The channels I watch, people watch the chat. The panels watch the chat. And so whether somebody is physically on panel or not, it's kind of like the music. So, I mean, I would not put, what's it called? Like, well, my son loves Snoop Dogg, so I can't really say that. But like, not rap music, but like, what's the other rap music where, I'm not sure what the politically correct
gangsters in the car.
Like
I understand what you're
or
saying.
like hip hop or what?
Are you talking about house
ton of,
music
like-
or dubstep or something?
No, I'm talking about like the
Trap
the
music?
curse words and the guns and violence and stuff like that.
Gangster rap?
Yeah, gangster rap.
See, I don't really know what it's called, but like same thing with like hardcore rock and roll, They start talking about stuff that's like inappropriate. I didn't play that around my son. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my parents were the same way.
But what if these people are
it's
new?
Standard.
What if these
Well, then
people are new to coming in, and so the tone or the president hasn't been set, and then
They'll catch it right off the bat, and if they don't, they'll be corrected. I mean,
yeah, I guess, but that also
hopefully
comes down to how many moderators you have, if you have contact with all of them, if the rules are set. But yeah, I basically
but
just
you're not responsible. It's not your responsibility for what the people in your chat are saying. I'm not saying that. I'm
right.
saying it's your responsibility to let it be known that we don't do that here, kind of thing. But you shouldn't be you shouldn't be disciplined, so to speak, or held to a standard because somebody happened to come in your chat and say something shitty. No, you can't control that at all.
Yeah, just imagine if, let's say, you're on a stage and you have a microphone and there's like, let's say, 200 people in the audience, and you're telling these 200 people to be respectful and don't do this, and then someone in the audience just grabs a microphone and starts doing crazy things. You would have that person kicked, or you give them a warning. It's the same thing.
I stood up and showed my booties.
Or like
your fault.
Like a comedian that's being heckled. Like there's ways to handle that.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, people are going to attempt it. They're going to test the boundaries. I'm not saying at all that it's your responsibility or that you should be judged or, persecuted because somebody came in your chat and said something that was completely inappropriate. I'm not saying that in any capacity at all whatsoever. If you acknowledge it and you say, we don't do that here, you're setting a standard. And so I would, for me, especially today's true crime, where subscribers will be attacked and they will be doxxed and their whole life will be put on Front Street, and they'll make shit up when they don't find anything that they can actually say. It's safer for your subscribers and for your channel members to know that there's a standard. Now, that doesn't mean you can control. You know what I mean?
And like Jason said, if your mods don't know what you stand for, you've got the wrong mods. And that's another thing. There's been a lot of mods that have left because they don't agree with what Brittany's doing. And that's okay. That's between her and them. But I don't understand, like I said, when you cover a case, at what cost? Like, are you willing to lose friendships and stuff to cover this case? Like, what are you willing to lose?
Right. And it, like, are you sleeping? I guess if you're sleeping at night and you're okay with what you're doing, then go on with your bad stuff.
What it is, right?
I mean, it's take the loss of the people that don't agree with it and whatever, and try to be as honest as you can about yes, views matter and yes, money matters.
Well, yeah, and that's like okay. So for instance, Dolly and Betty, they're honest about being assholes, and they're honest about it. They're honest about getting money from their subs, taking money from their subs, and going on their trips. And
no. They have honest. They're not honest. They're like literally like we're gonna fight.
They're honest.
No.
But they also say this.
I think they're honest grifters. Shit. I mean,
we're the only one who wants to wants answers. Like there's a whole lot of
Yes.
there's a whole lot of deception in them being
Right.
quote unquote honest. Like you gotta,
Yesterday, he was literally saying,
You gotta turn Gypsy. Please turn your mic down a little bit, okay?
"Oh, I'm sorry."
It's killing people's earbuds. I'm getting messages right now like, "Hey, tell her
I'm
to
gonna
turn that
send
down, please."
I'm gonna send you my doctor bill, Gypsy.
Yeah,
for
they're
my
yeah,
God, they're like
That's
people
usually
that are
me,
wearing
Gypsy.
earbuds are having a hell of a time. It's really loud.
especially
I
like
apologize.
when me and Gypsy are talking together, it gets really bad, and I got to be careful.
That's because you both are trying to talk over each other, and you got to
I
put
know.
the microphone
No,
over
I'm
and
not
over.
trying to talk over anyone.
So
But we were okay with it, though. We're like both okay with it. Like, hey, here's my idea. Blah 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 blah. Blah. Like, you know.
Usually we're on the same page too. We just
Yeah,
have
for
different.
sure.
Is that better? I turned it down.
That sounds better.
Yeah, no, you sound good.
Okay.
well,
Cool.
some
Thanks.
Mods are in the chat saying that's not exactly why they left Brittany. So I mean, I don't know about that, but
Yeah, I only know the few that I got messages from. I don't know exactly why every single person left. I'm saying the 3 or 4 I got messages from, that was a one of the couple of reasons why. That was, they didn't agree with what she was doing. They didn't agree with the way she was covering the case. You know what I mean? And that's fine. That's cool. You know what I mean? That there was other issues. That's between them. That has nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? I don't care about any of that.
no, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? And that's, I mean, that's when Brittany came to me asking me how I felt about you. I'm like, shit, I feel just fine about her. I don't got nothing else to say. I don't know. You know what I mean?
People keep asking who Brittany is, and I think you're referring to allegedly, right?
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear for chat.
Yeah, we didn't really talk anything about allegedly, actually, the whole time until today. So
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I didn't really ever go after her, say anything to her. Like, I mean, we played that one video, and I've made a couple, the griftney, like I've read the chat, you know, the griftneys and shit, and I've said grifters and shit. I've made a couple little comments here and there, but I've never fucking went at her like this ever until today when the shit popped off this morning.
see, I felt like her live today, and now I don't really know, but what you know, when you've been talking about a case so often and your subscribers have tuned in, you do have to, at the very least, give a closing statement, is what most would do, right? So covering the autopsy.
Well, yeah, but why not be honest? Why say, you know what, it's an accident. I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm done with this case. I'm not saying shit about it.
That's where she's
and then
gonna
the very
learn.
next day, tag her in your title with Quentin. Like, why not just say, hey, I'm not done. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go over this we're gonna go over the autopsy report, and that's that. You know, keep it 100 with your subs. You're so honest and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Be honest.
Right. So basically, if she didn't say that the day before, like yesterday or whatever, then you wouldn't have found this as problematic because you felt like she should have held by her word.
Well, yeah, that's what she said herself. She's gonna keep. She's a woman of her word.
Granny, she's gonna learn as a creator to not make promises on YouTube because it's all of us.
Well, not only that, we've held Zav accountable for the shit she's done and said. You know what I'm saying? There's several Dolly. You know what I'm saying? There's several people. Brittany, I mean, I've never said went at her like this before this ever.
I'm more disappointed in Zab than anything, but I haven't been watching Brittany for very long.
Right.
Can I do one last
thing?
thing?
There's a thing though. This is another thing too, and I don't hate Brittany for like as a person, just like Zab Girl. I still like Zab Girl. I like her as a person.
I
don't agree with what she's doing. I don't think what she's doing is okay, and I don't like it. But that doesn't mean I can't like her as a person.
Right.
I mean, we're fucking adults on YouTube. We're not best friends. This is not fucking real life to me. I'm not seeing you every fucking day in real life. Like, what the fuck?
Agreed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but YouTube does make it that way because unfortunately, once you give a public statement, there are always people that want it to turn into something bigger, and it always does, unfortunately, turn into bigger.
Well, see, and another thing too is, you know, at this point, just like with Zab Girl, I was gonna say example earlier, Brittany has it to the point now where she's talked about it so much and so long. That's all her chat consists of. So just like with Zab Girl, when Zab Girl tried to go over Gray Hugh's video and say it was an accident, her fucking chat went against her and tried to they were talking so much shit to her and so rude and disrespectful. I got so many fucking chats about it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Clarify again, Brittany did not send me over. I'm an adult. Like, literally, I'm an adult. I made the decision. I saw that people...
I didn't say she did.
Wait a minute.
The chat is. And
Wait
and
a
I,
minute. I see like some sort of like CIA device by your ear. Are you getting messages from Brittany? I'm not. I'm joking. That was a joke.
Oh
no,
my
it's actually the
I'm
truth.
joking. I'm
I
messing.
didn't see.
One
Go
thing
ahead.
people
I
have
was
learned
I
about
didn't see
me,
that in here.
I first off, I don't white knight for people. I speak for myself. I've always spoken for myself. I'm not here to speak for Brittany. I literally had questions which I was asking, and yeah, I just there's no like I'm not like me and Brittany are cordial. We're not best friends. We're
Well,
not.
and I called you over here because you were on panel. They kept saying you were on panel and you had so much to say. I said, well, I don't have any issues with her. I said to tell
No.
her to come right on over here and talk to me herself because I don't have no fucking problems with her. If she
I
has
mean,
some kind of issue, then that's new to me. So tell her to come on over here and talk about it.
yeah, no, and same and respectfully, I don't know. I mean, this isn't really respectfully, but it was very passive. I didn't even know who we were speaking about. Like I didn't even know, like I didn't know that you were the actual person that was that she had the problem with until after the chat started rolling and your name was brought up and I was told that you were trashing me and I'm like, why me? So
This
that's why I
hap-
came over like an adult to address you because really your issue with Brittany isn't my issue. Just because I'm cordial with her doesn't mean, I'm gonna we're channel friends. We're not fucking BFFs. We're not gonna grab
Well,
coffee,
exactly, and that's what I said to you to begin with. I was like, I have no issues with her, so I don't even know what the fuck she's even involved in this for. As soon as people were in the chat saying you were up on their panel with her, that she went running to you. I'm like, okay, I don't really give a fuck if she went running to her. My issues with Brittany, it has nothing to do with her. It has nothing to do with Brittany watching at all.
This happened today, I'm asking?
This morning, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I missed out on part of that.
Yeah, no, that wasn't necessarily the case. I guess that is part of the issue when you go up on a panel blinded because, it could have become something bigger than was necessary because I was unknowing, what was even happening. But I guess I understand the basis of what everybody's saying. I guess for me, it just comes down to like at what point do we ignore these people?
Start now.
Right. I guess that's true. Yeah.
Start now. We have to set a standard. Or it's...
Paloma, what
Yes,
were you
ma'am.
gonna say earlier?
Oh, I just
like about a couple minutes ago.
I just have something that I want to read. That I wrote a while back, but I'd like to read it and think of Kylie's mom after all of this that she's gone through. And then I want to hop down. If that's okay, Queen Bee.
Yeah, girl, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I've been told I should never let my loss define me. How can a loss like this not define every part of me going forward? Early on, I could feel how uncomfortable people had become around me. Every interaction was filled with a new awkwardness. Not knowing what to do or say, everyone close to me began to avoid me. The new living billboard of every parent's worst nightmare. I've heard the question 1,000 times. How can I possibly go on when you know for sure that you could never do it? I didn't have a choice. Pressures of time limits and demands for me to return to the person you're more familiar with led me to a life of complete isolation. In the isolation, I've learned that grief is not talked about because it's uncomfortable, scary, hard, messy, and child loss grief is even more avoided. Finding an outlet is near impossible. Remaining isolated, unseen, and unheard works for everyone else, but not for me. Quickly becomes a painful life, lacking hope or purpose. It was here in the darkest moments of my isolation and pain that I made the choice to be different. I made the choice to step out of the darkness, the suffering, and the pain. I made a personal commitment to find a purpose and to find a way to live again. And I made a commitment to my son, not just by remembering him and honoring him, but by sharing the significance of his beautiful life. Today, I have more happy than I do sad. I look forward to tomorrow. I don't feel so invisible. I am bigger than my sad. I am bigger than my mad. I have found another purpose. I made the decision to become Veloma unstuck in my grief. We, the Velomas, are tasked with sharing our child's story, their mark left on the world, telling his story, sharing his life, what's important to him, what he valued most in life, his motivations, his passions can be powerful to the listening ear. These stories can teach lessons, evoke strength, bring awareness and self reflection, compassion for another's pain. This is proof that he lived, he existed in this world. He left his mark on the people and places around him. And as long as I'm sharing his life with others, he cannot be forgotten. His memory will not fade. And talking about Cody, telling his story, honoring his life, his memory, and the bond that we share does not mean that I'm stuck in my grief, living in the past and pretending he's going to walk back in the door alive and well. My brain knows that's never going to happen. But the rest of me, the bond we share, still today, in the place that holds my soul, where all the best parts of me collide together. That place where his heart first began to beat, where he grew from. That part of me knows he's never completely gone. He's never gone too far. He will return to the place where he began, me, his mom. His imprint, grief's imprint, is forever weaved throughout my DNA. This loss, it does define me, and I'm okay with that, because as long as people continue to see me, they will continue to see Cody. So when you say that I should not let my loss define me, it may not define me as a whole, but it is who I am. It's my identity, and I'm forever a grieving mother. I want you to think of Kylie's mom, because this is without having people talk about my son's most private life or throwing mud, from all 50 states in my face and judging every breath I take. I leave you with that. Thank you, Queen Bee, for letting me share. Is another one of those things that I just couldn't sit still.
Thank you for sharing.
That was really sweet.
Thank you.
It was beautiful.
Absolutely. It gives perspective, and I don't know. I don't know, dude. It, like I said before, like I feel like a lot of people that are saying like that we take some moral high ground are the ones who are taking a moral high ground against a mother that's grieving. They're judging her grief. They're judging the way she grieves. They're judging all of the friends that are grieving, and but we're judgmental. Like
people don't like to look in the mirror a lot of times and judge themselves, because when you're supporting these type of creators, you have to look in the mirror and say, well, why am I supporting the harassment of a mother? Why am I supporting crazy conspiracy theories? Why am I sending money to a person to harass and dox people like Dolly? You know what I mean? And these people.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, you gotta look in the mirror, and that's what these people
I've
hate to
had
see.
to do it too, though. Like because okay, so I talked to Queen about it. I said, essentially we make some money off of these cases as well, right? Because we're calling out these other creators that are doing some shitty stuff, and but if it wasn't for these cases, they wouldn't be talking, and we wouldn't be talking about them. So it's like a trickle down effect of everybody's getting something out of it.
But you know what? I would say like Queen actually was one of the people I was defending, Jagger. The very few people. I mean, there was smaller like Sleuth and other people, but like the larger content creators, like, well, Jagger seems sus, guys.
Oh, they're horrible to that kid, man. Like horrible.
And he's just like, he literally lost his first romance,
first
like
love.
and it's like, you people, and then like Sammy sus, and it's like literally. So I think like there is room for people like Queen, because you're actually helping to stop the rumors and misinformation and criticize people. So either we laugh at them because they're ridiculous, or we criticize and say like and get mad at them and shame them. So that's what I think is, and channels like that.
Everyone should make money if you're making content. If you have a channel and you're making content, meaning you're getting the names and the faces out there and you're talking about them, you're not criticizing and bashing and solving the case and conspiracy alley and whatnot. You know what I mean? I swear to you, I feel like everybody, you're putting your time into this. You're having discussions. You're opening up your life,
Right.
to strangers, talking about somebody else's tragedy and somebody else's pain and suffering and just terrible things. You should make money. That's my whole point is we should support the channels that are doing good things, channels that are doing good in their community, online. Like if it's true crime, people that are doing the good true crime and they're not exploiting and hurting, they should make money. We should be
I agree.
supporting members. Subscribers are just as accountable and responsible in this situation. When it
100%.
comes, yes, when it comes to somebody else's tragedy and somebody else's loss, somebody else's pain and suffering, if you think that there is something nefarious going on, then email it to law enforcement. But don't put it all over the internet because it can never be taken back. And when parents are I'm almost 6 years, and I still cry at least once every day. I cannot control it. And the thing of it is, I've said this on so many different times. One of the first things I learned in grief is when it comes to the emotions, if you ask me the most pain I've ever been in before he died, I would say a 10, or the happiest I've ever been, the most joy I felt, the most scared I was, the most angry. 10 out of 10 would be the top. But this thing happens after your child dies and the ceremonies and services are over and people go back to their spinning world and you go back home to an
Yep.
empty house full of memories, silent. That's when it hits you. That's when you
Yep.
start reaching out into the world to find all the little pieces and parts of them that are somewhere else. And that's
And
when
that's
you grab them and you want them home. You want them with you. It's like making them whole again. And so that's when those emotions that go above a 10. I don't know if anybody knows this or not, but I've been studying grief for a very long time because you will not find child loss grief hardly anywhere. If you do, it's childhood diseases or older addiction. You know what I mean? There's nothing in the middle. There's nothing for like an accident that takes your child. And so,
I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm interjecting for 2 seconds. My fiance lost his life in a car accident when he was 21, and I'm still very close with his mother, and she has very similar sentiments as you. And that's all I wanted to say.
yeah, those emotions, if you were to ask me today, what's the saddest I've ever been? I would say 15 or 20 or 30, but the range of emotions go above that 10. And that's where we have to develop new coping mechanisms to handle those emotions. And if we get stuck in one of those emotions, we don't start to grieve at all. And so that's when addiction becomes a problem. That's when eating overindulging. That's six, I have to say this correctly, of children who are 12 or 13 years old and older, meaning you've brought them home and you have seen them grow up, their personality, you have tons of memories with them, you've watched them fail and you've watched them accomplish and all of those things. Your whole identity has become your child. When you go to the school and you're not known as Stephanie, you're known as Cody's mom, and then they die, you lose your identity and
Yeah.
you lose your ability to cope. And then because everybody's like, oh my gosh, I can't be around her. I get it. I did that too. I'm not saying it in a judgy way, but that's when all of the shit hits you. 8 out of every 10 mothers, and I think it's 6 out of every 10 fathers, will attempt unaliving themselves.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
actually something
God.
that's happened with.
That number's huge.
Of
It is huge.
those,
And they almost always, if they're married, they almost always end in divorce as well.
yes,
If they have a
I,
child that has
I
been
have,
lost in that way.
I have a
of
It's
the
like
question,
8,
overwhelming.
Valoma.
yeah,
If you don't want to answer this, I totally get it.
I'm
Was,
completely open because
was
I
he your
have
was
to
he your
change the
only
narrative.
was he your
Yes,
only baby?
yes, yeah,
Oh my God,
yeah.
no.
He's my only, and I
Because
wasn't married. We were
I'm
divorced
an only child,
before
and my
that.
mom's always talked about that. Like, if anything ever happened to you, I would have not, I don't know what I'd do. Like, and she always compared herself, because I did reckless shit when I was young, and she was always worried about me. But like, she would talk about other moms, like, where losing a child always is fucking undescribable pain, I'm sure.
Mhm.
But
There's no
like, other
words.
moms could pour their focus into their other children, where a mom that only has one, it's like you're talking about your identity, you know, like she
Your whole
surrounded her whole
identity.
life around me, my whole life, you know what I mean? Like,
hmm Your entire identity just gets ripped out from underneath of you. Your schedule, what you eat, everything. And I, you know, I don't say this in a judgmental way, but like, you know, parent or other parents, or you know, people who love you and people who love, you know, love the child that you just lost. I mean, everybody is grieving, but nobody knows. People say things, and I said the same freaking things, you know? I said the
right,
same things. I said things like, well, I just didn't want to remind you. I said
right.
things like, well, can you have other children? You know, I said those
Or
same
it will
things.
get better. I hate that
Yeah,
one. It will
God
get
only
better.
takes the good ones.
Well,
You
you know
know,
what?
oh,
Like,
only the good die young. I've heard them all.
I had like, okay, so when I was 12, my grandpa like raised me. He was like my dad, right? And he went on a vacation and had a massive heart attack and died. He was just gone one day, right? And it really fucked with me trauma wise. It's nothing compared to losing a child. I was a child, right? And when everybody went back to their normal life, right?
hmm
And the people coming and to his funeral and saying sorry to me, it angered me. Like,
hmm
what are you sorry about? Like, and that was
Yeah,
like, I was a kid, right? You know, it's totally different. But
yeah,
I carried that on through when I'm talking to people who are having trauma, to where I don't want to say sorry. I'm afraid to say anything
yeah,
because it's just like, what the fuck are you supposed to say? And that becomes times 10 when someone's lost a child, not a dad, not a grandpa. It's not the same. You know,
yeah.
like losing a
I
child, there's
agree.
nothing compares to that.
Do you
So
just feel
that
like
makes it
do you
even
feel
crazier.
do you feel that the reason why you got angry is because you felt like it was more like a ceremony where they didn't really know the feelings you were experiencing, and it was
I
just more
think
like a
that's
ceremony?
why. And also because I knew that everything was going to stop, because there was this like days of like, we did a viewing and we had relatives come from out of town and everybody was leaving the day after the funeral, and it was just going to be me and my mom, my grandma, my uncle, you know.
And you had to find a new normal. Like your
Right,
normal was completely screwed up.
right, like
Yeah, dude, I've
totally.
been there. I totally get what I
So
do
I
get
was
what you're coming
resentful
from.
of that. Was I think the resentment, like looking back, was that their world was going to go on, like you said, their spinning world, where you got this new world. And like, what are they really sorry about? Are they really going to be there? Like, and plus I was 12, you know, it's a shitty ass age. But
It's a
Yeah.
terrible age to go through that. I mean,
but no,
God.
I've carried it through. And I think that that's also part of like the distance I put between this one girl. Like, when she lost her son, I feel like such a piece of shit for it. And
You shouldn't. You
it's
shouldn't judge
obviously
yourself.
selfish though, and these discussions are important
It's
because
not selfish. It's something like, this is why I created a channel. I'm not plugging my channel. This is why I did that, was
no, it's
because
important you talk about your channel. You're not trying to be some shameless plug.
I
Don't
hate
even try.
doing that though. I hate doing it. I flipping hate it so bad.
You
But I
know Queen
noticed that
Never.
one day in that chat, we stopped counting at like 50 something. The channel holder and we stopped counting at like, and I had never spoke to her ever. I had been in her chat several times. I think I chatted maybe 3 times. I just got, just like today, I just got so overwhelmed with emotion. Like, why don't you people get it? Well, they don't
Right,
get it because grief is so taboo anyway, let
Yeah,
alone child loss grief. I'm telling you,
right.
you will not find a fucking thing out there. And that's the first thing that you do when you get home and everybody's world's spinning and you're like, how do I do this? How I don't
right.
want to do this. I
Yeah,
don't
there's no
fucking want to do
book.
this. And
There's
you
no
know
book
that
or
you can go,
resources.
yes, there's absolutely nothing. So I'll say this, the system is designed to make us feel like we're the problem. Okay. All of our friends walk away, our family walk away, they avoid us, like our stat is too big, and it is. And then everybody's like, go to the doctor. And you go to the doctor and they're like, here's some pills, go talk to a therapist.
Yeah,
Therapist sits at a
Yeah,
table, has no idea. Everything is designed to make us feel like we're the problem. Okay, my child died. I came home. I have no friends now. I have no family now. I'm literally in this giant house full of memories with nothing and nobody. Go to the doctor. They want me to take a bunch of pills. Now they want me to become an addict or something like that.
And
You
a
know what I mean?
zombie.
Yes, they want
Essentially
me
a
to
zombie as
depend on
well.
this shit. I said, no, not doing it.
Thank
And I didn't
God.
realize how freaking hard the battle was going to be. I went back to work too soon, but then I was miserable because nobody wants to talk to you. You know what I mean? If you're happy, they judge you. If you're not happy, they judge you.
Yeah,
It's hard
absolutely.
to pretend to be happy. So when I saw all of those people type their child's name in the chat, I said, holy fuck, there's so many of us. So many of us. And they
Yeah.
started contacting me. And I was talking to
Unfortunately.
them. They're talking to me, and we all had the same opinions. These people don't know who are in their chats. They don't know. So the thing of it is, like you're talking earlier about, supporting and not supporting and all that stuff. We are already not supporting the content creators that have zero care or concern for the cases that they're covering or how they're doing it. And so we started emailing back and forth. And then the numbers grew and they grew and they grew. And I thought, I want to change the narrative. I do not like that if I say Cody or I mention anything that is him, the room fucking clears out. Like I'm being punished because he's gone. My friends left, my family left. I mean, I would literally be avoided in the freaking grocery store. Even 3-4 years later, nobody, people don't want to be around me, which is why I came to YouTube. I was on a train heading to Peru, Indiana, and we get off the train and boom, Abby and Libby were murdered. And there was a flyer that said, for more information, Gray Hughes investigates. That was my introduction to true crime with YouTube. And I followed that case because it was my work area. I was there every other day staying in a flipping dorm with a bunch of dudes. Like somebody killed these 2 little girls. But it pulled me out of myself where I was ready to give up. I was laying down. I was just like, fuck it. I'm just going to lay here and die. It's the best thing for me. I have nothing to live for. There's no hope. There's no joy. There's nothing in this world that I'm ever going to be able to do again. My identity's gone. Everything I care about is gone. I'm being punished. God hated me. I burned all the Bibles, not joking, in my house. I thought I did something. I'm a bad person. Why is God putting me through this? Fuck it. I don't care. I'm just going to go. I'm done. I planned it. I wrote letters. I was done. Out the door. And I'm on a train. And I get off the train and Gray Hughes investigates. I start watching about this case. And I'm like, oh my God. There's 2 entire families who had preteen little girls that were murdered in broad daylight on February 13th, 2017. An entire community doesn't know who did it. And I have the audacity to lay in this bed and wind myself into oblivion and not care. These people have no idea what happened to these 2 beautiful little girls. And then it was like, it snapped me. I snapped Xavier Harrelson, Cash Gernon, California City Boys. I could say names all day long, but it gave me perspective. And then I thought, this is bullshit. We did not do anything wrong. We did not have a choice. Nobody gave me the opportunity to stand at his side in the flipping ER and trade my life for his. And if they had, I would have done it. And Kylie's mom would have done it too. That's my goal, is I want a place to talk. I want to change the narrative. Grief should not be a taboo. It should not clear the room. Nobody can fix me. Nobody can make my hurt any less. But there's no reason for people to fear valomas to the point that they live every day in isolation and alone because they're being punished. Because that's a burden that no one can carry. We can't carry that burden. That's the reason I created the channel. I don't do true crime. I won't do true crime. There are good true crime content creators that are out there. You just got to find them. There are good discussion channels like this one. But if they're bad, we don't support them. Even a view. If you can go to Zab Girl and sit in that chat and listen to her say those disgusting things about Kylie Rodney or Kylie's family, you are contributing to it. Even if you don't type a letter in the chat, you are contributing to it. And I'm not pointing the finger and being ugly. I'm saying we have to change this environment and this community, because as it stands right now, if somebody I love and care about has a child come up missing, the last place I would bring them to is YouTube. Because I could say, go to Chasing Truth, go to Gray Hughes. I could say that. But somebody else, the bad ones out here, are going to hear what Chasing Truth and Gray Hughes are saying, and they're going to run with it. And then you lose
And
control.
spin it.
Absolutely.
That's what I was telling Queen last night, is that she could have had Jagger on this channel a whole bunch of times. She built a relationship with him through DMs. You know, she's been messaging him since like day 2. And she could have done it 1,000 times and she didn't. And there's a reason, is because like we wanted to protect him. Like we talked about this, like seriously, because if she would have brought him on here, as much as like us as moderators and her as the creator would try to protect him, it wouldn't go down that way. Like,
yeah, he would have been. He would have been.
Get mad. They hate it. People get mad. But you know what? Gray Hughes does that with the Delphi case. He knows the family, law enforcement, the whole flipping community.
That's how I found Gray, was through Delphi.
Me too.
Because, since you're familiar with Delphi, you probably remember Mrs. Fucking Wonderful. And she was local to the area and whatever, and she was covering it. And I remember they would go back and forth, her and Gray, because of certain things she would do, you know, because she was fucking off the chain. But anyways, yeah, I didn't know that you started with Delphi.
Yeah, I was silent for a long time. And people are like, oh, Gray, blah, blah, blah. He's so mean. He's so mean. If you ever listen, when Gray gets upset and he says things like, if you believe in blah, 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 unsubscribe. If you listen to the words that he is saying as closely as you watch Kylie Rodney's body language, you'll get the truth. Kylie Rodney in front of that camera, when people are critiquing her smile, she is holding it together by a thread. And if you close your eyes and you listen to that again, you'll hear her very politely tell you, you've done enough damage. You have, you're completely smearing mud all over the memory of my daughter, and it's time for you to mind your own business. You've not been helpful.
Yeah, you can hear it in her chest. You can hear her holding all that in her chest.
I cried. I thought I want to hug her.
Yeah, I mean, would you rather have like a person up front and tells you the truth when they get mad, or would you rather have someone fake it and be like a snake?
I'd rather somebody tell me.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, absolutely. When I walked in the hospital, they were like, "He's gone." They didn't sugarcoat it.
No, I'm talking about like I'm talking about Gray. Like basically, yeah, he's up front. He's he could be harsh and like
he's
some
very,
people
for the name Gray, he's very black and white. Let's put it that way.
I mean, like at least you know where you stand with them. If he doesn't like you, he tells you, "I don't like you." Yeah. There's a lot of people that will just pretend to like you and then just basically talk shit behind your back. And then the moment you start dropping off or something happens, you do something wrong, they're the first to put the exposed video on you. And those people are snakes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, if there's an update, Gray will give it to you, Chasing will give it to you. You know what I mean? If there's an update. If there's not, if you don't hear anything, if I don't hear anything from us on that about the Delphi case, it's because there's not a freaking update. It's pretty simple. There's no reason to drag this all out. But for people to go the extra mile, when I saw one night, I could not sleep for nothing. I could not sleep. It was a bad time of year for me. I got up at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. There was a channel on this platform that had the like preliminary death certificate. It was like it was stamped, so it was some kind of a certified. I was so raging mad. I thought, how dare these people with their entitlement? That is not your child.
You mean somebody in reference to Delphi?
No, I'm talking about Kylie's. Just a couple weeks ago.
Okay, gotcha.
If somebody who I do not know across the country would have contacted whoever to get copies of my son's certified, I'm telling you, I would have went there, because that's nobody's business. And the audacity of some of these people to do that should tell the whole community where we're at. We have subscribers, members. We are the ones that make or break these channels. We are the ones that have the ability to wipe them off the platform and take all of their, take away any of their publicity. We give it to them. Their numbers are what keep them coming back. So we can't bitch and complain about it if we're not willing to stop watching it. We have to stop watching it. We have to support those that are doing good and ignore those that are doing bad. You don't even have to say their name. If they're here for money and they're here for fame, not supporting them and not saying their name or visiting their chat will give them the opposite of what they want. They
super
will
guilty.
leave.
I'm super guilty of that too, because like I am a cringe and hate watcher all day, every day. Like I admit it. I'm not one of those people that's like I don't even watch that. No,
Girl,
no, I watch.
Cappy, I think we were
You know?
separated at birth, girl. Me
I'm
and
not even
you.
kidding. But
I do the
listen,
same
like
shit.
you can say like, "Hey, I unsubscribed." It's the view count that matters. It's not the subscription. It's
Right.
Yeah.
the engagement. It really does.
That channel that's over there, he's got a decent sized audience. He makes videos about me at least once, twice a week. There for a while, it was every day. I will not entertain it. I will not go to that channel. I
That's
will not.
disgusting.
I absolutely will not do it. The people that matter to me know that nothing he says is freaking true. He's put it all together with a,
Honestly, don't
know,
even tell me who he is because I'd be all over that fool. Like,
Yeah, dude, me and
like,
Cappy
Yeah,
be
he's-
capping
nobody's
that.
business. Like,
I know.
Tipsy and Cappy be capping that chat.
don't fucking tell me who he
and I won't.
is. Like,
I
really
went
don't.
months. I went months without even chatting in anyone's chat. I canceled memberships. I didn't subscribe because they stalked me. And if they saw me in a chat, they started attacking that content creator.
Well, and I think it's a lot because like you're really like transparent and with like your story
Absolutely.
and honest about the grief and it's like it all ties back to that like grief being like taboo and stuff and oh you fucking stop making me sad or whatever reason, right? And people on social media like aren't held accountable like they are in real life, so they're gonna say and do shit that's pretty fucking foul usually a lot of times. More times
These
than
channels
not.
that are that deep in conspiracy, all they want is to be right. They want to be
Yes.
that, what do you call it? That, like, what's the word? Like hidden behind a screen. Nobody knows what you look like. And then say all
Anonymous.
this. Yeah, like
Well,
Jim Jones.
Whoa! What about me? No, no, that was a joke.
But listen,
We
Me
love
too,
you.
Tim. Me too.
you know what the thing is though? It's like, okay, so if some of these channels that have like done bad things, if they would just go forth and do right things, like okay, so
Like an apology.
Annie, for example, she's taken a stand with people dragging Kylie's mom, and I have like twice now, like on my community tab, like, hey, thank you for doing this because you do have a big platform and you do have a big influence. No matter like the differences we've had because of cases and the big mistakes she made in the past, she's doing things right going forward. At least with this case, like I haven't followed all of her other videos, but that makes me happy to see that. Even though you know what I mean, we have these differences and whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many channels like that I used to watch, and I will never go to the chats again. There's others that I absolutely love, and for months I don't dare be seen in their chats because
Gray's in chat right
this
now.
nasty email. Who? What is it?
Gray investigates. He's in the.
Hi, Greg.
I just thought that
I can't see the chat. I can't see the chat
I
at
just
all.
thought I'd
Hi,
mention
Greg.
it so we could all say hi.
Grace Channel is one of them. I didn't dare be seen in his chat because this group sends out the emails and it says all the ridiculous stuff, and even though Gray knows that none of that shit is true, it then puts a target on him. Then they filter into his chat, and I just recently started chatting in chats because I don't want to see the channels that I like have all this crazy interference. You know what I mean? I mean, I'll probably have to go back into hiding after this, but it was something that I felt like I've been for the better part of 2 weeks. I've been less and less time on YouTube and more time with, I mean, how do we fix it? How do we change it? And the only thing I can come up with is avoidance. Just straight up avoidance. Just completely ignoring them. Because most of them, that's all they want is to be right. They want recognition. They want a booty pat. They want they want this Jim Jones, I call it.
I kind of like how you say booty pat, to be honest with you, every time.
That's what they want.
I'm joking.
They want people to be like, hey, he was right. She was right. It's not
I
about
appreciate that too, because I don't think I could just slip that booty pat like off the tip of my tongue. I would say what I would say.
That's gonna be the new. That's
I
gonna be the new.
appreciate that booty pat. Yeah.
We're gonna make that the new super chat thing. Someone's gonna have like, I think we got a booty pat.
I think we got a booty pat.
That's gonna be the. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to add a little levity to.
No, yeah, totally. We get you.
And what you guys are saying is part of what I was asking is, does it come down to you a dislike of the content or the creator? Because there are people that strictly go in the chat room because I'm in there, or they come in this chat room because the topic is Brittany, or, and that happens all over the place. So some people, it is personal. It is simply like, even me, I just did 2 great streams about mental health and it was ripped apart. Beautiful streams, nothing to tear apart about it, but because they dislike me, they find something wrong within a beautiful message. So that's where I ask that people just kind of separate their feelings. And are you really that angry at the content or the creator?
True. Or they could just be trolls or assholes. So, it could be that.
Those people that come at me really hard like that from that group of people, I blocked all of them. Like everyone else, I don't even have to see it. I just absolutely refuse to participate.
I think like if someone's trying to do something like that and you bring in like negativity, you're kind of like adding to the issue. You should just be like, okay, you should encourage the person to cover that content and just not attack them. That's my opinion. Like if the person's like changing, they did some bad things in the past and they're changing and they're trying to change their content to be more positive, and then you attack them when they're trying to do stuff positive, you're kind of messing with the whole change thing. They just say, well, what the hell am I going to do? I do something positive, I get less views and I get attacked. Let me just go back to doing my other thing where I can get more views and I still get attacked, but I get more views and I get more money. So I think people need to just say to themselves, if a content creator is changing positively and they're doing the right thing, stop with the negative attacks, acknowledge that they're doing the right thing, and then move on to the next creator. Your job is done. They're moving on. That's my opinion on that.
Well, and
when they're being ugly, the one thing that I always say back to them, if somebody's just constantly coming and being ugly like that, the one question that I always say that shuts them up is, what is your intention right now? What is the intention?
Right. And a lot of people's intentions are just hate-filled. Some people are just so full of personal dislike that it doesn't matter what people do. And that's was my main question today, is what was...
When you ask them, when you come back at them and say, okay, I heard you, but what's your intention for disrupting the chat?
Me personally, I stopped even listening, but I know what you're saying. It's just, it's just...
Answer it. They look like the idiot.
Eventually they'll be seen for what they are, no doubt about it. But in the meantime, there's just so many people that will come in and hype things up simply because their personal dislike. And when you get to the point on the internet where you are literally hating people, wishing death, wishing harm, all that stuff, you should probably take a log off, because it's just not healthy. And the amount of hate that is spread around, even people in here saying they hate her. What do you hate her because she's covering a case in a way that you find inappropriate? We are able to reach people better if we don't take such an angry stance against them, because your story, Stephanie, today touched me in a way. I honestly did not see it from that perspective. Obviously not, because I've never been in that perspective. So I appreciate you sharing that. And it is easier to connect with people and find that softer side of them when you speak softly to them. I mean, it's something we're taught raising our kids, right? When you scream, they disconnect. Nobody's listening to you when you're screaming. I don't know.
It's like you're screaming underwater. That's what it feels like.
Right. And then you got to remember, for the person you're screaming underwater to, they feel like they're drowning underwater, right? So there's a lot of... And at the end of the day, we're all human. We are all human. We all have feelings. People dehumanize us all the time. People become, desensitized to the words they're writing or the impact it can have on people. And I just, it took me a while, because I was ugly. I was very nasty, and I had to catch myself and realize that. And it's just so disheartening now still to see just how we cannot speak to each other as humans, rather we like the person or not. It's just, I don't know. It
Mhm.
just makes me feel like I get it. I understand where you all feel with Brittany. I honestly do. But I also feel where she's coming from as well.
Yeah, see, I don't know her. I've never watched her. I really truly don't venture out that much. But I'm gonna say if everybody sets the standard, if content creators, members, subscribers, chatters, like if all of us decide, make the decision today to set the standard, like I made the decision to get up off my ass and find a new purpose or find a way to at first be content with myself. If we all just make the decision to set the standard, it'll, and we do it as a group,
Well, to
it'll
be
be,
honest with you, Stephanie, I think we also have to accept the fact that everybody has different standards. I think that is first and foremost. We cannot hold people to our standards. It's not realistic. Our standards are not always the same across the board.
well, when I say standard, I don't mean we should have to teach them right from wrong. I mean,
Yeah,
people should, by this age, they should know right from wrong. And so doing the right thing has to be a choice. And if it's not a choice for them, and if that's not the standard that they choose, then we don't support it. We don't grow the channel. We don't build it because they can't do it without us watching and supporting it. They can't do it.
I'm not.
I guess that's where I'm going. I mean, there's always going to be ugly people. There's always going to be people who are mean, ugly, vicious. They're going to, it might even
Dishonest.
get worse before it gets better if they see you growing and they're not. They might want to attack more. But if your foundation is doing the right thing and doing no harm, they really can't touch you. You know what I mean? The people that are loyal to you are going to be the people that are like-minded. So if you're setting the standard, meaning your foundation is on doing the right thing, then I think those are the people that are going to come to your chat and that are going to become your members and that are going to be, build your channel. And so those other people are going to go to that other channel, but there may always be a battle of good and bad. There may always be the battle of right and wrong, but I want you to be on the right side of it. Does it make sense?
it
I'm not
does.
saying
I
you
agree.
personally. I'm
I-
saying we have to start somewhere. And if we keep coming up with like reasons and excuses for why we're not doing it, then we're going to have 25 idiots standing outside of the house of a family, screaming ridiculous things before law enforcement has ever said anything. And then we're going to have 30 more people, obtaining death certificates and autopsy reports when it's none of their business. I mean, that to me crossed a major line.
I
I
agree
hope
with
that makes
that.
sense.
I think first and foremost is people need to personally look at themselves because there is a lot of hypocrisy and expectations that we place on others that we don't hold ourselves to, and I'm guilty of it myself. I think we all are to a point, but ultimately it comes down to who sets the standard, who's to hold who reliable for that standard, and who gets to police who over it.
Well, it's not the way that so in order to do all of that means that you have control or that you have the ability to control, and I don't want that. I don't want the ability to control other people, and I feel like holding them accountable means not growing their channel, not giving them the views. They cannot do it without viewers. So for me, it's not about controlling them or controlling the narrative or anything of that sort. It's about I'm going to do the right thing for the right reason. And if people come at me, I'm going to say, what's your intention? And if that doesn't work, I'm going to ignore them. And if it gets too out of control, well, then I'm going to strike them or turn them in or whatever, whatever it is that they like. When I got doxed all to hell and back, I reported it. Videos got taken down.
Right.
The one channel got taken down. So there are limitations. And when someone crosses them, then I'm going to do what I have to do. I didn't public it. I didn't announce it. I just did it because that's the right thing. I don't have the ability and I don't want the ability to control other people, but my path will be the right path for the right reason. And I'm telling you, once, there's always going to be people that don't like you, and there's always going to be people that come at you and get ugly and threaten you and all this crazy stuff. So we handle that the same way we do those people that dox and get crazy. And, we turn them in, and then the streams get taken down. I mean, there's always been
Did
My
she cut
sound?
off for
Okay,
everything?
I was gonna
Okay,
say, is
no.
that just
Okay,
my
okay.
sound?
I was like, is that just me? Shit.
No,
Paloma,
it's not.
you dropped out. Your audio dropped, babe.
Yeah, sweetie, we can't hear you no more.
It was
There
true.
is
There was
there
too
is
many
an
truth.
update. Sorry, I'm sorry, Tim. Go ahead.
I was about to say there was too many truth bombs being dropped, so it blew up the whole stream.
I was gonna say too. I think
Probably.
the
There
truthfulness
is an
probably affected the
update.
audio.
There is an update from Chatham County. It's not really an update, but they posted something new. I saw somebody in chat referring to it. It reads, quote unquote, dozens of agents and investigators continue to gather and analyze evidence in the Quentin Simon case. While the work continues through the weekend, we do not anticipate any searches or public activity through Sunday. If that changes, we will update you as quickly as possible. The end.
Okay,
I
so
just
they're
thought
just
I'd
letting us
mention
know that
it.
they're taking the weekend off.
That's pretty much what it sounds like. I'm just so scared this girl's gonna pull. I'm not trying to change the subject. But I am terrified she's gonna pull. She's gonna run or pull a Brian Laundry.
I
In
think that
simplistic terms.
well, like with Grandma coming out, like it was a big mistake, but and like I don't know. I kind of have the feeling that they got shit kind of under control because listen, like they they don't want something to happen like the Casey Anthony case where they weren't unable to connect the evidence properly, and
Right.
and then she gets, she skates, or
She
she gets
walks
she
free.
walks. I'm like skates, bitch. She
Well,
walks.
say I've said the same thing, dude. I'm telling you, we're sisters from a different mister.
Right, dude.
Hold on, girls. I want to pop in here real quick. I don't want to think. I want to tell Brittany thank you, and I think her name was Brittany that said I can't see the last one or whatever. But Mopsy said thanks for being a channel where survivors and those left behind feel safe and heard, can share a good cry and laugh together. Thank you so much, Mopsy. I didn't want to be rude. Sorry, girls. Go ahead.
That's not rude. You're supposed to do that. But no, Valoma was in here like dropping mics, like for
I know I
real.
was listening, and I just, girl.
People need that perspective, though. You
And
know what I
I
mean?
want to say on this, I don't feel like anybody should be holding. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't feel like anybody should be policing anyone's channel, right? You're free to do what you want to do on your channel. It's yours. Do what you want to do with it. You know what I mean? But if somebody, says something or calls you out on something or whatever, you have to be prepared for that. You know what I mean? Because and what I'm saying when I'm calling Brittany out with it is keep it real. If you're going to use this case and, to get your subs and make your money and get your PayPals and post your PayPal links and that, you know what I'm saying? And continue to keep going with it. Be honest about that. Don't continue to sit here and say on this panel, that panel, here, there, and in this chat, your own fucking, telling your own subscribers, I'm done. I'm done with this case. I'm moving on. It's been determined an accident. I'm a woman of my word. And then the very next fucking day,
Right.
No,
have
I
a whole stream about her and tag. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just, if you're going to do it, do it. That's cool. Be honest about it, though. That's all I'm going to say. Be honest about it.
You know what? Like, okay, so I wanted to correct what I was saying earlier about like Bullhorn and all them. Like
Because they're honest about being pieces of shit. They don't care. They're honest about it.
they
They
are
think they're
honest.
doing something good. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? But that's their thing. That's their prerogative. That's their channel. They think they're doing something good. They're honest about it, though.
they
Well, I
are
think
honest
they're not
about
honest.
getting
They're not all the way honest. Let me keep that.
right.
They're not all the way honest. But you know what I'm saying? They're on camera doing dumbass shit, thinking they're fucking,
They're honest about like that they should be paid for their quote unquote work. However,
right.
they know
They're
damn well
harassment. They're
they know
stalking.
damn well that
They
they're
should be
not
paid for it.
helping. They know damn well they're not helping in this case, but they're honest about like providing content that their people want to see a little bit. But as far as like we're making a difference, that whole bullshit song and dance is absolute bullshit. You're not helping in any case. You're helping your audience be entertained is what you're doing. And it's like okay, so I've talked to Laura about this. Laura has always been very unapologetic about what she does on her channel, and that it is a business, and that there's an emotional disconnect of somewhat, like this is her business and this is what she does.
Well, and that's why we get along so well. But a lot of people are like, why do you let her over here? Why do you let her talk to people? Well, we're all adults.
Right.
You know what I mean? She comes off shitty. I come off shitty sometimes.
You guys are just blunt.
Granny's watching says sometimes it's intimidating. I don't feel like I am, but some people obviously do. I guess I didn't realize that. So
no, Granny, you, I mean, probably me sometimes, like Laura, like you guys are blunt and to the point, and I'm more comfortable with people like that anyway, though. But the other thing I wanted to say was that, like, oh God, I hate when my mind just drops. But the other people, like, I'm hoping Brittany's not falling into this, but like Zav and like Tyler, for example, are not so forthcoming when it comes to admitting it's a business that they benefit from. They're for the greater good. I call them greater goods. Like, they're for the greater good. They're for awareness. They want to keep their name out there. And it's just like, don't put this veil of like innocence over, I mean, maybe innocence isn't the word, but don't try to make it something it's not. Like, just maybe true crime is your hobby, and maybe part of it is keeping their name out there, but there's a big part of it that when your channel starts to grow, because I've went through spurts of my channel having like growth a lot at one time, you know what I mean, like, and you can get caught up in it if you're not careful. That yes, views and money do matter. They do. Don't pretend like they don't.
No, I get it. I understand what you guys are saying. For me personally, I completely understand what everybody's saying, and I do feel like there's many people that do it. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, don't act like you don't realize what you're doing. Just admit that you're doing it for views. You're doing it for money. I respect that much more myself too, but I don't know. I guess I just feel like people are across the board are into different things. Like, unfortunately, Bullhorn Betty and Dolly, they have people that are going to support them financially to go down and harass these families, right? Like,
oh yeah, absolutely, they do.
right.
Yeah.
And so long as there's a crowd there willing to contribute to this and do it, there's always going to be that person who's going to take it. I guess it just comes down to if your intentions are real or not, and only time can show us, right? Like, I just feel like maybe for right now, maybe Brittany is caught up in something. Maybe the views are new for her, and she's loving it. And I know a lot of people feel like they were there for her since day one, and they feel ignored. And I get it, and I respect it, and I understand how that feels. And I can just hope, from what I know of Brittany, and I know people are saying you don't really know her, and that's fine. You probably don't. You really never know anybody on the internet. Right. But I have faith that she will either crawl herself out of this, or she'll dig herself a bigger hole and become another tragedy pimp, right? And in the meantime, I guess she'll be called out by channels like you. You know, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I just wanted to know what everybody was saying, and I appreciate you giving me the time to come over and talk and explain it to me in a way where I could see from others' perspectives, because let's face it, like I said, when you like somebody, you don't see everything the way others do who don't, and it's always great to be in the middle to try to get an unbiased perspective of things.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I agree.
Well, yeah, and especially when you walk into it not really knowing what's going on either, you know?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I completely agree. I just, but then there are people that it gets them so angry that they're threatening CPS, or they're talking about her kids in the background, and now they're neglected and all. And I just think, like, at that point,
those people can just go to hell. Like, seriously.
Right,
like,
exactly. You're no better than what you're speaking against. That's my whole sentiments.
Like, okay, so example, like in the Kylie Rodney case, there was a Creek Squad girl, I believe Linda Wolf or something like that, right? And her freaking views on the case, I would clown all day. Okay, all day, every day. Like, are you serious? Calm down. You sound like a weirdo. But people were like, in her comments, like saying that people should call CPS because you hear a kid in the background. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like,
right?
Are you for real right now?
Meanwhile, a lot of these babies that we end up speaking about is because CPS did not have the time, because they are being
Right.
over flooded by fake calls like that. It's just ridiculous.
Because, like, from what I could see, like,
Cracking.
she's doing her mom thing. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, I can disagree with her all day, but just, you are such an entitled, petulant child that you want to put that much disruption and harm into somebody's life because you disagree with them. Like, you have no place here.
And most importantly,
not whatsoever.
they don't understand that it hurts the children more than anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I just think, and that's where it comes, like, you got, I think to take a moral high ground, you kind of got to have that moral high ground. And a lot of people I personally see, that I know you are unaware of, Queen, that are trying to call Brittany out using this moral superiority against her. They've done equally, if not worse things. And it's just, that's why I wanted to hear from you, because I know you haven't. So I take your perspective as an unbiased one to say, and give me an unbiased perspective.
Well, that's the YouTube way for some of these other channels. They'll just be like, it's called call out, and they'll try to get views from the drama and the people that hate her. And then, that's what they do usually.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely true. But I appreciate all the perspectives today, especially Stephanie sharing her personal situation. Definitely opened up my eyes. And thank you for allowing me here to ask questions and not yelling at me. You were not aggressive.
Well, yeah, and thank you for coming over here and talking to us, because I'm sure it's probably going to be clips or whatever that are,
Your voice is low, Queen. We can't hear you.
I don't.
Like
I said, normally I don't call her out or talk shit about her or anything like that. We've, it's been mainly the bigger creators that have done this. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But when she says in her own words that she's done, she's saying it on your panel, she's saying it on other people's. I'm done if it comes out, it's an accident. I'm done. If it comes out, it's an accident. But I mean, if you're not, and you're still going to continue to do it, and you're still going to, because obviously she's wrapped up in it, and that's cool. But, and I understand the money's nice. But if you, because when she does move on to other cases, like you said, there may not be, it may not be, the money may not be like this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know. But if you're going to do the shit, be honest about it.
Right. And ultimately, like I said, subscriber count, yeah, that's great. It kind of feeds our ego in a way, but it's your active community, your memberships and everything that keep you going. And when people are there just to hear one case, if you don't have what it takes to keep an audience, you're not going to keep an audience. And that's just factual. It doesn't matter what anybody else says, the way it works.
Yeah,
and,
no, it definitely, because like I try to give this advice to people that are just starting their channels. Like, if you're starting your channel on one person, right? Like another YouTube creator, you need to
diversify.
You need to realize that, like, when you decide one day that you don't want to cover that they're not going to be there anymore. Like, I had made like one or two videos on this one guy in a different community, right? And they did really, really well. And I had a constant request for more videos about him when he was misbehaving, being crazy all the time. I could have done tons of videos. I could have had tons of engagement and subs out of it, but I didn't want to do that to my channel, because then if I did that, you know what I mean? Like, it would be the only thing I could ever do. And it's
it's also boring as well if you're just doing it
right.
on one person.
It's just
why
do you want to do that?
My channel started off going at one particular person as well. But what also happens is the more you do it, the more you start mimicking those behaviors. And it does become sort of, in my opinion, is bullying. And it doesn't feel good,
Contradictory.
Right. And even if the person is such a shit ass person, it still doesn't change the fact that what you're doing is not nearly better, for me anyway, than the behaviors I was trying to point out. And you get caught up in it, which is why I know a lot of people in the chat are like, oh, she's a hypocrite right now. That's fine. I'm trying to change as a person. I'm trying to grow. Something we could all do every day. And I appreciate panels such as this that allow me that opportunity without shutting me down or saying, well, you're Brittany's friend, so your opinion doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's very crucial that we kind of put ourselves in other people's shoes sometimes.
But you have to, if you're criticizing someone, you have to allow that person who you're criticizing to speak and to be heard. You can't just yell out over them, because that's very cowardice of you. If you don't have the ability to defend your accusations against people, then maybe you don't have a basis for your accusations, or you just don't know much about it. That's my thought.
Amen. I agree.
It's our True Tech. Then are you up here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were up here. I'm gonna
Oh, it's my good buddy, True Texan.
True Texan. The
Yes,
only
sir.
true Texan who's gonna do a death match with the other Texan soon. We're gonna
That's
see a
right.
boxing match.
I got my money on True. I'm gonna start calling him
That's
True instead of Texan because I call him Texan all the time. I'm just gonna start calling you True.
Texas Blue Bonnet's gonna fight True Texan in a death match.
No way.
Who's gonna get the sole Texas name?
I could call her Blue and you True. True and Blue.
That's pretty funny.
That is
No, I
pretty
just
funny.
got up here. The lawn people are outside next door, so I won't stay long probably. But I just
they're finally coming.
Watching, I'll sub your channel too. You and Queen got a lot of the same qualities. You're blunt and to the point, but not rude about it.
So when is the CIA going to bust through your door now? Since we revealed that guy who had the communist drink in his hand, and we saw Putin. Do you think that's why they're outside your door, True Texan?
I said the lawn people, not the people.
I heard you, True. It's always good to have you.
Indeed.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and jump down. Again, thank you, and I hope you all have a good day.
All right,
have a good day, Granny.
Thank you, honey, for coming over here,
I appreciate you allowing me.
talking to us, and at least getting our side of things, or at least my side of things. So,
well, like Queen, like we even like had this talk about like, okay, let's put ourselves in their shoes where they're having a lot of channel growth, like a lot, right? And maybe like, you know what I mean? Fuck it. Maybe it's hard to like, but you got to think about like what you're putting out there though too. It can't just all be
like,
about.
you can't. I feel like you can't continue to hurt another mother and her child and talk on her dead child to put food in your child's mouth.
Right. And it's like they can call us like, the moral police all they want. What's really happening in their chat?
Well, like I said, you can do it's your channel. You can do as you want to do. You can talk about what you want to talk about. You could do, tag what you want to tag, but be prepared for people to talk about that as well. You know what I mean? So,
and we are the moral police.
Or defend yourself. She's welcome to come over. She could have came over here with Granny's watching on the panel if she felt comfortable and needed to have her, going over there. Then when she was up here, she could have came right over here while Granny's watching was up here and talked to me with Granny's watching up here if she felt like she needed to have some backup or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or if she felt more comfortable that way.
And I just want to say we are the moral police because Texas is going to deputize all of us as the moral police. He's here. That's why he jumped on.
That's too hard of a job. I can't smoke them if you got them. I can't do it. I cannot control everybody. I can't babysit. Thank you, Johnson. She said you are doing everything right. I love your content. Keep being you. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that.
I love Jonesin. I didn't realize she had a channel.
Yeah, I watched it.
And
her channel cracked me up. Girl.
No, and I was gonna go share it on my community tab. Like I think it was the last video she did.
Y'all need to go sub up to Jones, and she is fucking hilarious.
Let me drop her in the chat. Hold on.
Yes, for sure. Gypsy, you had two profiles up here, and they kept bouncing back and forth.
Are you the real Gypsy or are you the fake Gypsy? We don't know.
No, well, I thought it was a fake Gypsy account, and then she said no. I went and read the chat, so I was trying to pull it up, but it wouldn't let me add the other profile or the other, her other whatever up here. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, I think it's because we let True Texas up here, and the lawn people are outside his door, so I'm suspecting maybe the lawn people, not and then basically maybe like certain individuals with 3 letters in their name is trying to get up and using the fake Gypsy name. I'm just saying, that's my conspiracy. True Texas.
I'll have to get up here and throw tomatoes at you, dude.
Listen, I'm going to change my profile to the Tomato King soon, so I'm going to do that. That's next.
What happened to that guy who's always on here throwing tomatoes?
I was going to say, I think I need to go check, but I think he got blocked or she got blocked, whoever it was. I don't know if it was a girl or a guy, to be honest with you. I think it was just somebody's troll account.
Yeah.
Square or something there.
I think it was Zav Girl's troll account, maybe, because maybe I'm joking. That was a joke. But yeah.
Speaking of that, though, I was flipping through, like, waiting on yours last night, and I was flipping through some of the, seeing what was up, and of course, she popped up reading all the stuff, and I just, like, bounced off. I was like, oh my gosh, here we go, reading every word.
What, you didn't trust the doctor she had on her channel?
I
Doctor what?
didn't stay that long. I went over to the man drama channel. I figured that'd be more funny. I was like trying to get in a light mood, and then I didn't stay up late enough to watch y'all's show. So,
oh, you mean Doctor? I diagnose kids with FAS through one picture.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
yeah, super credible.
Like I have to say, you have to be pretty dumb as a doctor. I'm saying this out loud. I'm going to be hot with this opinion. You've got to be pretty dumb as a doctor to go out there and say medical opinions on YouTube. Like, that's so dumb. On a panel case, that's really so stupid. Like,
no, for real though. Like, and she was even like promoting that, like, the Trekkie way, which is super conspiracy. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you're a doctor. You're a medical doctor.
Oh my god. Yeah, the Trekkie way. Don't that shit.
That shit bugs the fuck out of me. And also, like, okay, so she made a statement yesterday. She made a statement yesterday that, like, totally sat with me, and I thought about it. Yes, we are entitled to what is public information. However, like, why are you and also, like, cops are
but I mean, there's just certain things I'm just like, come on, man.
No, yeah, that's what what I'm saying is, like, this, everything that's not illegal is not the right thing to do. Like, and it's like, and as far as the case goes, why are you ignoring all the evidence that is concrete and actual facts because you want to go with this Trekkie way theory? And we have an obligation, and we are entitled to whatever, and or to question public servants such as law enforcement. Yes, I get it. They made a lot of negligent ass decisions in this case, but there's also like that fire cam video, like, should have put the fucking, like, that should have sealed the deal. Like, I don't understand.
That's because you can't make continuous videos if you don't insinuate some sort of inside corruption conspiracy that the cops want to cover up the death, that, you know, and say that it's an accident. You know, obviously you got to continue the conspiracies, you know, but right. You got to, like, as a host, you got to be like, I'm confused, I don't know, so you don't get sued. But your panelists will say that. Yeah, so your panelists will say the conspiracy theories, but you won't, because you know the line where you will get sued. So you allow your panelists to jump on the grenade and possibly get sued on your panel for saying dumbass shit. So, I mean, like, that's my opinion, and I don't care who comes up and argues me with that. That's my opinion.
I love it when B. Tim does that. That's, like, my favorite type of B. Tim, when he's like, I'm going to say it no matter what.
Yeah, I just don't give a shit who jumps up at this point and argues me with that, because that's the truth. Like, that's why she says, I don't know. It's because she knows if she says, yeah, the cops are corrupt, the cops can, you know, then she's just opening herself up to being sued at that point.
You saw the reaction she got when she was saying, oh, wow, like, this is an accident. When she saw the fire cam video, she knows better. And she got a lot of bad responses out of that, which is really crappy. Like, people were so, like, specifically, like, Creek Squad, I think, like,
yeah, and that's the audience that
the Ryan Upchurch fans, like, got really nasty with her.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you're falling for the cover up and all this craziness. And
yeah, but that's the audience she garnered. That's just, like, that's what the conversation we had earlier with that lady Jessica, who's also known as Granny. It's like, you know, when you don't correct certain things and you let it fester, then that's the audience you garner. And then all the people that are originally there, that was there for you beforehand when you were doing things the right way, they slowly disappear to the criticism. Like, they'll make their clip channels, or they'll jump on channels like this. And now you're only left with people that are doing those conspiracies and fucked up things. And now if you try to change your content, those people are gone, but all your credibility is gone as well. So that's the danger that she faces. And she might be too late. Maybe she's not too late. You know, I mean, maybe she can start building back, you know, get rid of purge those idiots away, and start getting the legitimate people that actually cared about her and talking about other subjects other than Kylie Rodney. But as soon as she starts moving away from the conspiracies and all that stuff, done. I mean, that's why I think like the endorsement from Ryan Upchurch was kind of like a poison pill where, yeah, you get great numbers, but now you have to either, go with the conspiracies or you're done.
Okay, speaking on that subject.
Let's go, Texas.
No, but I was...
he was waiting for that. He was like, now my chance to fucking say something.
I had a bad night, so I was up and down all night. So I went back and watched the Queen Bee show with you two on the panel and the Upchurch on the panel. See, I never saw that before.
Oh shit, you didn't?
You got to be specified.
I'm a Ryan Upchurch fan. I'm not going to change that because I like you people and like this show. I'm not
right.
Yeah, obviously.
And I don't.
And we wouldn't respect you if you did.
Yeah,
because we have respect for you being who you are.
It was one of those deals where I don't know. I was trying to figure out. I was like, okay, body blow. And I was like, I don't know, Tim. I think Cappy was getting in some good ones. I mean,
yeah,
you started out strong, but you kind of faded, and Cappy just. She went the whole 15 rounds, dude.
Yeah, what I was trying to do later on, because I knew that he was just trolling. I was trying to get him down to a specific story, like a precise story that he can get locked down in. And that's why I jumped back on the panel, because I saw everyone was like, kind of like people were he was starting to win the crowd a little bit. And I was just trying to get him back on path to explain his batshit crazy idea to everyone. And the problem is that every time I tried to say something, one of his little goons kept on saying, no, that's not what he said. And they wouldn't let him fucking talk. Like, that's what pisses me the fuck off all the time. Let the motherfucker talk. Let him say his story and let him say, because he's a grown-ass motherfucking man. Okay?
Right.
And that's my problem. Let him talk. He's not a baby. He's fucking 31 years old, I think, or whatever. Or he's a grown-ass man. If he wants to say batshit crazy things, let him say batshit crazy things. But I want a defined story so that I can rewind and be like, this is what he believes, so that when he tries to backpedal, like he did on Zav Girl, we can pull up the clip and say, no, motherfucker, this is what you said. That's my point. I'm sorry.
Damn, dude, I was just trying to lighten the mood, man. You got.
I get pissed off with that guy. Like, I really do, because I didn't like the fact that he basically goes on Zav Girl, and Zav Girl puts a clip like, no, he says that Kylie's real, and that just absolves his ass. It's like, no, you spent like 2 fucking weeks on that thing, and I'm not gonna do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna forget. I'm not gonna forget what you did. Sorry.
Essentially, he always makes like people that stand up for him look really bad, though, like how he did with Zav Girl. And then like when I was on the panel going rounds, Texan, like you saw, like there was that one lady who jumped up and was like, you guys are saying he did this and that, and he didn't say that was a fact. He said it was his opinion. And literally Ryan, while she was right there saying that, says, what have I said that's not a fact? And like basically contradicted everything that she said, like. It's one thing to be somebody's fan, like love their music and appreciate their comedy, but to like, just because you like their music and their comedy so much, you're gonna like be this, I don't know, like you're different to me, True Texan, and so is like Brandon. Like you guys are able to have discussions. A lot of his fan base are unable to have these discussions because they're such a big fan of his. I've
never given my opinion on this show or any other show about what I think happened at that party.
Right.
It's be an opinion. I wasn't there, so nothing I would have to say to be factual. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of people have. That's their business. I mean, like Tim says, some of them are adults, I mean, I still won't say my opinion. I don't, and after it's over with, I won't address that opinion. I mean, I listen to what y'all will come out with on the facts and give y'all's opinion. I'm just kind of new at this.
Yeah, obviously. And the thing is you don't have to defend like Ryan Upchurch's horrible opinions. You can just like his music, be like, I like Ryan Upchurch's music because he's an artist. And you know what? Sometimes I listened to his recent video on artists, like about the artist industry and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. You're really correct on the artist industry. And there's certain points that he makes that are like, but when he went to this case, he was completely fucking wrong. But he doesn't want to admit it. And that's to me is like, bro, I mean, I can agree with certain parts. I like, with his career, but I can't agree with what he did here, and I'm still going to hold that against him. But, I know what you mean. Like, there's certain parts you can like about a person. Not everyone's two-dimensional, where they're just all evil and all good, That's what you're probably saying.
Well, I mean, I kind of backed into his music anyway. I learned it through another dude because he was doing a lot of Kid Rock reactions.
Mm-hmm.
And me and this guy got to be pretty good friends on the Kid Rock stuff, and then he also had a bunch of Ryan Upchurch stuff on his channel. I thought, I'll check that out. And I was like, this kid's pretty talented, I didn't know nothing about him. I've watched almost all of his videos. And I watched the one you're talking about. He was the artist in the music business. And
I agreed with that point. I said, yeah, you're really smart when it comes to that perspective, but you really sucked when it came to Kyle Ronnie. And it kind of disappointed, it kind of sucks because if he didn't do that, I would respect him a lot. I'd be like, listen, you paved your own way, you made your own money, you did all these, fantastic things.
Right.
I didn't like I would agree with like 90% of what he said. If we just took away the Kylie Rodney thing, I would agree with a lot of his points.
Me too.
But unfortunately,
me too. Definitely. Because there's parts of him where I'm like, God, he's so damn dumb. But then there's parts of me where I'm like, you know what? He's really fucking like smart and savvy when it comes to like the fact that he didn't sign on with the record company, that he knew he could do things independently the way he did, and he was very successful at it.
And it pisses me off because I would say, oh, this guy's a cool guy. Maybe it would be cool to have a conversation with. But then when he did that whole thing, it's like that just poisoned me entirely when it came to everything, when it came to him. And that might be like petty by me, but I could be a petty person.
Well, I think it's I don't, you know what, Tim, like I'm not speaking for you, but I think that it's more about it's not so much about his opinion on the case as the fact that he can't admit he's wrong, and he's like a 5-year-old about it.
Yeah, and that's just I'm sorry I blew up. I'm sorry, Texas. It gets me so angry at that situation what happened. It really does. To this very day, and I didn't mean to raise my voice. I'm sorry.
That was a champion moment for you, man.
I mean,
I was all taken in the compliments from True Texan, like, yeah, I went 15 rounds. Woohoo!
I never saw it till, like I say, in the middle of the
I can't believe you never saw it.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That was like a crazy one to sit through. I'm like, I tried to speak logically to him and it was not working. It was just not working. Then I even burden of proof jumped on the person he accused of being Zanime. And then what got me annoyed with that part was that he literally was looking for any excuse to attack her. He says, oh, so this is clickbait, right? He couldn't say, oh, I was wrong. You're not Zanime. He's like, oh, maybe you're working with Zanime. And it's like, can you just admit that you did something wrong and just delete the video? Like, do we need to go through this whole circle jerk here? Or can we just move on? Like, really, you got something wrong, delete your video and say, my bad. I thought you were Zanime because I'm an idiot when it comes to searching on Google, on YouTube. And I didn't understand YouTube, even though I've been doing this for 5 years and I don't know how to search for channel names or something like that. Like, come on. I even did a tutorial. I'm not joking. I did a tutorial how you can do it. I went online, pulled up the tutorial how to do it, and explained in detail why it happened. And he still didn't understand it. And he doesn't understand about spam, like pornography bots. And to a certain point, I started thinking, is he just trolling? Is this like act of ignorance, complete a troll? Because I can't imagine a person who's worth millions of dollars.
It was.
Yeah, I mean, like I couldn't imagine a person who has made millions of dollars on YouTube would not know this. It's like it boggles the mind, really. But that's just, and I know I'm going on a tirade here, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry I brought it up. The only reason I even brought it up to start with, I hadn't seen it until last night, or this morning, I guess. And then I get on here, and I didn't see what happened before I got on here this morning, but I saw Granny's watching on here, which I happen to like her channel. I catch it when I see her live on if I can. And she reminds me a lot Queen Bee because she's just straightforward and blunt, and not in a rude way. I'm a blunt person, but so it does. None of that stuff rubs me the wrong way. I mean, tell me to shut up, I'll say okay. I'm not going to turn around and say, no, you shut me up, motherfucker. That ain't what I'm going to do.
Yeah, honestly, I never heard of her channel until today. So, I mean, that's
I mean, it's a pretty good channel. I mean, but she's straight to the point. I mean, sometimes it's brutally honest. I mean,
Agreed.
It is what it is.
Hold on one second.
Oh, there's someone coming up.
This you? Salty, is this you?
I don't know about all this.
Yeah, he didn't answer me, and it doesn't. I think he deleted his account, didn't he? So that's probably not him, huh?
Yeah, probably not.
Somebody trolled him, like mocked his name a long time ago too on Fellers. So yeah, be careful.
Yeah, fuck that. I feel stranger danger.
Yeah, I really. I'm about to like remove my
duck and cover. Yeah,
he's saying
run away with me, Tim.
That girl, you up here?
Yes, up here to address.
Okay,
Cappy's
let me message you and see what's up. Hold on.
Stranger danger.
So, Cappy, I heard your gripe earlier because I actually went and listened to, I'd say 90% of the stream. You're upset that in 6 years you haven't gotten a death threat.
That's how you know you made it in YouTube, man.
All right,
I'm
gonna throw the death threat at her. No, I'm joking.
It doesn't count if you do
I'm
it.
serious when I say I think some people lie about it.
I think they do too. I do too. I think they lie and exaggerate, or they take a troll comment that says go jump off a bridge. He told me to K myself. They do it for sympathy grift.
Yeah.
I can honestly say I've never read one or seen one in a chat or read one in comments on anybody's channel, so I don't know how much of that is bullshit.
That's right. And all my socials are open up to strangers, so it's like I haven't got a DM.
And you definitely make videos to start shit sometimes, like to troll.
Oh, I totally do. And I've been running my mouth for 6 years on here. So, and it's like I have been told to go unalive myself, but I've never like gotten a threat like I'm coming to your house, bitch, and I'm killing you or whatever. Or like
they probably know you're from California.
I know I'm late. I know I'm late to the game, but I spent all that time catching up, so I want to say something.
I don't really think it's a smart idea to make death threats against you because probably you know how to dispose of bodies by now since you were in the industry.
Well, I definitely know how to dispose of bodies. But I think that Brittany trying to say that Queen is obsessed with her is the most wild shit I have ever heard in my life.
Wait, listen.
That was how this started.
Okay, because I asked in the chat earlier and I forgot all about that part. So she said,
"Oh no, I think maybe you misunderstood. Then this got started because she made a fucking thing comment to one of her subscribers. Okay, so she obviously made a post that it was an accident or whatever. So then here, let me put it back up here again so I can show you what happened here.
I mean, I did catch up in 2x speed, so it is possible.
So here's the post, right? So basically they're saying, we can move on after tonight and let the family grieve. Finally, I'm sick of watching the chat and other lives saying it's a cover up and they should still look more into it. That to me shows who's in it for money, views, and who's not if they continue, right? So it's got 15 likes and a heart on it from Brittany. Mm-hmm. Brittany responds to it. Let me see. Brittany responds to it, right? Let me take this down. I'm a woman of my word. I'm moving forward. There are so many cases.
True.
Okay. So I'm like, oh, cool. You know what I mean? Maybe she's just learning. She's getting, you know what I mean? Maybe she's getting it finally. Cool. You know what I mean? Maybe she's.
Yeah.
And then this morning, I wake up to a live stream that says, bam, Kylie Rodney right on the fucking front of it. Like, what the fuck just happened? Hold on.
So where did the comment come from where
I
she
need
said,
to. Oh, this is when it changed. I need to address a few things on my channel. This is when as soon as she knew. So anyhow, okay, so she didn't respond. So okay, so then I see this shit. I made a community tab. I tagged her directly, so she knew I was directly speaking to her. So I made the post on my community tab, put both screenshots up. I said, okay, I thought you were being a woman of your word and gonna let this family grieve, right?
I see it now, yeah.
Yeah. So
You
obviously she
said,
didn't want to respond to
bitch,
that. She wanted
you
to go
s-
what?
hold on, bitch. You said, but set up live number 19,865.
It's
Right.
True though. It's true.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, that made me
Right.
laugh.
So she didn't want to respond to it. I knew damn well she's seen it. So then I said, okay, well, since you don't want to answer my question that way, then I'm gonna ask you directly in your chat. Then I'll come directly to you because I'd rather ask you directly. You know what I'm saying? And so I went to her chat and her live and said, I thought you were, going to be a woman of your word and let this family grieve or whatever the fuck, something similar to that. Why are you still grifting off
Yeah.
this fucking family? You know what I'm saying? You just got done, she just got done talking about this is only, she just responded to the sub or whatever that said, we know who's in it for money and views and whatnot, right? So anyhow, she's like, don't even worry about dropping my PayPal or my Cash App because other people are so obsessed. Bitch, are you fucking
really?
kidding me? You have grift. Are you fucking serious? So then, you know what? Fuck you. Now I'm speaking on your motherfucking ass. Fuck you.
Well, somebody in chat said they've never heard us speak on her. We have spoken on her before, but taken it quite easy
Well, I've
compared.
only right. I was gonna say I've only said a couple things here and there, just like a few comments here or there, calling her Griffney a couple times. We showed that one video. We've never went hard on her like Zav Girl, like Dolly, like Bullhorn. You know what I'm saying? None of that. None of that.
Oh, like she hasn't really truly been addressed. She's never been in the
No,
title.
because she was
Like,
fucking new, and I was like, maybe she'll learn. You know, then catch on, and yeah, fuck
She's
that.
new, but she learned from the best. She came from Natasha. And not as
Right,
an
but
original
then gets
hate
fucking
watcher.
pissed off when people call her a baby and C because she's acting just like her. Like, what the fuck? Just be honest. If you're gonna grift and use this case for money, just say that.
Yeah.
thank
Just
you,
say
Nice
that.
Live. Queen,
Thank you, Jonathan.
And
She said,
somebody,
I've been wondering
Granny.
for a while now if you had noticed what BJ had been doing. I never heard of, and everybody wants me to call out Laura all the fucking time. They're always mad that Laura's over here or whatever, says this or says that. Well, fuck. I mean, she's answered how many times to how many questions of shit she's done over here. She just came over and explained the candle fucking situation 2 days ago.
She
So
does
Totally
seem to be
straight up
attempting
about
to take
stuff. Yeah.
responsibility. Some of her
Yeah.
past answers, I don't
right,
feel
just be
took
honest
as
about
much
it. You know
as
what I'm saying? Fuck
accountability as she
everybody,
is now.
So anyhow, that's what Kimberly said. I'm proud of you, Queen, calling out the grift and standing up for the victims of those left behind. And that's another thing too. Hold on one second. I gotta let my dogs out real quick.
No, I agree that girl. Like the especially lately in the last months, I feel like she has been accountable. She's addressed things, and people like I think feel a certain type of way that I'm nice to Laura and that I chatted up with her. And it's like, you know what? I see
I'm fine with Laura till she's
I
rude
see
to
a
me.
whole lot of bad behavior in the community that flies under the radar because you're calling out Laura. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's
A
like
lot
come
of her
on.
haters do things that are inappropriate. And I have no problem being respectful with Laura and even getting to know her until she's rude to me. And we
I'm
see
not
that goes bad.
talking. I'm not talking about Mandolin, and I'm not talking about Steph Brown. I like those two a lot, and I'm not talking about them. I'm talking
I don't
about some
know them.
others that have done some real grimy shit that have the audacity to call out Laura when they've done real grimy shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, this isn't about Laura, so I want to back it up just a second
All right.
because Granny said some bullshit that I'd kind of taken issue with before she bounced out of chat. I accidentally deleted one of her comments, but when I went back and read it, kind of glad I did. And she said that she basically tried to compare the day Queen was late and told us why because of the car wreck to Brittany repeatedly asking for help with her car.
Wow, that's
and
a
saying
stretch.
that what Queen did could be considered a dry bag too. I disagreed with her in chat, and I'm going to disagree again publicly. I even tried to have Queen let us help her with that, and she fucking refused. And it pisses me off that Granny said that. It just really does because, and I don't mind Jessica Lynn. I don't dislike her. I watch her sometimes. We're not friends or anything, but I guess you could consider me one of her supporters at certain times because I'll be in her chat. But to say that there is any fucking comparison between Queen being like, shit, I'm late and I wrecked my car, fuck, to, oh, I got my link penned and donations are appreciated to help me fix my car every single fucking day.
Are you fucking serious?
But back up the chat, bitch. It's still there. It pissed me off, quite frankly, because I know Granny wouldn't have said that to Queen up here on this fucking panel.
Well,
but
that
she
was
wants to go get all smart in chat.
So, like, okay, let me pull myself back before I get mad and fucking try to be fair. Okay, so she's trying to use an example of dry e-begging. I'm just gonna go with this. That was a really poor example because that
was bullshit. It was beyond.
She was apologizing for being late. It's not like she went on and on and on about her fucking shit. You know, it's just like, I don't know. That irritates.
As a matter of fact, whenever I was sharing her PayPal link one day, I almost said, help Queen get her deductible covered, but I knew she would stab me. So
she would stab our fucking
so I
fingers off.
fucking undid it. I was
Bitch,
like, well, I don't want to lose my wrench. I sure do like being able to time out the dumbasses. So
I really almost thought about it too. Like fucking.
Okay, so I'm not the only one because she's so stubborn. I just want to
our
help.
homegirl. She just went through some shit. But then I'm like, she would have been furious with us.
Well, and she keeps going through shit. So as her homegirl, I want to help her. And like I've been pushing her to make a wish list so we can send her things off Amazon and stuff. And she fucking refuses. And it pisses me off.
She didn't want to fucking make it to where her Cash App and had a direct link. Because I'm like, bitch, Cash App has a direct link now. You don't have to type it in manually anymore. And she's like, oh, that's okay. I'm like, no, it's not okay.
Some beach we are allowed to share her Cash App and PayPal. Cappy and I do it. But we're not told to.
I do it when she tells me not to, dude.
Like, I do too. I do too. Just like she tells me to share my link and I don't.
No, she'll say shit like this to me. Like, I think the subject matter is heavy and I don't think we should share it today. And I'm like, bitch, the subject matter is always heavy. We're sharing it. Like,
yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, not to mention the fact she spends hours that she could be working at a job with us. And a mind of my own says, why do all creators fight? Why can't everyone create and just do what they want and get their own consequences? That's crazy because some people hurt real life victims and that's not the fuck okay. But I just didn't think that was fair for Granny to talk that shit in the chat when I know she wouldn't say it to Queen's face. Because she sure was all compliant and stuff up here on panel, but then wanted to get off with a big attitude. And again, I don't dislike Jessica, but that was bullshit.
I don't feel like that was a fair
it was fucking rude. It's not even an accurate comparison. Fuck a fair example. There's like that's apples to fucking
that's actually the way I wanted to articulate that, but I fucking I'm like all distracted. Yeah, like
sorry, I'm still pissed off because I just heard it.
Not
I just heard everything in 2x speed. It's not even like you can't compare a chicken thigh to an apple. There's no fucking comparison.
None.
And I really appreciate everybody who ever donates to Queen because she's worth it and she doesn't do fuck shit. But to say that there's any fucking comparison between Brittany J and Queen is crazy. And to say that anybody's obsessed with Brittany, bitch, that's what narcissists say. Whenever you call them out, narcissists say you're jealous. Narcissists say you're obsessed. People with a heart and one eye and half a brain think about what the fuck was said to them and if they should readjust their behavior because they don't want to make immoral decisions.
Bitch, I hate it when people say like, she's so jealous of me.
Y'all think I'm bullshit and I'm not diagnosing nobody. I'm not diagnosing shit. I don't believe in that. Every time y'all try to, I tell y'all to stop. But that is a narcissist response.
Yeah, it's a tactic.
You're jealous. You're obsessed. No, bitch, you're disgusting and people are sick of it. I said it, Brittany J.
Brittany person.
She's got another live planned for 8:00 tonight.
Well, who the hell is it? I mean,
which is fine. We go live twice a day around here all the time. But we don't pretend that we ain't doing something that we're not. We don't pretend that we're not doing something. We just fucking do it.
Who in the hell is this Brittany person?
And I know I'm almost 4 hours late.
Hold on.
Fuck this, man. I know I'm almost 4 hours late. But fuck that, man. It just makes me mad. And I see why.
I'm glad you brought it up because I was trying to ask about it in chat and didn't get a response. And well, I mean, somebody might have responded to me, but I was like in the car and all distracted and shit like that. So I
Yeah.
totally forgot about it. But yeah, that comment about being obsessed, like, Tim, okay, so when someone's confronted and like their reaction to me, like, you usually tell me all I need to know. Like, example, like if they dox or they go at somebody's physical appearance, like that tells me you have no leg to stand on. Okay, and so
Exactly.
when you're being held accountable and your go-to is like, oh, they're so jealous and they're obsessed, is like, oh, I cover my face, like so cringed out, like a lot of secondhand embarrassment in that statement. Not once have I ever come back at somebody who wanted to hold me accountable for some shit I said, or like wanted to say some, something to me that was critical of my content, like with "you're so jealous and obsessed with me."
The
Like,
only
that's
person
so
I've called
cringy.
obsessed has proved time and time again he is, and that's the gluer.
Oh, well,
Period.
that's totally
that would be different. But Queen's not the gluer.
And you ain't never called
And she never
nobody-
talks about her.
I haven't called him
new
that in
term.
forever.
I
Only
was
that
gonna say,
night
that's
that
new to
Savage
me.
thought. Only the night that Savage thought it would be funny
Hey.
to start some shit. That's the only time I even said that. Like, I don't. That's stupid.
Hold on, I was gonna say I just came back here. 9th Live says you're my favorite channel, Queen. Okay, so it says duck in here, but I duck in here with you crazy people to get away from the true crazies out there. Yeah, we're crazy as fuck over here. So she said, love your big heart, your mods, and your thoughtful panels. I appreciate that so much. I don't know if I missed anybody else on the way like through. Did I miss anybody else?
I think we got the other ones, but let me
I don't want to be rude. You know what I mean? I don't know if I did or not.
I think we got enough in a row.
apologize if
You
I
should
did.
just do a super chat song. Did you see Kimberly Rose? I'm proud of Clean for calling out the grift and standing up for victims and those left behind.
Yes, I did. I did.
Then, yeah,
I
I
read
think
that
we
one.
got
Here,
enough.
we'll play our super chat sound.
We got a
Here we
super
go.
chat.
What? Oh shit! Oh shit!
We got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Who's got the camera on? You want me to throw a screen here? Let me throw a screen thing up. Oh, look, this is my back one. Ah! Sorry, I did the wrong one for you. I'm trying to save you. Shit.
I think it was just Tiffany. She turns on her camera all the time.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say I'm sorry, honey. Oh, here, somebody's back here too. I didn't fucking see anybody
You
back
should
here.
know by now if somebody's got their camera on and they shouldn't. I'm like, turn your camera off.
Texan.
Laura, what's up?
Texan, I put it in the private chat.
Laura done heard her name and she's here to tell us the what for, bitch.
No,
who made that? That's so cute.
Hold on, Granny's watching. Is this Shield?
It's me, yeah.
Okay, I wanted to make sure it was you coming back up here. Sorry about that, girls. All right, go ahead, girls. Sorry about that.
You guys mentioned my name, but I really have a serious question for that girl and what's your name? Oh my God.
Tiffany, it's only me, Tiffany, and Cappy that are women up here besides Granny and B.
And I meant Cappy.
Okay.
What's
so
up?
more for that girl, and then I'll get to you, Cappy.
Oh, shit.
Here we go. Let's do this, Laura.
You had said that I have, said things, and lately I'm more culpable.
Oh, I got talked over. So let me say that again. What I was saying is that in the past, when you've answered, I don't feel like you take as much accountability as you have now. I have not seen every answer or response, but from what I've noticed, you've been more direct. And actually, maybe it was because it was us asking the questions. Yeah, that's a good word. Maybe because it was us asking the questions and we weren't attacking you. But I feel like you've been more direct and explanatory with some of your answers lately than I've seen you be in the past. And I respect that. But Queen was kind of going off too. So I don't think all my words were heard.
Okay. So my question to you then is,
and
you don't have to answer this immediately. You could think about this. But what have I done or said that has been so hurt? But all right, we're not going to go with said because I've said some horrible things. But what have I done that has been so horrific that needs to be called out left and right that I didn't answer right or I didn't?
I don't think I'm the one who brought you up, to be honest. I think that it just got brought up. Yeah, Cappy did.
No,
I didn't
I
bring
said people always want you called out. They always want to say
that's
this.
right,
They want to
Queen
say
did.
that in the chat. I said you just had to explain yourself on numerous different times. You had to explain yourself with different things. You just came up here and had to explain yourself about the candle situation. So I said
I felt like you were forthcoming about it. That's all.
But I'm just
So I don't
curious.
know if that's what you heard, but that's what I said. So
So I heard what you said, Cream. But
all
even
right, baby.
Cappy, like, what have I done that's been so horrific that needs to be called out all the
To
time?
me, the only thing you have ever done is be rude. Like, to me, that's it. So other than that, I can't answer that question, Laura, because I don't know.
Apologize for being rude to you.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that because what you said hurt my feelings. And I'm sorry that I responded in such a horrific way because for me, that really was horrific. And I'm sorry. It made me feel horrible. And I was embarrassed by how I responded. So thank you. And I apologize as well.
Absolutely.
Can I ask why my comment made you so angry that you came up here like that?
Yeah, I will definitely explain that. I feel like, you would not have said that to Queen when you were up
If
here.
it would have came up, I certainly would, which is why I'm back up here now.
Okay,
Brittany
you asked,
mentioned
so let me
her-
finish Jessica, let me finish my response. You asked, so I'm answering. The first part of that is that I don't feel like you would have said it to Queen's face or you would have said it on panel. The second part of that is I feel like for you to say that Queen telling us once while she was late on a live because she wrecked her fucking car is a dry beggar, the same as what Grifting does, is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard.
That's not what I said, that girl. That is not what I said. You said that Queen Bee was in a horrific car accident that totaled her car and she didn't ask for money.
I did not say that because she didn't total her car. And I
You
didn't
brought
use
up
the word
she was in a
horrific. So if
car
we're going to nitpick words, then fucking repeat mine correctly, please.
Well, I'm not going to fucking repeat yours correctly when you're obviously getting so bent out of shape over a fucking comment
you're
that you don't even know the
to
context
repeat
behind because
you.
it was in
You're
the chat
expecting
box.
me to repeat you verbatim, then you better fucking repeat me verbatim because
What
you
I
did
said-
bring up the
you
grift
brought up
and you did say it could be seen as a dry fucking beg, and I disagree.
Right, and it can be, right? The same way
No,
you're
it
all
cannot
taking
be.
apart
It
Brittany.
cannot
for
be. It is not the same. There's the big, huge difference between a creator being late because they wrecked their car and being like, yo, I'm sorry I'm late. This bitch hit my car. And somebody fucking posting their Cash App and asking for donations to pay for their goddamn deductible. You can't see the
Okay,
fucking difference there?
No, I can see the difference there when I know
Okay,
the
then you shouldn't have
circumstances.
said it.
Because when you're in a chat box and you simply say that she was in a car accident and didn't ask for any money, and I said, did she mention it here? You didn't give all that context behind it, did you? And when we're biased in situations, it is easy for us to say this person is dry begging, but this person isn't because we like them.
I'm not
It
biased
wasn't exactly
anything. If you didn't know the whole situation, then you shouldn't have opened
Should
your
have
mouth.
said
And that's my
shit.
opinion.
Did I say
Yep,
she was
thank
dry
you,
begging, or did
Tiffany.
I ask the
Thank you.
question and say, can that also be
You
seen as dry
completely
begging?
implicated
With a
it. That was
question
an
mark?
implication. You're not
It's a
stupid.
question. It is a
No,
question.
you're not
It is- if
stupid.
you're
You know
able to
what you
say
meant by that. You're
that
not
Brittany-
stupid, Jessica. I've
No, I'm
watched
not
you long
stupid,
enough
So
to
yeah, I
know
was
the
gonna say,
difference.
honestly,
You should not have brought Queen up into that at all. I'm sorry, Queen. Let me
You
mute
brought
so
it
you can
up.
speak.
That girl you said about the car accident, and somebody else said Brittany was asking for money for her car. You did that, not me. I don't know
I
anything
said
about it.
Queen is not over here begging, and she had the same thing happen. That is not me bringing it up. That is me pointing out that lots of people wreck their cars and don't expect their subscribers to fucking pay for it.
that goes back to like not even that. That goes back to like saying like she her kid, she's using her kid for an excuse that he's got to do this, or he's got to get into this, or he's got to do therapy and this and this. Well, if she jumped, which I'm sure she's probably, which I guess I shouldn't assume, but I'm sure she's probably on medical card or link card or whatever. If she's not working, she's probably getting help, which is fine. That's okay. I have nothing against that. But therefore, when that happens, like I tried to bring it up as nicely as I possibly could, you can't, because we went through the same thing. You can fucking jump through hoops. You can call and get that approved through the medical card. Yeah, it does take a while, but you can have the doctor call and have it pre-approved to where you could, you know what I'm saying? Don't use that as an e-bag or a grift.
You got to get
on here.
offline long enough to make the phone calls, though, Queen. That could be hours on hold instead of grifting on YouTube.
Well, and I agree with all that. I just wanted to clarify that I was not at all trying to insult you, Queen, or make it a bigger thing. I was trying to point out that is it often that we dislike the creator, so we judge every little thing they do.
I used to like Brittany a lot. It wasn't until I don't
Right.
even
I was
dislike her
gonna
now.
say,
I just want nothing to do with her. We've gone completely easy on her. We don't bag on her near as much as we fucking could because we try to be chill. But if you didn't know the circumstances, please never again come in Queen's chat and compare anything we do over here to that bitch if you don't know what you're talking about. Because that's not fair and it's rude.
You're so angry at Brittany that you were so defensive
I'm
with me.
not angry at Brittany. I'm angry at you. Do you see the difference?
But you're so angry for what? Because I asked the question.
Because
It's literally
talking
asking
shit
people
about one of my friends.
It's not talking shit when I literally question mark answer it. I've never.
thought,
That's
or
your
right, it's my
opinion.
opinion. Thank you. Is
My
that talking
opinion
shit?
is that
I
you
am
wouldn't do it
simply
on
saying,
panel.
but I came up on panel to do it. Did I not, that girl? So would I not do it on panel? If I'm here right now, it would have been easy to pretend I didn't hear any of this going on, but I'm here to confront it. I'm simply
Well, not
asking
only
a
But
that,
don't
though,
question.
think my
that she,
opinion's
when
going
she
to
came up
change just because
earlier,
you're here to
she,
confront something.
well, and see, that's the thing. Earlier, when she, and I know you've missed quite a bit, but earlier she was on Brittany's panel. She didn't really know what was going on, and there was people in the chat saying she was out there talking shit. And I said, well, I don't know why she's talking shit. I don't have issues with her. She needs to come over here and talk to me herself if she's got issues. That's when Greenie came over here, and then she talked to us. We gave her the opportunity. We tried to explain what was going on.
And I backed up and listened to the whole stream.
Oh,
I'm
did
not
you? Okay.
talking out my ass. I backed
not
up and
No,
listened to
I
the
just
whole
didn't know if
stream,
you
and there was a
listened to the
big O
whole.
difference. In my opinion, there was a big O difference between how she was talking to you on panel and the last few comments she made in chat. That's my opinion. I'm allowed to fucking have it.
Right.
We're directed
Hey, that's fine.
They were not directed towards Queen. And I'm sorry if me asking if they're, I mean, literally, can we not take ourselves out of personal feelings and look at a bigger picture? There
Not
are
when it
many
comes to my friends, no, because Queen ain't a grifting
But
bitch, and anything that
you're
even remotely
defensive
implies
because
it
of
is
your
going to
friends.
piss me off.
Thank you.
No.
I'm glad you admitted it. That is all. Queen, I was not trying to insult you. I was simply trying to say, can it be that we see things differently based on the fact that we like somebody or we dislike them? That is all I was
Nope, it
trying to
has
say.
nothing to do with
I'm
that.
sorry.
Don't manipulate
I am
me.
sorry,
Don't
Queen, if
manipulate me
I
with
thought
your
insulting
bullshit. It has
towards you,
nothing to do
but
with
it
that,
was.
Granny.
It
Nothing
literally
at all.
has.
That's
It was
manipulative
everything I was
bullshit.
saying on the panel the entire fucking time. How
I
is
have
it not?
taken up for you so many fucking times, just like I'm
Okay, and
taking up
because
for
of the
Queen now.
comment, that
It's
girl, I'm now the
bullshit.
worst person ever. Have I
Go
not
ahead,
sat
put
on
some
this
more
panel?
words in my mouth with your dramatic
Have
bullshit.
I
I didn't
not
say you were the worst
sat on
person
this
ever. I
panel
said you're
the
full of
entire
shit.
day and say, can it
Oh,
be
now
based
I'm
on the
just a
fact that we
victim.
dislike a
Granny's
creator
now
more
the
than the
victim, and
content?
she's the
Fits
worst
in with my
person
entire
ever. Did
thing.
y'all
That
hear
girl, shut
that?
the fuck
Did
up.
y'all
You're
hear
sounding
that?
just
Yeah, I was
She's
gonna
the
say,
worst
hold on,
person
one at a
ever.
time, girl. One at a time.
Well, dude, she's up here playing the fucking victim, man. It's stupid. Bye. Bye, because you ain't a victim, bitch. You can do that on every other panel, but we ain't doing it over here. Don't talk shit about my friend being like your grifting ass friend and think I ain't gonna fucking say nothing.
That's crazy after
Well,
Queen
yeah,
gave
because
her like
I
a
didn't see all
platform.
that. Thank you, Katie. She said, hold on. She said, for your car, Queen, or anything else you want, I don't find it comparable. We just started sending you money even before you finished telling us about your car. I love you. Thank you, Katie B. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
And again, I don't dislike her, and that's what pisses me off. She's trying to say, she's invalidating my fucking opinion and feelings by saying it's because I don't fucking like someone. That's bullshit.
Thank you. Pray for rock and roll. You guys are sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just because you change your opinion on who you like and who you don't like, and y'all hate Bond and bandwagon, doesn't mean that's what the fuck I'm doing. I always take up for Queen, especially when somebody's fucking coming up here or in the chat saying some bullshit. Queen's not a grifter. We tried to get her to grift. She refuses.
Oh, yeah, I'd be fucking pissed if you guys fucking did that shit.
I'm sick of that shit. Don't tell me because I don't agree with you and your fucking actions that it's because I just don't like someone. No, bitch, I have my own mind. I have my own voice. What you said was wrong. Period. It's that simple.
Well, what's going on? What's with Brittany's car? Like shit, I thought she got her car fixed. What the fuck's going on? She's using her car as a
Don't
grift
know,
or what?
don't
What's
care,
the point
don't watch the bitch. Yeah,
well, I
she's
just didn't know if
grifting for her
that was
car.
there was a point to that. Like, is there
Yes,
something? That
yes, she's been grifting for her car. And I'm sorry, like I'm not Captain Save-A-Ho. I ain't simping. I ain't none of those things. But don't come up on the panel acting all chill and cool and friends. And I can talk normal even though you don't like my friend with Queen. And then go in the chat talking about hate bonding and grifting, man. Fuck that. I'm sorry.
Well, and like I said earlier, it's not. I mean, it's not even
you
that
don't
I
even
don't
like
like Brittany
Jessica,
as a
so
person.
come on
'Cause
now,
I don't
just
even
quit
know. I don't even know Brittany as a person. But what I don't agree with what she's doing. No, I don't.
To say that I don't like Brittany, so that's why I'm taking up for you is some bullshit. How about what you said was fucking wrong? You didn't know the context and you should apologize and just not say it again. It's that simple. But instead you want to come to her trying to manipulate my meaning and where I'm coming from, talking about, oh, it's because you don't like somebody. No, I don't have to like or dislike somebody to have an opinion about their behaviors and what they say, period. And to say that you think that I'm saying that because I dislike Brittany is just as manipulative and bullshit as what fucking Brittany's doing herself. Sorry. And I don't hate anybody now. I'm allowed to fucking have an opinion and still like someone. Did you know that me and Queen disagree all the fucking time?
Oh, fuck all the goddamn time.
All
every
the time.
day, probably.
Am I part of the disagreement? No, I'm joking.
Always
Kinda.
Tim.
Exactly. That's why.
Sorry, I thought that was so funny.
You made me spit my damn freaking Coke out.
I
I'm
just
just
can't
sick of
help
this.
it.
You're
Like,
hate bonding. Your opinion's
Well, right.
invalid
I mean,
because y'all are just
I
hate
agree with
bonding.
this. We see things differently when we don't like someone. Yeah, I mean, we do. We do see things. You know, that is true.
No,
We do
I'm
see things
sorry.
differently when you
You
don't like.
said
When I don't
something
like
once.
somebody, I see
That's
things
different.
differently.
No,
I mean, that
no,
is how I
no.
feel. But
The
it's not
fact
that
is
you
the
don't
fact.
dislike Brittany, right? You don't dislike
No,
Brittany, though.
I don't want anything to do with her channel, but I don't dislike her. But straight the fuck up. No, me saying that she begs every single day, and you implying that bringing it up once. Of course, you didn't know that was the case, so maybe you shouldn't said anything. But you
Amen.
implying bringing it up once is the same. Has nothing
Oh, I
to do
was
with
so
whether
fucking
or not
mad
anybody likes Brittany. That's
when
fucking
that little
stupid.
bastard hit my fucking car. Girl, I was
I know
going
you were.
off about that shit. Because I was supposed to be on here talking shit
Danny,
with
you weren't
y'all.
going to get anywhere because you're trying to say that my feelings are created off my dislike for somebody, and it's bullshit. You should know me better than that by right now. And if you don't, then looks like I've only paid attention to you and you've never paid attention to me. That's not my bad.
Right, and I think a lot of people did like Brittany up until the Kylie Rodney case. I
Very
think that's,
disappointed.
you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of people that right, and I
Very
think
disappointed.
that
Not everybody thinks with their emotions only, so you can look
This
at
isn't
something.
about emotions. Am I pissed off? Yes,
No,
because
she's
I'm
saying
sick
it's
of
about
bullshit.
emotions with liking, if you liking the creator and
No.
forming a bias. And I'm saying you could be analytical regardless whether you like, dislike, or whatever. So that's just insulting.
How many times have I had to come to the gluer's defense? Because it was honest and true, and everybody knows I hate the motherfucker.
oh, 100%.
So for somebody to
when
imply,
they were, when they were
that's why
trying to
I'm
call him
mad.
the R word and stuff, like you
Yeah.
totally came to his defense.
Even though it made me look bad and got me fucking attacked again. So to sit here and imply that I would say something in Queen's defense because I don't like Brittany is the most immature, pathetic fucking response I've ever heard. And if you don't like me now, cool. I don't give a fuck because what you did was wrong. You didn't own it. That's not my problem.
Can I just say, I don't even know who the fuck Brittany is.
Me
I don't even know who you guys are.
She's a girl that broke off from Natasha's community, that started her own channel, that came across very sweet, likable, and empathetic. But as time went on, she proved to be just like Natasha. It's that simple.
They all do.
I was
Most
gonna
of
say
the
they all
ones that
a
come
lot
off
of
that
these girls
community
have
do.
history. I don't have history with her. I don't really have I don't have history with her because I don't really know her like that. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
can't
Granny,
speak
I'm
on
not
the
just
stuff
claiming
that
it. I live it, bitch. I'm not claiming that once we dislike somebody, we don't suddenly see them differently. I live that. No, I don't. I see people for who they are. And even if I hate them, I just read your comment verbatim. Even if I hate them, I still do what's right and stand up for them whenever it's the right thing to do. Period. Because that's what you're supposed to do as a decent fucking human being. I'm sorry, none of y'all other people do that. But that's what you're supposed to fucking do. It's called morals and integrity. How many times have y'all seen me get mad because I was forced to take up for somebody I don't like?
Yeah.
Even recently, Laura made me do it. That's why I got so mad at Laura. I did. I said, fuck her for making
you're
me
petty
defend
as
him.
fuck. You said that's why I got so mad at Laura. Bitch, I'm done.
Bitch, that was
Not
funny
only
as
that,
fuck.
though, you get a bunch of females together and it can turn ugly quick.
That was a
That's
backhanded
true.
comment. Like
Seriously.
It wasn't
But shit, we're
backhanded. It
about
was
to have to
true.
make
That's
us
why I
a
got
different
mad at her
stream.
because she was saying something that I felt wasn't true about a situation. And I tried to defend it and fucking the gluer was involved. So it made me mad because whether I like him or not, the truth is the truth. And I'm going to stand up for what I believe is the truth, whether I like you or not. And maybe if more of y'all tried that, we wouldn't have such a shithole of a trauma community.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, I don't have history like some of these other girls. She shit on some of these other girls, like shit on her fucking mods and did all kinds of shit. That's between the
That's
girls because
true.
they have the
That's
history
true.
with her. You know what I mean? Like,
That's true.
I don't have that kind of history with her. I was never a mod for her. I wouldn't be. No, hell no. So because I don't even know about half the stuff that was going on. You know what I mean? So I know a lot of the other girls that are in here have their issues are a little deeper than my issue. You know what I mean?
I could second that. There's a lot of people that have a way deeper issues.
Yeah, that's why I said the only issue I have is you was rude to me. Like, I don't all this other shit. It ain't me. It ain't me.
Jennifer the hooligan said morals and integrity. That's what's up. Thank you at that girl and queen. Thank
Just
you,
like
baby.
when
I
they
appreciate
came at
that.
Granny about her cancer, I took up for her and said, "You guys, we don't know
Oh,
her
fuck
her
yeah, you
vaginal
did.
health."
You
I
Cappy
took
did
up for
too.
her. Guess what? Guess what? We just learned Granny wouldn't do the same for me. So you know what? Fuck off. And that's
Oh,
fine. But
she
the
probably
next time,
would. She
I don't
probably
think
would.
she would. I don't think she would. But I will say, even with me believing that in my heart, next time somebody does something fucked up for you, Granny, I'll still have your back. And I won't come in with bullshit comparisons just trying to justify my friend's shitty behavior.
No,
I can guarantee that.
I'll be honest, I didn't. But you remember you talked to me about it. You're like, that's not cool, blah, blah, blah. Like, I was just like, well, what's up with all these clips? Like, not being consistent with one another, you know, regarding her cancer. So,
Yeah.
because I
We
watched
did
a
talk
video
about it,
on it
yeah.
and we did talk about it. Like, I didn't think that it was okay for fucking anybody to be going after her family, going real life on her. No, that's not something I attach myself to. But I did make comments in that comment thread of that video because I thought
No, Lulu, in my
I thought it
opinion,
looked
no.
sus as fuck.
You know, my thing was, and I'm not saying I think she was, but my thing was, even if she is faking it, she's not making a GoFundMe. She's not doing fundraisers. Who gives a fuck about her vaginal health? It's not our business.
It was
It's
supposedly
true.
like, it was
What
Her
did I tell
vaginal
you,
health is
Cappy?
no one's
I said,
business.
what her and her vagina is not my motherfucking business. I don't give a
Thank
fuck to
you.
talk about it. Period.
Right.
Thank you,
That,
That's
Queen.
But just
exactly
know,
what
even
she
though,
said.
even though she came at me with some bullshit for doing what's right for my friend, doesn't mean that I won't still defend what's right for her. And doesn't mean I won't still defend what's right for Laura or for myself or for the gluers sniffing dumbass. Like, there's a million people that don't even deserve defense. But if you see something wrong, same thing with DV or anything else. If you see something, you're supposed to fucking say something. You don't have to like somebody to do the right thing. And I'm going to say that one more time. It doesn't matter whether or not you like someone, do the right fucking thing. If it means you lose subs, do the right thing. If it means you lose money, do the right thing. And if you don't do the right thing, I'm going to fucking call you out. And if that makes you mad, oh fucking well.
At that girl.
I'm done. I'm
The
sorry.
right thing. You want me to call Drizzly and have him send you some Jim Beam and Coke or something over?
If I could drink, I would have a shot of Jaeger in a rocks glass right now, sir. But
I would provide it.
It did sound song worthy. Do the right thing.
do the right thing. That's a real song.
Well, I don't know. Replay crew says you should be ashamed of yourself. 7 against 1. Well, she was just up here for one.
She
was
came
just
up here on her own to address
the link
me,
is
and I
pinned.
redressed her back. I am not ashamed of myself,
I
replay
didn't
crew.
say
Not even close. I have
I-
supported Jessica when no one else would, and she said some bullshit in the chat, and I said it that I don't like it, and she chose to come up with some bullshit. You're just saying that because you don't like her.
Yeah, let's not start with that 7 against 1. shit
Yeah,
like
I
that.
didn't say
no.
anything. I didn't say one damn word. Well, it was just
Well,
that
when she was
girl.
up here, we had a discussion.
Yeah.
And that girl is on her.
And then
on
her attitude
own
changed
being
in the chat.
mad.
Yes.
And we're not all yelling, so I don't know what you're hearing.
Yeah,
you know,
I was
like-
muted the entire time. I was like,
It's okay. Replay crew is going to hate bond now. Now I'm going to be disliked by everybody because I stood up for what I believe in against Granny. I don't give a fuck or I wouldn't have done it. So hate. I don't care. Don't talk shit about Queen and think I ain't going to say something.
Besides, were
Don't
they
talk
here
shit
when
about
she was
Cappy
talking on
or
panel
Tim
before?
or Tiffany or even Laura. Don't come in with some bullshit. I'm
Or
not
even
embarrassed or
Laura.
ashamed.
Yeah, tell him.
Well, it's fucking true. Don't come in with some bullshit that is fucking can't be backed by facts and expect me not to say something.
we know what Laura would have done. She would have just been like, okay, you're dumb, you're banned. That would probably be what she would do. That's
you know
that's
what?
Laura's response.
People can hate me all they want. I've done nothing but nice and good. And if me having an opinion against one thing you said means you hate me, bye, bitch. I don't care. I mean, that's for anybody and everybody. Not
Replay
Granny.
crew. You can keep saying it's 7 against 1. It's not going to make it a fact. You can repeat it like 900 times, and it's still not going to be a fact.
Well, her name is
She was on
Replay.
panel. She was on panel and she jumped down and then started throwing that out there. So, no.
Also, it's like she went up here. I mean, like she put a comment in
Anyhow,
there. Yeah.
We're about to. I was gonna say we're about to end this and move on to what's important, and that's we need to be catching up, seeing what's going on with Quentin and
sorry.
Leilani. There's updates going on, so we need to move
Is
on to
there?
something that's important. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. I'm sorry. It just, we don't grift over here, so I don't appreciate the implication.
Oh no, I get it. I totally get it. I got it. You know what I mean? I got it.
Seems like I heard you the first 8 times, bitch. Move on.
Yeah, it's all good. You know.
What were you gonna say to me, Laura, before I went to the bathroom before they started yelling?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute.
Before they started yelling.
Oh, the police coming to SWAT B.
Oh my God!
Bitch,
I'm running.
Don't speak that into existence.
Now look at you. Grip the fucking bond money. Grip the fucking bond money.
I want to say that I strongly apologize to you for the people that you like, because if you only knew the real truth. But second, and this just for Cappy. But for Cappy, you make the comments too about, things I've done or what have I done that has warranted even a quarter of the bullshit?
I don't think that anything you've done has warranted what has been happening. No, I don't feel like, and I don't, because we talked about like the 2 things that I was like, my gripe with you was back in the day, right? And you addressed those on your channel, like right around that time, a couple weeks back. Okay. And the reason why I pulled back, and I was like, you know what? I don't know the whole story about the DM scandal in the Discord. And as far as like the funeral services went, like, you know what? It's not like you're out here doing that every day. And that's just my personal opinion on it. Now, like, people like make channels about you. It's like you would think that you were out here like doxing and destroying people, but I don't see you doing that.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Y'all,
so when I say
Ace Candle,
like, what?
When Ace Candle got made by John just to go after her and call her vulgar names, I left. Like, I had followed John Crimes for a few years, and when he made that Ace Candle and kept calling you words that I won't even repeat, I unsubscribed.
John is by far the biggest narcissist I have ever seen in my entire life. Like, I called him out from get-go. I between me and Tiffany, I cannot even comprehend how that man went on and on and on. And all we did was ignore him. But God forbid we said anything, and he came back tenfold. And finally, it took.
It was 100-fold. It was more than 10-fold. That was psychotic.
It was psychotic. And thank God, all it took was Wog to call him out, and he's gone forever. Thank God. So it's
Is that what happened? Because I literally unsubbed and didn't come back.
Wog called him out, and because John said that Wog should go behind a liquor store and die or something, and Wog went after him, and John disappeared. John was never seen again.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Oh look!
Yeah, I didn't even see you were backstage.
All day.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Oh fuck!
All right.
Well, hello.
I'm gonna mute. Fire off.
Hello.
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm all right.
What was that last question that was just asked?
Oh Lord! Now I see the names.
You've known me for like 2 weeks. I'm talking about people that have known me for years.
I'm not speaking to you.
Oh my God! Why'd you come up here?
Did you come up here just to be rude, Fueled? Because you do some crazy shit. Don't come up here being rude.
Now, hold on. Hey, did you come up to talk to me or someone else?
Yeah, I didn't come up here to get attacked. Okay, got that?
I'm asking, did you come up to talk to me or someone else?
I came up here to talk to Queen Bee.
Okay.
And I didn't come up here to get attacked by Laura again. Okay.
So then why would you come up here when Laura's on the panel? I've been live for 4.5 hours. You didn't have to come up when she's on the panel. So if that's how you're gonna be, you can wait till she's done. You can wait till she's done and come back.
Well,
or did you come up to address? Did you come up to address Laura about something?
I mean, I could, but I don't feel like it right now. She asked
Okay.
a perfectly great question that she clings to where she can hide, but that's okay.
How's your new
She
channel
knows
about
for
me
damn
going?
sure.
What?
I could pull up 50 clips right now that could answer that question, Laura.
Do you have
Do
any
you really
idea
want to go
what
there?
So you did come up to attack Laura. You
You
did
have
come up
any
to attack Laura.
fucking
100%.
idea what clip channels
it's
are?
like you're preaching
Clip
to the
channels
choir,
take a
Laura.
clip
Do
of
you really want to
something
go
going on.
there?
They don't do the whole fucking context. That's why clip channels are a fucking joke. I can take a small clip of something Queen said and make it look like the worst thing in the world. That's why they're called clip channels.
You could take a lot of things off this panel and make it look bad.
No.
Just by editing out certain words, we could all look like assholes. Just on the
Lord,
real.
That's exactly what Laura did to me and came up.
Oh my
that's
God.
what she did to me.
Fueled,
Specifically-
baby, why did you come up? Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation, Miss Fueled?
Holy shit.
Was there something
What I
that you wanted to say
is
specifically?
why is all this really necessary? Why is all this
Because
necessary?
you're a psycho stalker who started a clip channel about me. You're a fucking psycho. Stop
I
following
did
me
not
everywhere.
start any channels.
Stop running your mouth about me
This channel that
everywhere.
you see
Nobody
right here.
talks about you,
Shut the
psycho.
fuck up.
Nobody. No,
Shut
you
up.
shut the fuck up.
Hold on. Fueled, I have a question, lady. Hey, I have a question. Let's not advertise our channels, Fueled. I have a question. Was that question you asked directed at Laura, or were you saying you don't see the point in Queen Bee's live?
You're like a hemorrhoid.
Guys, my husband's trying to work.
Shut up.
My channel that you see is the only one. That's it.
And what's the main content of that channel, Miss Fueled?
Hold on just a second, guys.
No, that's a simple question. What's the main
Hold on
content?
just a second. My husband just came in here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go say hey to the husband. Yeah, go say hey to the husband.
I needed to apologize to my husband because he's trying to work at home.
Oh, and you're getting loud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got on here and got loud. Cool.
Anyway, he works at home 2 days a week. So anyway, it slipped my mind. So I got.
So here's a question. What is the main content of your channel? If I were to look at 5 of your videos, would they all be about Laura?
No,
I'm going to go look, so you better not be lying.
Yeah, I have 2. And that was their Queen Bee clips from when she was here.
Okay, but it's still with Laura in them.
It was content from here when she slandered me. But
it's all Laura in the things.
Go look. That's
I
when
am
she
looking. Hang
slandered me when
on.
it
I
was
got to
brand
read
new.
all your titles are really fucking long, so I got to read them. Hold on. I am looking.
But I thought we came to the understanding that there was a misunderstanding and that she did not edit the audio on that. And
No,
we
that
did.
we all came to that understand, but that
She
wasn't
never
true.
agreed with us, but we did verify that the audio was not tampered
No,
with.
it was. No, you guys came to that understanding.
Yeah, that's what I just said, ma'am.
No, you guys came to that, but that's
Yeah.
not accurate. You guys can agree on whatever you want, but that's not accurate.
It is to us,
We
though.
agree on facts and
No,
not
all
emotions.
her.
It's shit,
Laura,
you
Laura,
psychotic
Laura.
bitch.
There are 1,000 other people out there, just like the cracking cases people that you
Dude,
did.
you
that
are
to
not
as well.
relevant enough to edit out anything. Nobody cares about you.
Oh, lots of people
Nobody.
care about me.
You
Oh, look at
went
what she
on and
look at
on
what she
and
did
on
to
and
me
on.
with
I have a
Chronicles of
comment
Olivia.
from you yesterday where you're still
She-
going on about the fucking video.
She literally, guys, accused me of lying about collaborating with Chronicles of Olivia. She said that
Who
I did
cares,
not-
though? What
Oh
did
my
you come up for? Who
God.
cares about that?
Okay,
I
she
went and looked
said
at
that
your
I didn't
channel.
Collaborate with
I went and
Chronicles
looked
of
at her
Olivia.
channel. Not every
That
video
I
is
lied
about
about
Laura.
it.
I went and looked.
Guys, I'm okay. Example, let's forget about everything except let's just go back to last week. She said that I lied, that I did not collaborate with Chronicles of Olivia, that Olivia does not work with anybody, blah, 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 blah. The whole thing is on video, okay? And that was just flat lying. That was a liar.
I'm glad you were able to come up and set that straight, Fuel.
So-
Do you feel better?
And it's all right there. I'm continuing to collaborate with Olivia. It's going wonderful.
I wouldn't brag about
And-
that, but that's cool.
We're
And
doing
she's
great.
also up more
But the
butt
point is
because
that
she
she
made
lied.
that bingo card, by the way.
She lied.
What,
I'm
Tiffany? I
sorry?
didn't hear you. What, Tiffany?
I said she's also collabing with Morbid. She made that hateful bingo card against Zav, just so you know.
No, that was Morbid that made that.
Yeah,
No,
Morbid
he
made
no,
that.
he literally said
make that.
made
I
by
made that.
Fueled. She
I
did.
made that. Nobody made that but
Oh.
me. I made that. Proud of it. I think it's hilarious. It's just like political comedy.
So it's okay for you to do that, but not for other people to do it to you. Is that what I'm seeing? A little bit of hypocrisy here? Just a little, just
What are
just
you
a
talking
touch.
about?
Do you like hypocrisy in your coffee? Because that's what that is.
That is called humor. That's not what. What are you talking about?
Not
I'm
everybody
talking about
thought that your
making-
card was funny. Some people thought that was very mean fueled.
I did. I found it.
Some people found it to be very mean. So
don't
it's
care
okay
what
for
other
you to be
people
mean, but
thought of
not for
that.
Laura to be mean, because all you did was come up
That
and prove
girl
our
made
point.
$40,000 off of the death of Kylie Rodney.
Why do you care?
She's grifting off of Kylie Rodney.
And you're grifting off Laura to build your
And
channel. What's the
Olivia
difference?
and
Grifting
Chronicles
off
of
what? I don't
and
know.
Chronicles
You're
of Olivia
using
and
Laura.
Chronicles of Olivia and
Grifting,
Chronicles of
really?
Olivia and listen
have
and Chronicles of
500
Olivia and Bullhorn Betty
subscribers.
or not
I'm not
and
monetized.
Chronicles of Olivia
And
and
she's on
Bullhorn Betty or
Dolly's
not.
panel.
Yeah,
She'll
can
be
we
on
all
Dolly's
talk one at
panel.
Can we all talk one at a time? Because it's like
Well,
Yeah,
Kathy
and
was
hold
making
on,
a
I
good
have a
point.
question. Fueled, did you make a new group for Michael Long and Sophie? Did you make a new group called Michael's Army or Sophie's Army or whatever?
Yeah.
You're
long time ago.
disgusting.
Oh God.
You're disgusting.
Yeah, see,
He's
that's
one
I'm
of
trying
them.
to look at that. Why
You're
would you
gross.
do
For
that?
Michael? No, not for Michael.
For who though?
For who then?
When was
Oh, now she's
I'm
lying.
just, is it recent or is it old? Is it an old group or is it a recent group?
back when that case was going right after the essay came out, right? When she did the
So
video.
it's from it's older.
it's old?
Do you want the answer or not?
Well, yeah, because
He
you're
asked
I'm
old or
asking, is it
new,
older or
just
is it
answer.
new? That's is it older or is it new?
It's been deleted back when he deleted all of the groups when he went
Okay.
back into hiding.
So you don't
But
currently have a group, because she asked you if you made a group and you said yes. So
I made a group way back then, yeah. When he
okay.
when it first came out, right? When the grandma was in the back of the truck.
Right.
and she
I'm
made
just
those
asking, was it
comments and
recent?
shocked
Did you like
people.
recently make a group? You know what I mean? Like, were
Oh,
you
not
just
recently? No,
bringing
I
it back
have.
up again? Okay, so it's an old group then.
Yeah, that's an old group.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification. Can I ask you a question, Fueled? Because Cappy made a good point. I don't think you could help her or hear her because she was you were still speaking, but she said that you support Bullhorn Betty and a lot of people who are grifting off the case as well.
Yes.
So I think if we're going to support grifters, we probably should just be about all of it.
Well, if
But
you're
what
gonna
is it?
call, if you're going to call out grifters, then why don't you hold your grifter friends accountable too, like Chronicles of Olivia?
Where's
Bullhorn
their
Betty,
bingo
Dolly.
card?
And
Right.
she's on Dolly's panel too.
Okay, so
Right.
I just want to ask, so what's the difference, Miss Fueled? And this is a legitimate, honest question. I really want to know how you're thinking about this. What is the difference between Brittany and Zav and them building a channel off of Kylie and you attempting to build yours off Laura? Is it because Laura's not dead that it makes it okay?
What is the difference between who and who? Tell me again who I'm comparing.
You were saying that they had built their channel off Kylie. So what's the difference between Zav building subs off Kylie and you building subs off Laura? Is it only difference because Laura's alive, or because that's still the same thing? You're still using someone to build a
I
channel.
would never try to build off of her. Never.
But you
No,
talk about
she-
her everywhere
Bullhorn-
you
no,
go,
no, no,
so
no.
it comes across that way. Do you
You
understand?
didn't. You didn't mention
Never.
the other channels.
No,
not
no, no,
Zav.
no.
She doesn't like Zav. She's on Dolly's panel.
No.
She goes on.
But that's
Bullhorn
not
Betty.
applicable to what I'm saying, Tiffany. That doesn't apply to what I'm
That's not
asking
even.
her.
I'm not even going to dignify that question with an answer because it's just no. Why don't you give me?
But you
two
just
actual
answered
things
me.
I can compare. Let's compare.
That is the same.
Zav. I'll give you something that I can compare. Let's compare Tyler Feller, Zav Girl, and because those are the two who actually do earn a lot of money off of the cases that the missing children, the Kylies and the Summerells cases, and the Bullhorn Bettys, right?
I know the difference. The difference is some are nice to people and some know that.
I'm speaking.
That's
I came up for speak.
Yeah, but you take a
But
long
the
time to speak,
difference
Field.
is
Hang on. Let's
that
let Griffney came up here and they've got to go. And I have no clue who this is, but they've got to go. So we should probably let them speak because your stories are really long, Miss Field. Let's let Griffney talk before they have to go real quick.
Listen, I came up here to say it's hard out here for a grift, okay? And I don't really appreciate being called a grifter. All right, I just want to save up and get myself a watermelon turd box like Granny. That's all. Y'all got it all wrong. That's all I want to say. So, oh my God, I can't believe that.
Andy.
So can I
Bitch, we
ask
lost
you
Griffney,
why you think it's okay to call people obsessed or jealous when they simply point out your bad behavior? Oh, she left. She don't even want no real
Aw.
questions. Griffney done dipped.
Griftney about that life.
Dirty grifter.
Damn
Well,
grifter.
I think Griffney plugged her channel in the chat, so no, I'm joking.
We got jokes. Okay, so anyhow, Field. So
Okay,
like,
I'll go and just finish up briefly if that's okay. So the difference between the actual grifters and the people who get out there, I think that there are content creators and then there are content regurgitators. You know, there are people like Zav Girl who get up, they wake up in the late afternoon and they get up and they just see what their people have emailed them for content, you know. They
Oh, you
log
mean like
into their computer and they go live and they sort through their emails and they just pull up whatever everybody has sent them. That's content
Miss
regurgitation.
Field, wouldn't
Wait,
a clip channel? Wait. You're a clip channel. That's content regurgitation at its finest.
I need to say something really quick that's very important. You're not telling the truth about the Sophie's Army. Okay, so it's you posted on October 3rd in the Sophie's Army. I am not able to admin this group any longer. I just don't have time. I am leaving it in very capable hands, Tim Foxworth, who has always dedicated his heart to Sophie's cause. I'll still be here, but he's going to take over running the group for me, and I appreciate him. Thanks, Tim. Keep up the good fight for Sophie. We all love and care for her and wish her the very best in life.
What's the date on that?
October 3rd.
He messaged me.
You're
and
such
asked
a
me, he said,
liar,
"You know,
lady. You're a liar.
What are you talking about?
You're a
How is that
disgusting
lie? You know, I just
person.
started a group recently.
You're a liar. Queen,
And
she
then
lied to
somebody,
you.
then somebody
what
says,
was
I
your
thought you were
question to
done
me?
with the ML case, and you responded with, I wasn't done with Sophie. What a weird thing to say.
You're weird and gross, lady.
Where
You're a
is
liar.
that? You asked me if I started any
Liar.
groups recently.
No, she asked you first if you have a Michael Long and Sophie group. You said yes, and then once there was a bad response, you changed your fucking answer. You're a liar. Is there
That's
something
when
impairing your brain
this
here?
group is called The Original. It's got the words "The Original" at the end of it, correct?
Hold on.
Tim Foxworth.
How many
is the
fucking
one
groups
that
do you
like-
have?
Can
Can
you
we
shut
like-
up and let me answer the fucking question?
Are you gonna lie again? Are you gonna lie again?
Can we like not use profanity so much and
Well,
just try
can
to
I
cool
finish
down?
a goddamn sentence?
Well, you
If
got,
you'll
let's
stop
not-
lying.
Let's just calm down and try to
Well,
get
then, okay,
sentences
you know
out
what,
there.
guys? My husband's trying to work. Can I finish my fucking sentence before he gets pissed off?
Yes.
Tim, you weren't
Seriously,
around.
Well,
shut up
yeah,
and let me
I'm
finish
kind of
one
curious
sentence.
as to why you
Just
waited
one.
till now to come up. I mean, finish up what you got to say. Come on.
I mean, y'all are sounding really stupid, and he's hearing all of you.
Can
and he
she be
says y'all
kicked
sound like
already?
complete
All she
fucking
does
Yeah, I
is
was gonna
talk
say, you
shit and
sound real
lie.
fucking stupid
Since
coming
we're
up
so
here.
stupid, get the fuck
There's
down,
no fucking
Field.
reason that you came up here. You waited
You're
until
not even
Laura was
sober
on
enough
hand
to
before
have
your
a
fuck
straight
shit.
conversation.
Start crying. She go crying
Hey,
out.
husband, get your wife off the internet. She's making a drunken ass out of
Like,
herself.
let's stop. We gotta like let people. You know what I mean? Like, let's try to
Tim,
calm
I
down.
gotta say this, Tim. Hold on, Tiffany. Tiffany, wait. Tiffany, wait. Tim, you were not here for the Sophie Long case, so you do not understand what an egregious thing this is.
Yeah.
And if you were here for the Sophie Long case, you would probably
It's
be
horrible.
just as upset as we are.
I know. I just like, we just need to like let people, because people are listening, and we need to like let them hear everything that's being said.
No,
And
I
if
get what
everyone
you're
talks,
saying.
and if
But
everyone
it's
talks,
lies.
but if everyone talks at the same time, no one's going to understand what's being said. That's my
No,
thing.
I know
Yeah, I
that.
guess you're
I
right.
totally get what you're saying, Tim. And
You're
I,
right.
I was guilty of that too, because I had to get that out there before she said another damn word that she
Thank
lied
God
about
you
that group.
did. Thank God you
But
did. She's up here lying about all kinds of shit.
man, she supports JLR too. Yeah. Yeah, she
Yeah,
does.
and I saw her on other channels and what she's been doing back there. So I was very upset about it too. So yeah, sorry.
Hey, I want to address something in chat. To Savage Cabbage. I'm going to be nice since you're a member. She says, why is it okay for Laura to make money off Kylie, but people are saying Fueled is wrong? I'm confused, I think. Savage, let me
Who
address
said anything about you making money off Kylie?
But Savage, let me address this. First off, I make money on YouTube. It doesn't matter what the case is, because A, it's my full-time job, and B, because people like me. So when people like you, they give you money. It doesn't matter what the case is, I'll still make money. So I'm not making any more money off Kylie than I did off any other case. So no, I'm not making money off a case. I'm making money because the people that watch me support me and like the way I report it. That's why I make money.
I think she is confused though too, because listen, like we talked, a lot of what we talked about today was being honest about it. And if out of all the true crimers, Laura is very unapologetic about her channel being a business. And
Yeah, she says all the time.
these other people are out here like, I'm doing it for the greater good, and I'm doing this for awareness. And really, it's a
And
business.
you got Laura saying, I'm doing this to make money. That's the difference. Laura's honest about her intentions.
And I love Savage. She's my girl, dude. And like, I do think that maybe she, like, because she might not have got to see all of it earlier and stuff, you know, like
She wasn't here. I didn't see her.
But yeah, it was more about that than anything, like being transparent with like how people are, like being transparent about the way that their channels are run. And
like, I remember
stuff.
Sav Girl was on Perplex QT, and she actually said, like, her question was, like, she was posed with, why did she have the stickers? And she said her fans wanted those stickers. Now, that was an upfront, like, basically a statement that was the truth. And
Just Mike, are you up here?
Replay Cluer, you're wrong. YouTube is a job, a full-time job for some of us.
Yes.
It is a job for some of us.
You like it or not, it is a full-time job for some of us.
Yeah. And if basically Sav Girl said, yes, I am covering the Kylie Rodney case because my majority of my audience wants me to do this and it's making me money, I think people would be like, okay, that makes
I know why Just Mike Channel is here. What's up, Just Mike Channel?
You think you know why I'm up here, but I don't
Why?
think you know why.
What you got to add to it?
No, I was gonna talk about Miss Fuel trolling a lot of people. So,
oh God, was she been trolling you too?
No, I don't have anything for her to troll because she's not on TikTok. She's not on TikTok.
Hold on, Mike. I don't mean to interrupt, but I don't want to forget. Karma Burns is right. If she was having this thing with Michael Long, didn't she say she just came to YouTube like 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Met me?
She lied. She said it was very recent.
God.
She's a liar. That's what I'm saying.
80,000 lies in what she just said.
I want
my
to add to Just Mike Channel. Good to see you, bro. But if you come up here to Dox Gray Hughes like you did in the chat, it's not going to work out well.
It's done, son.
Saying a person's real name is not doxing, actually.
Well,
Yes,
it
is.
doesn't
It
matter.
is
We
here.
don't want it in here. We do not want it in here. And if you do that shit again, I'm
That's
blocking
fine.
you. Don't do it. I don't like it. I don't want it
That's
done in here. Please do not do that. Okay.
What happened?
Nothing. It's already done and over with. What's up, man? What's happening?
Just
You said you got him. She's been following. She's been trolling. Where's she been trolling at?
She's also trolled in Dylan's case.
Oh yeah. See, what they're talking about. She's been fueling. So we just found out she's been trolling. So hold on. So she's been trolling for like 2 years now.
I've seen her in many cases. Like
the Mike case. Or sorry, the long case. Go ahead. You go ahead first.
Everyone knows that I troll, and I see a lot of trolls, so I can easily call out trolls for what I used to do.
Where else has she been?
Everywhere.
everywhere.
is in a lot of
everywhere.
She's all morbid.
got
She's
it in
all
the
over the
Dior
place.
Coons
I got like
Day.
photo proof of it.
Of course you
I
do.
do.
Tiffany.
I know. Damn it.
You got to admit that when a troll's telling you what another troll's doing, you got to believe it.
Yeah, man.
So does that mean you're also trolling when you said that you didn't know that it was doxing to put somebody, or you don't believe putting somebody's whole name in chat is doxing? Is that a
Well,
troll too, or are you being serious? It's an honest question,
I'm
sir.
being serious in general, but as Queen said, it's already over with. So why even continue the conversation?
Because I wanted to know if you were being honest or if you're trolling. That's an honest fucking question,
no,
sir.
I put his real name out because I felt like it was worth putting his real name out.
For
Okay.
what?
That wasn't trolling.
You saw the rest of the comment. It was to be ugly, Queen. I sent you a
Yeah,
screenshot.
I don't understand why you would come over in my chat and be disrespectful to me and do that to somebody that's in my chat. For what?
I don't.
Another creator, no less.
It's just the real name, so
It doesn't really matter though. You know how I feel about that shit. So please don't do that shit again. No, we'll just let it. Like I said, we'll let it go from this point on because it is what it is. If this was already done,
I just
but
wanted to know if he was trolling you when he answered. That was all. I just was curious.
And is he
When
backing
people
up
say they're a
trolls?
troll, it makes me automatically not trust them.
if you know
That's
if you know what trolling is, there's good, bad, and different. When you start searching
There is.
different things of searching, you're technically trolling. It's how you troll it. It's how you get to that point.
all right, what's up? What's happening, Savage? What's going on? You up here? Savage Cabbage.
Yeah, sorry. I had to mute my.
Oh, you're okay. I just wanted to make sure you can mute again. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you're up here.
Oh, no, you're okay. No, I was asking because, so first of all, I don't know who's on panel because I don't ever talk to that. I've never talked to that girl before. But when you start a conversation out to somebody in chat who's asking a question and you're like, so I'm going to try to be nice. Well, first of all, you should never be rude to somebody who's asking a question since you claim that so many people like you. I would assume it's because you're nice. So when somebody asks a question, it's generally for clarity, not because they're making accusations. My question came because the chick Fueled, I guess is her name. I don't know who she is.
Yes.
She was on panel and she was talking about, or that girl kept making comments and saying, how is it okay for you to build your channel off the back of Laura, which I'm guessing is whoever the chick is on panel, but yet Laura has built her channel off cases.
I
over,
didn't
like,
use
forever.
Laura as an example at all. I think you misheard me, Savage. I said
Maybe.
the people that she's supporting are building a channel off of like Kylie, but it's not okay. She's saying it's not okay for Zav to do so, but then she's turning around and building her channel off of Laura. Is it okay because Laura's not dead? I never used Laura as a grifting channel example.
She backs like Dolly and
I think it
Bullhorn
was just hard to
Betty.
hear.
Maybe. I just don't understand, like, who cares how people build their channels, I guess is my question. When you have people who do this for, I guess, a job, like, I don't know if it's a career or whatever, but if you have people who are doing this and making money from it, I mean, can you really tell anybody else that they can't or can't be talking about other people? And I mean, like, who cares who makes money off of another creator or whatever?
Can I ask you a question? Is this Savage, by the way?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Savage. I guess your question I would ask is, do you mean by like the subject matter that people cover, or do you mean by like, association, like a bigger YouTube call says, hey, this is a great smaller YouTuber and they get subscribers? I'm not sure about your question. That's the two. Like, is it based upon like what they're covering, like Kylie Rodney, or is it based upon like a shout out?
I mean, I guess just anything.
Well, I mean, they're two separate things, and there would be two separate answers. So that's
Well,
why
then I guess I don't understand your question. I mean, I guess I don't.
Can I, Savage? If you had been around for any of the background with Fueled by Coffee, you wouldn't.
I
be
understand,
up
but
here
I
saying
don't
this.
care about background necessarily.
Okay, but let me finish my sentence because you didn't hear the rest
You
of it.
actually were finished, that girl. I'm not going to go.
No, I wasn't. If you were here, then you
you
wouldn't be up here saying what you're saying because you would see that she's a fool.
Okay,
we're all up here, Savage.
This ain't the
No, it's not. But we're all up here,
Let's-
Savage, and I can talk.
Hold on, okay, give her a chance to talk. Hold on now. Come
Jesus
on.
fucking Christ. Can
Let's
I finish
all calm
talking to
down.
the man who asked me a question on panel, please?
Yeah, I just think that I'm trying to be calm. You know, I'm trying to
Okay,
be.
everybody else mute, but Savage and B Tim. All right,
Yeah.
everybody
B
else
Tim.
mute, because this
How
is
you
why I'm gonna have
doing?
to start dropping people off panel. I can't
Thank
have,
you.
you know what I'm saying?
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
no
Thank you.
problem. No
Okay,
problem.
B Tim, ask me again because I don't think I understood your question. Sorry.
Well, your question specified that you said that there's nothing. And I might be paraphrasing. My apologies.
Go ahead. You're fine.
Your question basically said like there's anything wrong with building your channel based on a subject matter, or is it based upon like a shout out from a bigger YouTuber? Is that your question?
No, I guess my question is, you hear a lot, like I'm not a creator, right? I'm a listener. So I hear oftentimes where creators are bagging on other creators about how, oh, well, your channel, I made your channel. You built it off the back of me because you always talk about me, like talking about Natasha Cooper, who, that kind of stuff, like bigger YouTubers, and people say, oh, you did it because, like clip channels and all that kind of stuff. Like get your own content. You always hear those things, right? So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, who cares? Who cares if the woman on panel does crime cases and gets paid for it from YouTube people? And who cares if somebody makes their channel popular off the back of another person?
I guess your question specifies about clips, basically, like, who cares if this person's making clips criticizing another content creator and builds a channel based on that? Is that your question?
Yeah, it's not really I guess it's a question. Yeah, like who cares? Why is that a problem?
Yeah, I think the problem with that it lies in if it's legitimate criticism, like let's say Deets on the Streets and Heels in Air. I think people really don't have mind and actually compliment those channels. But when you clip it and kind of become dishonest with your clips, it becomes an issue where you're kind of courting an audience that just hate mongers a person, and also you're being dishonest with the content you're creating. And a lot of times people get a little mad about that. So if you're honest and open with your clips, also like another thing, a point of contention is to bring out clips like 3 years ago when the person's not really doing anything wrong today. Like it's kind of like,
we've seen that a lot.
Can a person change and become better and just move on with their lives? People make mistakes all the time, and if you keep on like attacking them while they're doing good things, like I said before to Jessica, who I think is the granny lady, you're not helping them to change to be better. You're just kind of pushing them back to their bad habits. If that helps, I hope that answers your question.
It does, but then wouldn't that make you question the people who are still talking about, like, the Kylie case or something, who are still making money in their chats talking about this when the family specifically asked people to stop? So wouldn't that kind of be a similar comparison?
So if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna talk, and that was my biggest thing. If you're gonna do that, and then be honest. If you're gonna be a fucking asshole and go against the mother and go against the family and still continue to talk about it and still, you know what I mean, drag out these conspiracy theories and talk all this shit and blame her friends and blame her, her boyfriend.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that I think the main criticism that Queen has is that it's your motivation. Like, what is your motivation for doing this? Is your motivation to enlighten people?
Roll with the bullshit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, when that's not your intention at all.
Yeah, I'm just.
Can I add now that lady does nothing but cause problems? That coffee lady does nothing but cause problems and lie and manipulate. And I feel like, even though you were rude, Savage, if you knew what she normally did, you wouldn't care.
Let's not be.
You wouldn't care. I know, Savage Tim, you don't. I'm just talking to her normal. I'm just talking to her normal.
No, let Daddy Tim handle it right now.
Daddy Tim.
Daddy Tim.
Let Daddy Tim do it right now.
I'm just trying to get to the heart of the matter, because Savage has a question, and I think like basically what that girl.
I think she's not understanding what's going on with Fueled because she hasn't been here for any of it.
Yeah,
you can't come up with that kind of question when you don't have any background and expect it to just be well received. I didn't even say anything about Laura, and she made the comment that started off this saying it was something I said. So yeah, I have a right to speak up, whether she fucking likes me or not. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
she's best friends with the gluers, so she doesn't like me, and I don't give a fuck. I didn't say anything about Laura. It wasn't valid.
Yeah, I get you, and I think like there's a lot of history. I don't know.
You're so diplomatic, Tim.
I'm trying to be, because I just want to get like the actual information out there and try to answer people's questions. But like, I think I did, but like, I don't know. I think she just doesn't realize the history with the coffee lady, because the coffee lady
doesn't, which is what I was trying to say when she snapped my head off because she's a bitch.
If she's
that's between us.
If I were to recommend to the Savage, I would say watch the stream with like there was a stream when the coffee lady came on, there was, and
Oh,
confronted
God.
Laura, and you could see that there's a little bit, like when she talked to me, she kind of misrepresented information that Zav Girl had a video and that it was a secret conversation. And also when she came back, it was another issue where she basically kind of attacked Laura and went after Laura for, and I'm sorry I'm using a true name, but you know, perplex, I kind of reflexive. I don't mean to do that. But yeah, I mean, I think she just like, I think that's the issue, is like Fuel is not really being asking a question or even coming up here to, you know, kind of, it's just kind of, she's kind of shit stirring a little bit.
And that's why I don't feel like any of that was valid. You're coming up here to defend a shit stirrer.
Yeah,
Like,
but she's just basically, I think she's asking a question and she's just
Kim,
like,
some of us know Savage.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I don't know too much about that, but I just try to let people, like, give everyone diplomatic, try to speak, say their mind, and let's try to have a conversation instead of yelling. You know, we just cool. You know what I mean?
Gray is right. True crime's not a game or a joke.
Yeah. Hi, Savage, and whoever the biker guy is, the person with the BMX.
How
bike.
interesting that I get down and you want to talk shit, that girl.
Said the same thing when you were up here. You got down because you wanted to, and I did say that we have had problems
I hit a
before.
button and I got knocked off, and I've been backstage ever since.
Oh,
then.
because you said you were leaving until Queen came back, so I assume that's what you did. My bad.
No, I said it'll be nice when Queen B gets her channel back, is what I said. Maybe you should go over to your fucking channel for a change. And stop
Maybe
calling
you
people
should kiss my
bitches on
ass,
camera.
Savage, and go crawl back up Will's little butthole.
Let's
Oh,
go
considering
crawl
you're
back
the one
up
that
Will's ass.
Aren't you the one that wanted to
Have
sit on
fun.
his
Sniff,
face?
sniff,
You're the one
sniff.
that wanted to sit on his face, man.
You're
Shut
such
up.
a lying, nasty
Listen,
person.
listen.
Nobody ever said that. He wanted me,
That was
not the
you.
other way
You
around.
fucking
Go
wanted
away.
Will.
Stop.
Will didn't want you, so sorry.
Stop.
Go crawl
This is-
back up
this
his
is-
little tush tush. You're okay,
Listen,
baby.
listen.
Call me a
This
bitch
is
when I'm off channel again, ho. Call
You're a
me
bitch now,
when I'm off
bitch. I've
channel
called you a
again.
bitch to your face how many times?
Damn. I didn't come up
Asshole.
quick enough.
Fucking stupid
Damn it.
bitches.
Let's
God.
realize we're on a live, and it's not a good idea to start calling each other names. And just
Yeah,
let
it's
them
not a
know.
good idea. It's not a good idea to go
down.
on panel and talk shit about somebody who's not even fucking up here.
You
That's
left.
what's foul.
Let's just
I
try
called you
to-
a bitch when you were still up here. I
Back
said
up.
it in the
I
chat
wasn't up
too.
here. You're like, she's a bitch. We don't get along, and we've never been
Yeah,
friends.
that's
Okay,
true.
so
All
talk
of it's
shit on
true. You're a bitch. We don't get along, and we've never
But
been
listen,
friends. What's the
okay,
lie?
so that girl,
You're
let
a
me say
horrible
something.
fucking person who does
I'm
shady
muted
fucking
again.
shit, and that's why
Listen.
people don't like your ass.
Prove one thing,
let me
Savage.
say something though.
Go
Let me
ahead.
say something. Okay, so that girl, I know that like you and Savage haven't been friends, but I feel like she was asking a question, and that maybe like because of the past when member of the Glare got up on panel, you've held a grudge about that.
No,
And,
I
like,
was simply
because
saying,
but
listen, no, because
listen,
you misunderstood me too, because you didn't let me talk, Cappy. I said I didn't feel like she would be defending Fueled if she knew the background. There's a
No,
difference
that's what
there.
I was gonna. I was just gonna say that. But I was gonna say that though, is that like, listen, is that she is kind of like she's
Yeah,
a very,
I was gonna say we
she
need a
presents
loud,
herself
we need
very
a
blunt.
goddamn, we need the bullhorn, we need the bullhorn.
What I was
Fuck.
saying though is that she's very blunt in the way she talks, and I think that between maybe being upset with her in the past and the way she presents her questions, because
No.
honestly, she's a pretty logical person.
Not
in
at
the way, like,
all.
if I explained it to her, like, she would get it.
I don't. The thing is, you guys keep talking about like the past and history with this girl, Fueled or Bangs or whatever the hell you guys call her.
Because
The
it's
thing is,
applicable.
I understand, and I get that. I get that she's probably trash. She brought up the Michael Long case, okay? So clearly I don't have a high fucking value for her and her opinion. My question was, I literally heard, and I'll rewind it and find it, because that girl, maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was somebody else who said it, but somebody literally said, you're building your channel off the back of Laura, and then somebody else was talking about whoever's building their back off Kylie.
That
You're
part I
building their
did say about Laura, her building off of Laura, but not Laura building off of anyone else. That's all I was saying.
No, I
did
get
say
that, but that was my question. Is you didn't say that, but you mentioned the other. So when as somebody who listens to these streams, when you constantly hear people say you're building your channel off the back of somebody, and then you hear or you see other people who are admittedly doing it based off true crime cases of deceased people, I'm just like, well, how can you say one is wrong and the other one's not? Drama and her past aside, just hearing that, I had a question about it. So I asked what the difference was.
I mean, I think that's a different question which you're posing a little bit, but I'll answer that one too.
I don't think
I
it's
agree.
different. It's
It was
literally
different.
the exact same question.
But I'll answer
Why
that
is
question.
it okay for somebody to build their case or their channel off the back of deceased people, family members, hurt people, but it's not okay to build your channel off of another creator or drama from other creator situations. Why is one okay?
I think I answered. Now you're changing a little bit. Now I think
I'm not
answer that.
changing. That was literally
The
my
goalpost
question.
will continue to move.
Let me answer the question
Okay.
and just speak, because I let you speak. I'm fair with you. I'm not like jumping on you. I think I answered it. I said that based on like there's clips channels that were like.
I heard your answer.
Yeah, that was the answer for that.
Okay, I get that. And I'm talking to that girl right now, and she just said the exact same thing. And I said I wasn't being combative. I was asking for clarity. I wasn't asking because I didn't know the entire situation, which I definitely don't.
But I was literally just trying to say an answer and give clarity, and I wasn't being rude, and you jumped down my throat.
Do you know
Savage.
why? Because I was having a conversation with this man on panel, and you
I
have a
didn't know you
habit-
came up just to talk to B Tim. My bad.
Okay. So if I can finish now, what happened was I asked the question, B Tim started to answer. Him and I engaged in a conversation. You interrupted, and then you began talking. I wanted to finish my conversation with him because I wanted to hear his opinion, not yours. That's why. And when I was saying, hey, stop, let him talk, that offended you, and you got louder. And then it just was over after that. So that's all I was saying. I just wanted to hear him, not you. That's all.
Well, and I shut up then, and I just shut up now. I'm just saying I feel like you were confused because A, that's not what I said about Laura, and B, I have been around you for a few fucking years now, and normally when somebody like Fueled is doing what she's doing, you would be the last person to come up and defend them.
Oh, I wasn't defending her though. That's the thing. I was asking a question. People in chat, seriously, do you understand? Does anybody else understand?
That's how it came across to me.
That girl, just let her. Can you just let it? No. Let that.
I'm already muted. I'm already muted. What do you mean
okay,
that girl? I was muted.
It was a question. I got an answer. It's over.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It was just a simple question that I asked, like, what is the difference? Then I can tell by the way she answered it. She answered it. She had a little bit of bass in her voice when she answered it, and I was like, okay, clearly somebody took that my question personal. So I hopped up on panel to ask it because sometimes text can be different than verbal. So I was like, let me go ask it and like say it clearly.
See, and I thought you came up to address Laura and not have a conversation with Tim.
I don't know that.
That's
bitch.
where I got confused.
Let's not use profanity.
You know what? Like
I use profanity. It's Queen Bee's channel. We say bitch, fuck, cunt, all that.
Yeah, but
It's
like
just what
not
we
towards
do.
people. Yeah, just.
I didn't say it.
Okay, hold on. I got a quick question though, Savage. You don't think there's a difference between a clip channel and a creator that's editing and going through videos and reporting on a case and bringing facts and spending out? You don't think there's a difference between?
Well, I'm not talking about just clip channels though. I just said clip channels.
That
But
might
I'm
have been
talking
my
about.
bad.
I'm just talking about any type of channels. So like any
It's
type
the
of channel.
responsibility of the content is what it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to be like, I think like the thing is when you do like, for instance, channels on like missing people or people that have died, I think you have a responsibility to report accurately and try not to point fingers at people. And that's usually, I feel like that's when you cross the line when you start doing actions like that. Now there's a difference.
But to Life has 600,000 subs and she's always inaccurate. So
Yeah, well, that's her. That's a problem.
money off cases. How come nobody's mentioning her?
Oh,
Well,
please,
a lot of people don't like her.
don't ask that question to this group.
Yeah, I don't want no.
But I'm
Don't get me
you
started.
guys, if you did a poll in chat, I guarantee 3/4 of them would say how great she is because of her
for sure
600,000 subs.
Oh,
Yeah,
people
well-
love her. People
lies
love her and
more
throw
than
money.
Rev.
Well, I have an argument with this subs. How do you know she didn't buy them?
No, we're not gonna. I know.
Oh God, that's lame. So
that-
Savage, did you come up here to speak genuine? See, and here's another miscommunication because I thought you were coming up here to address the situation at hand, and what it sounded like to
No.
me just a minute ago is that you were speaking generally.
Yeah, I was just asking in general because I'm sitting here listening while I'm working, and I'm like, I always, just as a sub, for me, it's always weird to hear creators talk about, well, I made my channel this way, or you made your channel off the back of this person or that person because they threw your name out there so everybody went and subbed to you. Or, I mean, I'm sure I'm not alone, and other people in chat who aren't creators know, like, we hear this a lot as subs.
Because sometimes it's true. There are channels that literally did nothing but Laura videos to make money.
And Laura, what is her name? Did she have a YouTube name?
Perplex Cutie.
That's
I want to
like
say
Laura's
something-
the lady talking to you.
Yeah.
Like Laura. Yeah, Perplex is Laura's.
But that's like the actual channel name.
Yeah,
Perplex
Perplex
QT.
Cutie is the channel name.
Okay.
But I wanted to
Go
say
look it
something
up
really
now.
quick. That girl, like, I actually took her the same way as you did, as that I thought she was kind of trying to defend Fueled, and I didn't understand it because like we were kind of hyped in the argument, and I think that's why we both thought that.
See,
And
I
like,
really think it's unfair to assume that because that panel happened with Will, that I just am going to be rude to Savage when y'all know I don't behave that way. I was literally thinking she was being very specific and trying to tell her if she knew that
Okay,
lady's
but
background,
both
that
of
she
you
would not
perceived
be
incorrectly.
feeling that way. Okay,
Both of
Tiffany,
you-
that doesn't have to do with what I'm saying to Cappy, though. I'm just telling her
She's
where I was
saying
coming from.
she's
Cappy's my
admitting
friend.
that she misunderstood too.
Yeah,
And
I know,
so
but
then
whenever I was
together just be
coming,
like,
she also misunderstood me, though, Tiffany,
And I'm
because
gonna,
that's not where
I'm
I
gonna
was coming
answer,
from.
I'm going to answer Grace's question. I'm knitting right now. I'm knitting a quilt right now.
Because I really
So-
wasn't where I was coming from. I was literally just very confused because I
Okay.
did not know she was speaking generally. And it got taken the wrong way because we don't get along. But that doesn't mean that that's where I was coming from, guys. And that's okay, too, because
Okay.
it's just another
No, I get it.
miscommunication, you know? But
Well,
that's
because
still,
when you were hyping in the moment, though, you did say something about like the glare and all that shit. So that's why I was like, okay, so it's
after
from
she
the
called me a
past and-
bitch multiple times. Be fair.
Okay.
Be fair.
As I responded to being called names, but that's okay. That's neither here nor there. We can throw
Well,
names.
we're
We've
all
done it
bitchy.
before.
We're all bitches.
Savage,
We're all
the
bitchy.
first time we
So.
called bitches was how many times ago? What, the summer of
I don't know.
2020?
Live
I can't
update.
even-
Live update. Breaking news alert.
Oh, God.
alert. Please,
Live
anything,
update. Breaking news alert. Breaking
anything
news
alert right now, please.
They didn't even use the alert emoji though.
We
Oh,
need an
baby.
alert.
Go
We
for
need
it.
an alert. Here we go. Look, it's gone.
Oh my fucking god.
Not a fight when two people agreed well over 2 years ago that they both agreed that they're bitches. That's something that got agreed upon 2.5 years ago. It's
We
not
are.
new.
We're all
mean,
bitches.
I
We
feel
all
like
get bitchy.
we're all
Every single one of us.
strong and opinionated women, and this.
Wait a minute. What about me?
I'm sorry.
Daddy
Sorry.
Tim exclusion. Daddy
Like,
Tim.
I see how it is. I'm always excluded here.
We got Mike and Texan too. Sorry, guys. But
No, you're very important role, Daddy.
No, you're right, Cappy. I told Queen the other day when we were on the phone or a text that I was enjoying having some of the testosterone on panel because it keeps the cat fights down.
It
Yeah,
does.
I
and-
tried.
And,
It ain't
and I'm
working
trying
today,
to,
baby.
And I am trying to explain how you might have been a little bit over emotional and aggressive towards Savage without giving her a fair chance, just because you maybe misunderstood her intentions.
You remember like Perplex QT, like that guy that jumped in your panel about like how like the blood is like leaving the frontal lobe, like you're just not thinking when you're in aggressive
The Renaissance
mode.
man.
The Renaissance
I am
man.
truly sorry if I came across that
Fucking
way, but I'm letting you know
rainfall.
that was not my intentions or how I was saying it. We did just get done cussing about Jessica Lynn, so I may have still sounded, however, with my voice, but that wasn't my intention.
You were
so I'm
jumpy
sorry.
though.
Okay,
She couldn't
Tiffany, I'm
finish.
responding to you saying that.
Live
so let me
update says
say
if they
it.
don't like you, if they don't like you, they hate you. That's right. If you're not with us,
That's
you're against
true.
us.
Hold on, can you
Uh,
highlight Rainfall's comment because it really did make me fucking snort. That
What
shit's
Tim
funny.
is 2020. Tim is 2022. You can be a strong woman too.
Daddy Tim.
Queen, Gray Hughes had a question for Laura.
What? Where's that? Where's
At
that?
236, right
Drama
and Laura.
cells.
It
Go
says
ahead,
right.
John. Where's that?
Fluff again, John.
It says right and Laura. You make videos about other people's all the time, not cases. Why?
Excuse me?
That's what Gray Hughes asked.
What videos do I make about other people?
You be doing call out videos sometimes, Laura, but it's not the content of your channel.
But that's because I'm responding. There's a big difference between responding and making a video about someone.
Yeah, like when
Made a video about someone. I've
When-
responded.
like when Bullhorn Betty said you made hex candles and were casting voodoo spells on people with your
Oh my
candles.
god, I'm not even answering.
Are you serious? That she said?
Yeah,
that?
no, she called her a candle cursing witch.
Oh wow.
It's fucking hilarious. Detail
I
Street
can't-
did a really
I-
good video on it.
I
So
kind
the
of
Fruit Loop candle. What kind of spell does that cast?
the money, like the Fruit Loops coming down. That's money, obviously.
Make you like fucking loopy inside.
The scent
or
is called
something?
Grift.
Oh god. Oh my
That would be an amazing candle. I'm on.
probably
Oh
would
my, you
smell.
should make it, Laura. I'm serious.
Yeah, for real.
So can I ask a legit question, Laura? You're telling me in the history of your channel, which is pretty long, you've been around YouTube for a minute, you've never made a video about somebody first?
Nope.
All right.
And I
Never.
told people to prove it. And I've told people, if you ever found a video that I just made a video about somebody without responding, then go right ahead. In 4 years, nobody's ever been.
Oh, is this another one of those long old ass arguments?
Yeah.
Good. It sounds like it. It sounds like
Okay.
it.
Nowhere
Okay.
I've ever just made a video about somebody without responding to something. Never happened.
Okay, bye guys. I'm hopping down while it's quiet.
All right,
Bye.
that's very
Okay,
smart
I'm
idea.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Bye, Savage.
No, you're okay. Bye, y'all. Have a good day. Okay. Bye.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Have a good night.
No, she's not like a sensitive ass person. Like she's not gonna fucking
Because
carry that with
Kevin
her.
and
trust me.
Ali are doing drugs on a live
She's not.
stream. Sorry if you don't see it.
I was gonna say they hold on. They're
Where?
saying yeah, you did something about you called out Cam and Alley or something.
There's one. I did call out Cam and Ali on a
Okay,
live.
here's
Damn right I
another
did.
one. Gray,
And then
you
Gray said,
you made
yeah.
one. You made one about me first because I
Who
merely
are
didn't
you?
want you on the panel with me.
Who are you?
He's
That's the
reading
guy that
Gray's
doxed
comment, I
Gray
think.
earlier. So this is
No,
weird.
he's reading Gray's comment, Laura.
We
That's what
hired
he
him.
said.
We hired him to read comments
Yeah,
because
Gray
we were getting
uses
too many
saying that.
people. You know, we hired this guy. He's in the middle. He's going to read all the comments now.
No, that's what you do, Daddy.
Stop calling him daddy. It's
No,
weird.
no, bitch.
Stop.
Bitch,
Stop.
no. No. From now on, it's Daddy Tim. No, from now on.
You can just
From
call
now
me Tim
on.
from now.
It
That
is
was
Daddy
Yeah,
Tim
stop
from
being
now
fucking
on.
weird now.
That's gross
Nope,
and weird.
I'm sorry. It's Daddy
I have
Tim
one
from now on.
daddy. It ain't Tim.
No, she said that at the perfect time, though, bitch. She was like, no, let Daddy Tim handle
Yeah,
it.
I know. I know
my
she did.
dad. I just told you, like, my dad died like this anniversary of 25 years. I don't just throw that word around like sick shit. Okay, but he.
Or
was
maybe
so-
we should say Papa Tim. It's less like
Cringy
or something.
Okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine.
I'm
Papa
about to pop out if you start calling me Papa. I'm gone.
So is
Never
it Daddy?
coming back.
Daddy, Papa, what?
You
like,
could call me Tim. That's the name you could
that-
call me.
You are in charge in the
Or
mail.
Tomato King.
I'm just gonna call him Pa.
You guys want to see the epitome of how things get twisted? Here you go. You guys were all here the other day. Why did I go live about Gray? What things did I say about Gray? That had to do with what Gray said on this panel. So someone in chat just said, Laura, Gray is right. The other day, Laura went on a rant about Gray while Gray was on this panel. This is how things get twisted. Allie, do you know why I went on a rant about Gray? Do you have any
You called
idea?
her show trash. I heard it.
I went on rant about Gray because of the things Gray said on this panel. I didn't just decide to go on a rant about Gray.
Yeah, it was definitely a response.
Yeah, I have to agree that was a
went on a
response. Yeah.
That's
got
what
some
people
shit
see, though. So some
But it wasn't in response to something he said. It was in response to an action. And I didn't hear him say anything. Did he say things that I missed?
yeah, he's like, this has to be all about me. I'm not going to go. I don't want Laura on panel with me because this is all about me. It's exactly what he said.
Yeah. He said, I want it to be about my presentation or something like that. But yeah,
Cappy, will you check your DMs real quick, please?
for sure.
Thank you. I just want to keep it private. I don't know. I think it's a little bit weird that the same person who said mean things and doxed Gray is now pretending that he cares that his questions gets answered. That's kind of weird to me. I don't know.
That's the troll. Like,
I think he said something a little bit different than that. I gotta look for the actual
no, he
clip.
just.
You won't be able to see the comment because I deleted it
No,
and
the
took
Gray
him out of
one.
chat.
Why
Oh.
is Gray even constantly coming in here? He hates drama. This is a drama channel.
Whoa.
Why
Whoa.
It's a Krama channel.
Krama channel. But he always says how he hates Krama. He hates.
Well, maybe he likes Queen Bee just like you do, Laura. Why do you come here? Because you like it?
I'm not saying no, but I'm saying that he's the one that sits there and says how he hates Krama and how he can never deal with Krama and everyone in Krama is a bunch of fucking morons. But yet he's here every day.
Well, he just like the show. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Yeah, he likes it.
I mean, like, what's wrong?
Y'all
with him
can't
like
say it isn't drama with some of the shit that's happened today. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Man
you're
can't-
right. You are right. You're right.
You need a little energy out of this.
Today,
A what? I couldn't hear you, sir. What'd you say?
We need a little energy out of this.
Yeah. Well, we got some
So
energy, but we need to do it in a positive way.
Yeah, today is
Share it.
feeling a little
Share it
bit of drama.
positively. I know, but let's cleanse it.
Yeah, and I, you know, I mean, honestly, I like Gray, so you know, I think he's a good guy. I like Laura. I don't like them fighting. You know, they're cool people. That's my opinion. I don't care.
Laura's got some beach ball sized lady nuts, man.
There you go. And that's why people try to pick on her, because they don't like her.
I agree on that crap. Yeah, he basically says, yeah. I mean, like, honestly, it's like, at this point, what are we going to talk about next? I don't know. Are we done?
I don't think it should just end, because that's kind of a weird ending.
But I'm just like saying, like, I think the reason why I think Greg comes in here is because he wants to hear like sane people, not, you know, talk about like how it's an accident with Kylie Rodney.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah,
That's what I mean. And that's the thing. Like, people gravitate towards, you know, people who are like-minded and sane. Just like,
absolutely.
You know. And honestly, we all have disagreements. We all have different personalities and different disagreements, but we can all agree that, you know, basically what happened with Kylie Rodney was extra and was wrong. And a lot of logical people believe that. And now that it's been ruled an accident, I think like now it should be put to rest. And that was the original intention of this stream, was basically the woman basically said that I'm going to put it to rest, and she continued on. And I'm hoping that eventually people do put it to rest and move on, unless there's some sort of new news coming out. But honestly, I think at this point it's becoming more and more of an issue that people are covering the subject.
100%.
Yeah.
I saw several videos and nasty shirts made. Oh my gosh.
Here, hold on. Tragedy Pimp said, for the record, clip channels work really hard. Yeah, you guys really do. You do. Deets does. Heels in the Air. You guys all work really, really hard on your videos, and you guys do a great job on them.
Yeah,
but we
absolutely.
do. We work really fucking hard too.
I think, yeah, I agree with that.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying we don't. I don't know. I'm just saying they do work really hard on their channels.
Not all
too.
clip channels are bad, and they are worth just as much time.
Right,
as
not
people
all
that are
not all
streaming.
clip channels are good. Not all clip channels are bad. I get it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I get it.
That's it.
But some clip channels really don't work hard. They literally just screen record a little bit, throw a GIF on it, and upload it. That takes 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And other clip channels I'm noticing lately with some of the newer ones, they're not just clipping. They're going into a 5-hour live, taking the most interesting and lucrative 45 minutes, speeding it up, jazzing it up, and replaying the whole thing on their channel.
Yeah, but
and
also
I think that that's actually beyond clipping to just straight jipping creators out of replays.
Yeah,
because what's the point in going to watch the whole replay of a live if you can see all the best shit in a sped up video on a clip channel?
Yeah, but that kind of like, I'm gonna debate on that one. Sometimes if they can get a permission from the channel, it can work as like an advertisement for the stream. You know, maybe like if a bunch of people are like,
that's not what I'm talking about, though.
Okay.
That works though when you do like a 5-minute video and then say go watch it, you know, watch
Yes.
3 minutes of it and say go watch the rest of the stream to watch to see the rest of it or whatever. So that's what she means, not like an an hour to 2 hours, 3 hours. You know what I mean? That's not a
They
clip
take
channel.
45 minutes or half an hour. I've seen 27 to about 45-minute long portions
Well,
that
in
are
my
sped up
opinion,
to
me, a clip
1.5.
channel is a couple
I know
minutes. You know what I mean? They
exactly
take
what
a
you
couple
mean.
minutes of interesting stuff, put it together, and then you know what I'm saying? It's,
Some people like the recap
I like
that
them.
though.
Okay, but I'm not talking about any of that, you guys. I'm saying when you take it from an actual clip, which is like Queen said, my opinion, but like Queen said, 5 minutes, and go watch the rest on the channel, and somebody who takes 30 to 45 minutes to an hour of a live, but speeds it up to 1.5, edits out all the bullshit except for the meaty stuff of the live. There's no point in going back to the creator's channel at that point. Therefore, you're not giving them a good advertisement. You're literally stealing content. And this is just my opinion.
Not only that, clip channels don't clip everybody. They only clip people that they will make views on, that they will make money on. They're no different than Zav or Tyler or me or anybody else.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Only clip people that they will make money on. They don't clip for the greater of good. They don't clip because, you know, I've heard many things that were said that were fucked up that nobody clips. Why? Because people don't think they'll make money on it. So why bother clipping it? They're no different. This is what I mean. I get so frustrated with people calling out this one, that one, or this one. But why aren't you calling out X, Y, and Z? You'll call out A, B, and C every day. But why aren't you going to watch X, Y, and Z and clipping them?
I think
Hey,
the Clippers hold the middle ground. The Clippers may like start in the middle to start maybe unnecessary drama. I get what she's saying.
Well, and some of them are funny, but they like will take the live and not only clip it up, but they'll even put it in a different order than it was said. And that to me takes things completely out of context. And like Lippy does it in a funny way sometimes. Like I've seen her do it in a funny way, but I've also seen her do it where I was like, wait, that just changed the entire context of what
so that
we
was
said.
more drama starts there. So like I
Yeah.
could see the frustration, especially as someone, you know, like
I mean,
Laura, who gets a lot of drama, those channels would be problematic.
Yeah, but I would just
Kimberly Rose, it's not that simple. Don't say things you don't want clipped. It's not that simple. And I'm not saying anybody's doing it. And I'm not like, but just in general, people that are good at editing can clip anything you say into something bad.
Yep.
So it doesn't
Yes.
matter whether you said it or not. You're not saying it the way they're presenting it. So that's a moot point. You know what I mean?
Literally do it word by word, taking all the words you said in a conversation and make a whole thing. And people just believe it, and that's dangerous.
I mean, like the only thing, this is just me personally, but I practice what the fuck I preach. And if I don't like somebody, I don't want to see them on a clip channel. The only person that I watch religiously because I just like the way she edits and stuff is Heels in the Air, even though she does mostly Molly or Betty. And I laugh at every video she does. But a lot of these clips of me, who do you see in the comments? Every hater. Like, why are you watching things of me if you hate me so much?
Thank you, Judy Jude.
Frustrates the shit out of me. If you don't,
it's not all clippers, by the way.
Clip channels, but every single time, it's every single clip channel. I'm sorry, every single comment on every clip channel is passed on from this hater to that hater. Like, oh my God, you're obviously my biggest fucking fans. Or you wouldn't watch clip channels about me because you can't stand me so much. There's someone in your chat that I've never even said boo to, who has been nonstop about me to the point I had a blocker. Like, dude, I don't care about you. Why are you so invested? That's the kind of shit that drives me insane. And that's the kind of shit that just makes me mad. There's ex-Patreons in here that keep running their mouth. Okay, why? You hated Queen Bee. All of a sudden you're in here like her friend? Get the fuck out of here. Bunch of fake ass phonies. So go ahead, clip that, bitches.
It's a lot of self-righteousness in this community.
I don't know.
But it doesn't apply to all channels, all clips, you know, all those things. This is not.
I think because I'm trying to say something and I keep on getting cut off. I think the issue is that misrepresentation of clips is bad. When someone actually clips someone doing something shitty is a good thing. And also don't put all the entire stream on a clip with a fast forward is probably it, because that's borderline stealing someone's content. That's basically what I think everyone's saying. And also the concept of why clip channels will clip what people want to watch. I mean, like, obviously they're going to clip something what people want to watch. They're not going to clip some guy with one person watching saying some bad things, because no one's going to want to watch that. You know, people want to see if Dolly's doing something shitty. So people want to see if BHB is doing something shitty. I mean, that's what clips usually do. And what happens is that instead of giving the views to Dolly and giving the views to BHB, now you actually don't have to watch them to see that and go to their channel and support such terrible behavior. So it's kind of relieving you. Now, I agree with the fact that there's a problem misrepresentation of clips, and that can be really fucked up. And I agree with that. But it depends on, like, it depends on how much editing you're going into. Are you like actually changing the meaning of the word? Or are you just adding making it like a little bit of a joke? But I get why like Laura's pissed, because she gets she's got one couple of crazy clippers who are just like, even like 4 years down the line, are like, it's kind of crazy, like the amount of hatred she's gotten from that. But yeah, I mean, that's my understanding of it. And I think also when it comes to hard work, I think people who are clipping work hard. And I think people who make videos work hard. Live streaming is tough. It's a different animal completely from just making your own video at home, and creating a video and posting it, because you have to, like, everything you're saying is being recorded, and you kind of have to watch everything you say, and you have to go follow rules and state things. So yeah, it's all a bunch of the same work. So that's my thought process and what everyone's saying. So I think everyone
Was
works
that
hard.
mansplaining?
That was mansplaining 100%. I'm absolutely, that was mansplaining. I just wanted to put my point of view on that, and I could be wrong with that one. But anyway, but that's what I think.
Fair enough, Papa.
Yeah, just don't say I'm gonna, I swear. That's gonna be annoyance ones. Anywho, yeah, I mean, I just don't, I think like a lot of people work hard, and it takes a while to edit even a clip, and it takes a while to edit a video, and live stream is tough. It's not easy. Very not easy. But anyway. And I think yeah, what's up?
I know one creator that most people would disagree with would Ben Greeno when he did all his scamming and all.
Ben Greeno. I have no idea.
No, Greeno.
Greeno. I don't have no idea who Greeno is.
Goes by True Crimes Investigate.
True. You mean?
I'm not saying his full name. But.
You're not about to dox somebody or do something else.
No.
Because you seem like you're going down a bad road.
I'm
going to tell you.
I'm talking about a creator that actually lies, scams, and gifts all at the same time.
Oh, Greeno is in jail. I don't know who Greeno is. I've never heard of Greeno until you just mentioned him. So, I mean, I don't know who he is. I mean, and I can't, usually my expertise in this is never to say something about someone I have no clue about, because that shit's going to get clipped and you could possibly be sued. So I'm not making any comment until I get a clip or understand what the hell that guy is.
All right, guys. Well, I've been on here like 5.5 hours. I got to get off here and get some stuff done. Then we can meet back up here. What do you think, about 8 or 9 or so?
All right. Well, you guys have a good one.
Only if you're down for it, Queen.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking. I mean, I'm gonna go get my stuff done and all that, and then if I want to talk about, we're done. This is done. This is done over with. So, and I'd rather kind of move on from it anyhow. You know what I mean? So, I would much rather be doing something constructive. And I think, and I kind of want to know. I mean, we had somebody in here kept asking, "Where's the baby?" Well, as far as I know, he's in a landfill. So at this point, I'm kind of like curious as to what's going on with him too. Even though, some
I will mention I did get an article.
Today,
that's one of the things I was doing besides writing you. I did get an article that just apparently recently got put out, and it's from October 14th. It says, troubled past, Quentin Simon's mom, Leilani Simon, tried to OD with kids nearby and toddler's brother had bruises, X exclaims. So apparently they're talking with an ex of Leilani.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it tonight when I go live or whatever. I don't even know if it'll be nice. 3 o'clock now, so yeah. But yeah, there's a few other things I'm gonna talk about too. I just haven't talked about it out loud yet.
Yeah, I'll forward it to you.
Before you get off, I just want to address Kimberly Rose. She said it 3 times. She wants to know about the candle, and did I say this? And I finally.
Can you explain that?
Hold on, I was gonna tell you we can refer her back to the stream.
I have answered this 1,000 times. I'm not answering this anymore. Believe whatever you want. So then she says, and that's the problem, Perplex. You say believe what you want. How many times do I need to explain what I explained? I just said it the other night. I will not.
Yeah, I was going to say Kimberly Rose. She just was in here and had people asking her too, and she explained it. Matter of fact, you can find it on Deets. Deets clipped Laura explaining it. Matter of fact, so if you want to just get the shorter version of it instead of having to watch the live stream, go to Deets on the streets, and you can catch the clip over there of it. Kind of gives a better explanation there if you wanted to, if you wanted to listen to it or whatnot. Anyhow, you guys, I appreciate you hanging out today. And chat. I think we did get some stuff accomplished. I think we did get an understanding. We got some stuff talked about. I know it got a little crazy there for a little bit, but I mean, like I said, we did get some stuff talked about. So hopefully we can, we'll move forward from here and see what's going on. Like I said, as long as you have a team, I mean, it's your channel. You're free to do what you want to do on. You know, it is what it is. But I mean, you know, people are free to talk about what you're doing on that channel as well. So,
absolutely.
Well, have a
You
good
know.
afternoon, B. I'll see you tonight.
All right, baby.
Yeah,
I'll see you
bye,
guys later.
everybody.
Okay, so
Love you. Bye.
Bye,
love you,
Pops.
baby.
Love you, bye.
Bye,
Bye,
Mike. Bye,
ladies.
Tim.
God bless
Bye.
you.
Love you.
We'll talk
Bye.
to you guys later. Bye, Tiff. We'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later. Love you. Bye.
I love you too, baby. And we'll meet up here, I don't know, later, like 8 or 9-ish, unless something happens before we will come together, chit chat, and talk about these cases. Have a good afternoon, you guys. It's Friday. So, Friday. Go smoke them if you got them. Get your drinks, get your snacks, get everything ready for tonight. All right, y'all? All right, now. Have a good afternoon.
Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's a love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me